If your job at a healthcare facility includes disinfecting against viruses, you know prevention is the best medicine, and maintaining healthy spaces starts with a healthy cleaning routine. Grainger's world-class supply chain helps ensure you have the quality products you need when you need them, from disinfectants and cleaning supplies to personal protective equipment, so you can help deliver a clean bill of health. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A warm and friendly hello! Welcome to lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. We've got an excellent podcast for you. Not as many bells and whistles on today's podcast because it is a very, very busy one. It appears as though we've got 145 games on the college basketball betting board, give or take one or two, one way or the other, but we've got 100 billion games on the board. Very simple podcast today. Gonna get you guys picks and analysis on every single one of these games. As we do hit some bank shots, we're gonna have a lot of fun with it, and this is gonna be presented with very, very limited interruption and break. We're gonna have 2 breaks along the way, and that is it. So we are going to be in for a very, very good time. If you have any questions, comments, segment ideas, what have you for this podcast, you do have one of 2 ways to be able to fire those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at @unit_D1. Keep in mind, letters EM, they mean does not matter, so as per usual, please do send these into the timeline. Other ways, find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated from there. You're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review. Unfortunately, with the nature of the Saturday podcast, really can't answer any questions today, so if you do have any of them, they will be answered on the podcast tomorrow, where things are a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more easygoing, but we do have ourselves a big bundle of fun. And just to let you guys know how things are structured, the first few segments, they are going to be involving the games in the bigger conferences. That's a normal Las Vegas betting board, and then these smaller conferences are on the extra games board. That would be any independents, which is Chicago State and Chicago State only, the Atlantic Sun, the America East, the Big South. You're able to throw in there the Southland, the MEAC, the SWAC. I hope that I said the Patriot League, if not the Patriot League, and I do believe that we had all of them. If I haven't said the Southland, the Southland. So those are the conferences that are at the bottom. Everything else, it is going to be essentially in time order. So let's not waste any more time. We've got ourselves a ton of games to get through and a lot of winners to pick you guys. Picks and analysis on every game on the betting board for this college basketball Saturday as we hit some bank shots. Starts right about now.
Most financial establishments close at a certain time, but not here. It is time for a side and total on every game on today's betting board bank shots.
One last side note, going to be keeping these breakdowns a little bit more brief than in most days and going to be going just a little bit quicker just due to the nature of having north of 140 games on the betting board. Just have to get through all these games and have to try to get you guys as many winners as humanly possible. But that said, 601, 602 on the betting board. It is Syracuse playing us Miami. Miami does find themselves as an underdog of a 1.5. Total on this game is between 157 and 158, and I did set Miami as a 2.5 point favorite. I'm going to be taking a look at them outright on the money line. It is a Syracuse team that has done a relatively solid job being able to guard the 3-point arc, a top 110 team in all of college basketball in that regard. As a matter of fact, a top 90 team with that regard, but I do fear that they're going to have a little bit of a tough time with no Chad Omier down low, who's been able to do a solid job for a Miami team that they've been able to shoot it against everyone thus far this season. Miami as a whole shooting 39.6% from 3-point range. Luka Poplar is finally shooting less than 50% from 3-point range, but out of your top 7 scorers, all but one of them are shooting at least 35% from 3, all but 2 of them are shooting at least 41.8% from 3, and the outliers right now, no Chad Omier, who's shooting 32% from 3 as a big man, 17 points, 9.5 rebounds per game. I just don't think that there's going to be anyone on Syracuse that's going to be able to match up with that. And Syracuse starting around into form. They're about 84th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And this is a Miami team that they do see quite a bit of drop off with regards to their defense when they're in a roadside shoot court environment. For Miami, they're giving up in terms of points allowed on a per 100 possession basis right around about 20 and a half more points when they are in a roadside shoot court environment rather than when they are at home. But this is an incredibly inconsistent Syracuse team that does have a constant in Judah Mintz, who's been able to give you 18 and a half points, 3.8 assists, 2.2 steals, shoots 37% from 3, but it does come with 3 turnovers per game. This is a Syracuse team that does a nice job of being able to rip the ball away with north of 9 steals per contest, but that is really the one forte that you do have with this Miami team. They're good at being able to force turnovers. Their top 5 scorers, 4 of them, give you north of a steal per contest, 8.2 per contest. contest overall. And it is a Miami team that they turn the ball over about 12.8 times per contest. Syracuse turns it over a little bit as well, but I do think that for Miami, the rebounding is going to be the difference with having Wooga Poplar along with Matthew Cleveland both be able to combine for a little bit north of 10 rebounds per game. Cleveland shooting 42.5% from three-point range, and now having Nigel Peck a bit more healthy. This was a team that was dealing with some injuries to Wooga Poplar and company. I do think that Miami going to be able to go on the road, get it done. It's a Miami team that has been a constant with regards to their offense, scoring at least 70 points at each of their last 5 games, 75 plus in all but one of them. And it is a Syracuse team that has been slowed down a little bit with their offense. They have failed to get past 70 points each of their last 4 games. So did set my total 156.5, especially with this being an early game. I have to shade down my total. Looking at the under, and I'm going to be able to take Miami outright on the money line. 603, 604 on the betting board. Penn State, it's a road face-off against Ohio State. The Ohio State University is a 9 to a 10-point favorite. Totals between 149.5 and 150.5, and with Ohio State made them 11-point favorites, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Penn State, very nice win a few nights ago over Wisconsin, but I do fear that this is going to be a little bit of a letdown spot going up against an Ohio State team that has been a bit rudderless recently. The offense has not been there for them, 65 points or fewer scored in each of their last 3 games, so the defense honestly has not been too bad. If you look at regulation, because the game that they played against West Virginia went to overtime, it has been a squad that has honestly given up 73 points or fewer in each of their last 7 games, but this is a Penn State team that's just getting completely gashed on defense. Even though they were able to get the job done in the win against Wisconsin, this team has now allowed at least 76 points in 4 of their last 5 games, the lone exception coming against Michigan when they gave up 73 points, and this team has allowed at least 73 points in all but one of their games ever since the beginning of the month of December. It's a Penn State team that gambles for turnovers, a top 40 team in the country with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but if they don't get a turnover, they leave themselves vulnerable, both on the inside and the outside. They are well outside the top 150 in terms of both opponents' 2-point shooting percentage and opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and you've had to have Kanye Cleary really be your main man for this Penn State team. He's been able to do a solid job being able to log for the team north of 18 points per contest. He's shooting 37% from 3-point range, and then Ian Baldwin combined for 4 steals per contest, while Baldwin giving you about 2.9 of those steals, but Kudus Pop, only guy on the roster that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. Puff Johnson has been a little bit of a Buster-Rooney for this team, and it's an Ohio State team that's starting to fade away a little bit with their defense. They were very hot to start out the season. It's been a little bit more touch and go, but they're still doing a nice job being able to guard the 3-point arc at home, a top 125 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And for Ohio State, this is a much improved defense from a season ago. 65th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Penn State clocking in 138th, and Penn State just not the same team when they leave home, as right now they are giving up about 26 more points per 100 possessions in a road/neutral court environment, which is why I did set my total high at a 151, despite the fact that you've got an Ohio State team that is well outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game. I do think that they're going to be able to control things down low, with Zed Key being able to give you about 7 rebounds per game. I like the way that this Ohio State team doesn't turn the ball over as well. A good foil to what Penn State is looking to do. Roddy Gale, Bruce Horton, these guys are combining for about 31 points per contest. Not an amazing 3-point shooting team for these 2 guys, but you do have Key shooting 40% from 3, and then Jameson Battle is able to lift this team up, shooting 44.5% from the outside, 14.5 points, 5.5 boards, and you do have out of your top 5 scorers for this Ohio State team, 4 of them grabbing at least 4.9 rebounds per game, including the 2.5 blocks per contest of Felix Opara. So I do think that Ohio State is going to be able to control this game, and they put up a big number against the Penn State team that's just getting gashed on defense. So did set my total 151, looking over, and with Ohio State, wanted to lay up to 10.5 points with them, made them an 11-point favorite. 605, 606 on the betting board. It is George Washington, and our nation's first president is going to be on the road facing off against UMass. UMass does find themselves as a favorite of anywhere between 6.5 to 7 points. Total on this game is anywhere between 159.5 and 160.5, and when it comes to UMass, I did set them as a favorite of 8 points. I'm going to be one to lay this number. I do like this George Washington team, but the problem with this George Washington team is that it's a very top-heavy bunch. You've really got 4 guys that contribute all the scoring for the team, as you've got Maximus Edwards, James Bishop, Garrett Johnson, and then you throw in there Darren Buchanan, all giving you at least 12.9 points per contest. Bishop leading the way with 18.5 points, 4.5 assists, and 39% 3-point shooting, while Johnson and Edwards, they combine to shoot about 42.5% from the outside. Both also shoot north of 85% at the free throw line, but outside of these 4 guys, you've got one other guy on the roster that gives you north of 6 points and or 4 rebounds per game, and that'd be Babatunde Akingbola, who's been able to give you about 5.5 boards per contest. He's been solid down low, but that's about it, and you've got a UMass team that is very much more well-rounded. Now, they are dealing with an injury to Matt Cross. He was unable to go in the team's last game against Loyola Chicago. They were still relatively solid without him. You still have Josh Cohen, 18 points, 7 boards, shoots 44% from the outside. If Cross can't go once again, gotta think that Daniel Hinkins-Sanford is going to be getting a lot of burn. He's a 6'9" gentleman that has been able to give the team at least 5 rebounds, and now each of the last 5 games does a nice job generating some turnovers, with 7 turnovers in the last 4 contests as well, while shooting 39% from 3-point range. For a UMass team that does rank in the top 45 nationally in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they play up-tempo, top 75 pace in all of college basketball with regards to possessions per game, yet they only turn the ball over 10.8 times per contest. They do struggle from 3-point range, only shooting about 32% from the outside, but Rushul Diggins has been able to give you about 11.5 points, mid-33-point shooter. Keon Thompson has been able to give you some nice production as well, and has been able to alt the ball a little bit more as well. He's been able to pick it up with that regard, giving out about 16 assists in the team's last 5 games. I do think that UMass going to do a solid job against the George Washington team that's also looking to run it and gun it, top 40 team in the country with regards to total possessions per game, but they do turn the ball over 14.5 times per contest. This has been a George Washington team that has shot 39% from 3-point range, and they themselves do a relatively solid job guarding the 3-point arc, 58th in all of college basketball with regards to 3-point shooting percentage of their opponents, but they allow opponents to shoot 37.2% from 3 in a road/neutral environment, 28.2% from 3-point range at home. Meanwhile, this UMass team, they've done a solid job being able to cut off the arc all season long. Opponents are shooting 30.3% from the outside against them. I do think that that'll be just enough for us to be able to get it under in the spot. Did some I told 160. We're in between that, between a 159.5 to a 160.5. Personally, I would rather have the 160.5 under, just because, once again, I have an early tip-off, 9 o'clock a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. I always shade down my totals just a little bit for that, so looking at the under. And with UMass, despite Matt Cross being a little bit banged up, willing to lay up to 7.5 with them. 607, 608 on the betting board. It is Alabama on the road facing off against Tennessee. Tennessee is a favorite of 5 points, total on this game between 160 and 160.5. With Tennessee, I did make them favorites of 5.5 points. So seeing the 5 out there, I'm going to be willing to lay it. It is a Tennessee team that is still a top 15 team in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against an Alabama squad that they just haven't necessarily been the same when they've been in a roadside-neutral court environment rather than when they have been at home, and this has been an Alabama team that certainly has been giving up their points. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this Alabama squad is right now clocking in 139th, giving up 18.7 points more per 100 possessions when away from home rather than when they are at home. Now, they are still the number 1 offense in terms of points scored on a per possession basis in all of college basketball, but I do think that Tennessee is going to be able to do a good job locking them down from 3-point range, and this is a Tennessee team that is able to ascend with their offense. They're now a top 55 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Tennessee allowing opponents to shoot just 26.1% from 3-point range at home, and that's the lifeblood of Alabama. Alabama in the top 20 nationally in terms of total 3-point attempts per game. It's an Alabama squad that certainly has been able to get a lot of production, with being able to have someone like an Aaron Action Estrada give you 13.5 points, 5.5 boards, 4 assists, shooting 38% from 3-point range, and then your main man, Mark Sears, has been able to give you about 19.5 points per contest. I know that he's been dealing with a little bit of ailment, though, so you certainly do want to be taking note there. I think they should be good to go in this one, shooting 48% from 3, but I'm not sure if he's going to be fully 100%. That's just all the better for the Tennessee squad, and it's an Alabama team that they shoot 39.7% from 3-point range, and I'm not saying that this is going to be a team that when it's all said and done shoots like 30% from distance, but I do foresee a little bit of regression coming here. This is also a team that's going to lose battle down low. Alabama actually a top 60 team with regards to rebound rate. That said, it's also an Alabama team that has one guy in the roster giving you north of 5.3 rebounds per game. Grant Nelson, 12.5 points, 5.8 rebounds per game, with Tennessee being one of the top rebound teams in all of college basketball, with Jonas Adu chipping in there 7.5 boards, 11.5 points per game. Josiah Jordan James is a stat sheet sufferer, 10 points, 7 boards, shoots it in the 34% clip from 3-point range. Toby Awaka has been able to do a solid job down low. I think that there's just too much error for Alabama. They do only shoot about 34.3% from distance, one away from home compared to 45% at home. That's a pretty big clip. I do think that Tennessee going to be able to do a solid job locking it down on defense, and Tennessee, they themselves, 85 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games, but I do think that the defense, it is going to be able to hold up here against an Alabama team that it doesn't sound like much, but they've now been on a little bit of a better run with regards to their defense. They've now given up 75 points or fewer in each of their last 6 games, so I do think that this is slowed down just enough to be able to keep it under. Alabama is actually outside the top 60 in terms of total possessions per game, so I did set my total 157.5, looking under. I think that Tennessee locks down Alabama from the arc, so going to be willing to lay the number with Tennessee, willing to lay up to 5, and looking at the under 609, 610 on the betting board. Marquette, it's a road face-off against St. John's. St. John's is an underdog of a point at home. Totals between 153.5 and 154.5. I did set Marquette as a 2-point favorite. Going to be willing to lay up to 1.5 with Marquette. Don't want to be going a whole heck of a lot further, but very encouraging sign that Tyler Kolek looked much better a few days ago. Tyler Kolek was really dealing with some rough times the last few games, but now he's been able to get some help as well from Cam Jones. Both of these guys been able to combine for about 29.5 points per contest. Kolek, even when he was dealing with his scoring woes a little bit earlier in the month, still giving out about 6.5 assists and 2.8 turnovers per game overall for the season, shooting 35% from 3, 94% at the free throw line, so he is a very efficient scorer, and it is a Marquette team that's only shooting 31.6% from three-point range. I do think that you're going to see a little bit of positivity here, especially against a St. John's defense that, let's call it what it is, the strong suit of them, not necessarily guarding the arc. They're allowing opponents to shoot overall about 32.5% from three-point range. That does go to 30% when they're at home. They do have some pretty big home and road splits, and it has been a Marquette team that has been much improved on defense, so they are giving up the arc themselves, 182nd in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and it is a St. John's team that they do have some pretty serious home and road splits. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this St. John's team, they're clocking in 95th in all of college basketball, but they are giving up about 17.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral environment. And though Marquette, I think, is going to lose the battle down low, Oso Ogudero has been able to do a solid job for the team. 14 points, 7 boards. He was able to give you a block and a steal per contest. Not quite going to be able to hold up against Joel Soriano, but Soriano has not rebounded the same way that he did a season ago. 16.5 points, 9.8 boards per contest. Now he does have help in Chris Ledlum, giving you about 7.5 boards, 10 points per game for a St. John's team. Then overall, they shoot about 34% from three-point range. Dennis Jenkins, Jordan Dingle combined for about 23.5 points per contest, with Jenkins 5.9 assists, and the turnovers are starting to come down, only about 2.3 turnovers per game, so that's been a little bit of an encouraging sign. And for this Marquette team, what else has been encouraging is that the defense has been much better for this team, giving up fewer than 70 points in now 3 of their last 5 games. You've got a St. John's team that they themselves have been a little bit all over the place with their defense, but they've given up 73 or fewer in now 4 of their last 5 games, and it is a bunch that it's been a little bit all over the place with regards to their offense, scoring approximately 65 in their last 2 games. I do think that Marquette is going to be able to do a solid job being able to hit a few threes, but I do think that the total is a little bit too high. Both of these teams are playing at a mid-tempo. Marquette is not the same team from three-point range as they were a season ago, but Ogudero has been able to do a better job down low. I do think that with Kolek being able to outplay, in my opinion, Dennis Jenkins, this Marquette team going to be able to get the job done. Did set Marquette as a 2-point favorite, willing to lay the 1, and did set my total 152, also looking under 611, 612 on the betting board. Seton all plays those to Creighton, and Creighton is a road favorite of between 2.5 and 3 points. Totals between 138 and 139. I did make my total 145. I'm going to be taking a look at the over. Maybe I'm just a schmuck for believing that this Creighton team is going to be able to turn around, but this is still a top 30 team in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They just have really had an almighty slide recently. This is a Creighton bunch that you still have a big 3 that are all being able to give you at least 15.5 points per contest. Ryan Kalkbrenner, Baylor Shireman, Trey Alexander, and all 3 of these guys give you at least 5.9 rebounds per game as well. Shireman and Alexander combined for about 8.2 assists per contest for a Creighton team that they only turn the ball for about 11 times per contest. They're shooting about 35% from three-point range, though. I would like to see some more minutes for some of these guys coming off the bench. You would like to see a little bit more out of Mason Miller, a 6'9" gentleman that has been shooting right around 47.5% from three-point range. His minutes have been very sporadic this far this season. You haven't been seeing a lot of someone like a Fran Farabello, who's only giving you about 4.5 points per contest. Isaac Trout, someone I like from Virginia, he's only seeing about 12.5 minutes per contest while shooting north of 40% from three-point range. So would like to see Greg McDermott dive into his bench a little bit more. And it's a Seton team in which I do feel like their defensive numbers are a little bit misleading. This team is outside the top 75 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but they've been playing much better recently, giving up 72 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. As a matter of fact, this is a Seton team on a 5-game win streak, with they themselves heating up offensively, 74 plus points in each of their last 4 games. And a big reason why is that they were the victims of some bad shooting variance to begin the season. Elmir Dawes, Dre Davis, towards the beginning part of the season, were shooting below 30% from three-point range. Now they're combined to shoot about 36 to 36.5% from the outside. Between the two of them, 27 points per contest, and I do think that Kadari Richmond, who's still shooting just 18% from three-point range, is going to continue to turn it around. He's been able to still, even with shooting very, very cold from three-point range, been able to supply 6.5 boards, 4.5 assists, 2.2 steals, 16.5 points per game. So do like his game, though. This is a Seton team that they do turn the ball over about 13.5 times per contest. That is what's really been bogging down their offense. Good news is they now go up against a Creighton team that, well, they're not generating any turnovers. They only generate about 4 to 4.5 steals per game, so that's going to be able to help them out immensely. It has been a Creighton team that has actually been really solid with their defense as well, despite the fact that the offense has been going a little bit cold with fewer than 70 points throughout their last 4 games. The defense has now about 65 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games. I just frankly don't think that they're quite that good. I do think that Seton is starting to heat up a little bit more with regards to their offense. I do think that Creighton going to be able to get in rhythm and is going to be able to knock down some threes against a Seton team that they just haven't really been that great at being able to guard the three-point arc. It is a Creighton team, by the way, that actually is in the top 50 with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage. It has been something that has traveled for them as well. Meanwhile, this is a Seton team that, with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, it's clocking in right now about 217th in all of college basketball. So I do think that there's going to be some threes made. I do think that Creighton going to be able to get it done after being completely held down against UConn a few nights ago. So I did set my line at 5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Think you get some late game fouling and some made threes from Creighton. So did set my total 145. Looking over and going to be willing to lay it with Creighton. 613, 614 on the betting board is Robert Morris on the road facing off against IUPUI. Old UMass finds themselves as underdogs of 4.5 to 5 points in your total on this game, any between 146.5 and 147. Made Robert Morris a 7-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Now, it is a Robert Morris bunch that they've been quite cold with regards to the way that they have been playing as well. They very nearly lose a few nights ago to Detroit, but this is a Robert Morris team that I do think is going to be able to do a better job on the glass than a bunch in IUPUI that does rank in the bottom 75 with regards to overall rebound rate, and it's been just a Jalen Counter show in general for IUPUI, who I like what Jalen Counter has been able to bring to the table. He's been able to supply 14.5 points, 4.5 boards, 2.7 assists, shooting about 36% from three-point range, but you just need a little bit of help down low. You've been able to now get about 5.5 rebounds per game out of Kwanzi Samuels. Samuels has been able to fortify things a little bit more down low, with being able to supply 6+ rebounds in 3 out of the team's last 4 games, but really past that, you haven't gotten much help at all for Mr. Counter. You're seeing Vincent Brady starting to rise up a little bit with regards to his three-point shooting percentage. Last year, shot in the mid-30s. This year, that's down to 27%, but it's an IUPUI team that they shoot 27% from the outside, 14.5 turnovers per game, while being a team that ranks in the bottom 75 with regards to total possessions per game. It's Robert Morris team that they themselves have been turning the ball over 15 times per game, but do like the overall versatility of Marquise Hastings. At 6'7", is shooting about 39% from three-point range, be able to give the team 15.5 points, 8.2 rebounds per game, and for IUPUI, they just really haven't gotten a boost from being at home this year, which typically you'd expect a little bit of something for this IUPUI team, but they're only giving up about 5.5 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than in a road/shoot court environment. It's an IUPUI team that, in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, it doesn't matter where they are. They're going to be sinking it up regardless, but I mean, they shoot about 28.5% from 3 at home, 26.7% in a road/shoot court environment, so they just haven't been able to get too much of a boost there. I do think that Robert Morris, with having the versatility of Justice Williams, who's been turning the ball over a little bit too much, but does give you about 13 points, 2.5 assists. You've got Stephon Walker giving you about 6.5 rebounds per game. That'll be enough for Robert Morris to be able to do their part and be able to get past a IUPUI team that, up until these two teams played in January, IUPUI had somewhat had Robert Morris's number. Robert Morris just destroyed them 92-48 last time they played. I don't think that we're going to see quite that big of a differential, but Robert Morris clearly figured out something on this IUPUI team the last time around, and I just think that they're on a different level. So I did set my line at 7. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and did set my total at a 139. IUPUI totals have just been set way too high. They're just not doing their part with regards to these totals at all. It's an IUPUI team that scored 66 points or fewer for their last 5 games, while it is a Robert Morris team that they themselves have been able to get to at least 76 points in each of their last 4 games. Problem is, 2 of those games went to at least 1 overtime. Their game against Detroit, double overtime. So going to be taking a look at the under and going to be one to lay with Robert Morris. 615, 616 on the betting board. Baylor is the road face off against Texas. Texas is back to being a favorite of a point to a point and a half. 146 after 147 is your total. That's opened up at a 151, and Now that we're finding 146 after 147, I'm going to be taking a look at the over. This is a Baylor team that ranks in the top 10 nationally in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, right at the top of college basketball in terms of three-point shooting percentage as well. Now they do step into Texas, and Texas has played a whole heck of a lot better at home rather than on the road. On the road, Texas opponents are shooting north of 41% from three-point range compared to 28.4% at home, and this is a Baylor team that they can be a little bit herky-jerky in terms of their defense, but the one thing that they've done is be able to guard the three-point arc. They're a top 30 team in all of college basketball to guard opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but that does go up to about 34.5% when they're in a road/court environment compared to more like 26.5% from three-point range when they are at home. So I do think that you're going to be seeing this Baylor team giving up some threes, and I do think that they themselves knock some down, so I'm going to be looking at the over. But the reason why I did set Baylor as a 2.5-point favorite is that I do think that they're going to be able to hold up on the glass. This is a Baylor squad that you really don't have anyone other than Yves Messi, the 7-footer, being able to give you north of about 5 rebounds per game. That said, this is also a Texas team that they don't have a ton of supreme rebounders. Now, they've gotten Dylan Dessou back to the fold, and ever since he's been back, this team has been a little bit more efficient in general. He's logging double figures, shooting it very well from three-point range. He hasn't necessarily delivered a lot of rebounding at 6'9", though, which was something that he was able to bring to the table when the team was on that nice run in the NCAA tournament a season ago. So something to be mindful of. This is a Texas team also coming off of a bad home loss against Central Florida. So you know that they're going to be batting down the hatches trying to get this win, but it's a Texas team that is only right around about 100th with regards to their rebound rate. Baylor is actually 30th in all of college basketball, and for Baylor, they do a nice job running some efficient offense. Only about 11.5 turnovers per game while shooting north of 40% from three-point range. And for Baylor, among players that are averaging north of 2.8 points per game, every single one of them that has made at least one three, shooting at least 35.5% from three-point range, including Langston Love shooting 47.5% from the outside. Ray J. Dennis is able to give you 6.5 assists per contest. He and Jacoby Walter have been able to combine for north of 28 points per game. And then for Texas, backcourt, no doubt about it, is very solid with Max Asmith giving you 18 points, shooting 41% from three. But it is a Texas team that they also do turn the ball over 12.5 times per contest. They're not a team that really generates a lot of turnovers as well, so there's not going to be a lot of pressure on this Baylor team. It is a Baylor bunch that certainly has been a little bit all over the place with regards to their offense as well, and their defense has stepped up to the plate. 72 points of fear surrendered in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, for Texas, they've now given up at least 73 points in every single one of their conference games, while they themselves have gone to at least 70 in each of their last 3. So I do think that this is going to be a bit of a higher scoring affair. I do think that Baylor is going to be able to knock down some threes, do a relatively solid job on the glass, and pull out a road win. I set Baylor as a 2.5-point favorite. So looking at Baylor outright on the money line and looking at the over 617, 618 on the betting board. Virginia Tech, it's a road face-off against NC State. NC State does find themselves as favorites of between 3.5 and 4 points. Your total on this game going to be getting in anywhere between 145 and 146, and did set my total 143. I'm going to be taking a look at the under. This is not the same Virginia Tech offense that we've seen in past years, though I will say it does feel like they're starting to get into form a little bit more. 114th at all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. That said, they are also averaging more than 21 points fewer per 100 possessions in a road/court environment rather than when they are at home, going up against an NC State team that they do one thing very well. They don't turn it over. A top 10 team in all of college basketball in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but it's not like they do anything extraordinary with regards to their shooting. They shoot about 33% from three-point range. They don't necessarily have a ton down low either. Mohamed Diarra has really been your top rebounder with about 5.5 rebounds per game, only guy in the roster. They gets you north of 6 boards per contest, and I do think that Lynn Kidd going to be able to do a solid job for a Virginia Tech team that they're not amazing with their defense by any stretch, but they're better than they were a season ago. They're giving up about 4.8 points fewer per 100 possessions this year rather than a season ago, but they do have to match up with an NC State team that has a trio of guys averaging between 11.3 and 12.5 points per contest. DJ Turnout Burns with about 12.5 points, 4 boards down low, and then Jaden Taylor, Casey Marcel combining for about 23.5 points. But they don't necessarily shoot it well from three. Your main three-point shooter is DJ Turn It Up Horn, 42% three-point shooter, 15 points, 3 assists. And for Virginia Tech, even though they're going up against an NC State team that is very efficient with the ball, it's not like they were ever going after a bunch of steals as well. So I don't think that that's going to affect them too much with having Sean Padula be pretty efficient himself, 4 boards, 4 assists, 16.5 points on 39.5% three-point shooting. And Hunter Couture back up to shooting 40% from three-point range. I do think that Virginia Tech is going to hold in there in a game that's going to be a little bit lower scoring. NC State has gone to at least 70 points in all but 2 of their games thus far this season, and certainly has given it up a little bit as well, but they have given up fewer than 67 points in 3 of their last 5 games. It has been a Virginia Tech team that has been held down a little bit more as well. They've now scored 71 points or fewer in 3 of their last 5 games, and the defense has been able to come a little bit more to the forefront as well. This is a Virginia Tech team that has allowed fewer than 72 points in all but 3 of their games since the beginning of the month of December, so did set my total at 143. Going to be taking a look at the under. NC State, relatively mid-tempo team themselves, and with NC State, did set them as a 3-point favorite, so here at the 4, going to be willing to take the points with Virginia Tech. 619, 620 on the betting board. Wake Forest plays host to Louisville. Louisville is an underdog of 16 to 16.5 points with your total at a 152, and I did set my total at 151.5, so here at the 152, going to be looking at the under. It is Wake Forest team has been getting gashed quite a bit with regards to their defense, but it's a Louisville team, even though Mikey James has really been able to help out Sky Clark. Both of these guys combining for now about 28 points per contest, and James shooting 42.5% from three-point range. I do have my question marks with, and I do think that when it comes to this Louisville team, they're going to really need to try to win the battle on the glass to be able to hold in this game. As you do have James, you've got also Trey White, Brandon Huntley, Hatfield. I'll give you about 5.5 or so rebounds per game or more in the case of Hatfield. He's been able to log about 8.5 rebounds per game, and it has been a guy in White that's been able to step up a little bit more, double figures, and now 4 of the team's last 5 games for a Louisville team that still does turn the ball over about 12.5 times per game. Louisville outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but when it comes to this Wake Forest team, I do think that they're going to be able to do a little bit of a better job of being able to guard the three-point arc at home. They have been a much better three-point shooting defense team than in a roadside shoot court environment. They're about 173rd in all of college basketball through guard at home, allowing opponents to shoot about 33.2% from three-point range. While this is a Louisville team that they do leave themselves prone to giving up some threes, but that's actually been better on the road, allowing opponents to shoot just 30.7% from the outside. So got a little bit of intrigue there, which is why I do like the under. It is a Wake Forest team that has gotten a big boost ever since Efton Reed became eligible, as he's done a nice job just being able to give this team an extra body for one, because they were playing about a 4.5-man rotation before he became eligible, but he's been able to chip in there 8+ rebounds per game, give you about 9.5 points. Not a guy with the most tremendous amount of versatility in the world, but Austin Carr, he's been able to do a nice job at right around about 6'10", being able to give you 7.5 boards, 14 points, shoots 39.5% from 3, and it is a Wake Forest team that overall they're shooting about 38.2% from three-point range. They are a little bit inconsistent with regards to this outside shooting, but all in all, I do like what I've been seeing there. It is a Wake Forest team as well that has been significantly better when they've been at home rather than on the road with regards to their defense. Wake Forest overall this season hovering right around about 78th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but giving up 19.4 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/shoot court environment. So I do think that they're going to be able to step up in the spot against a Louisville team that they get a little bit careless with the ball. It is a Louisville team that has been getting gashed with their defense, 77+ points surrendered in 4 of their last 5 games, but do like what I've seen out of this Wake Forest team as well. They gave up just 47 points in that game against Virginia. Certainly a little bit hit or miss. That NC State game was a little bit wild, but I do think that they hold Louisville in check in this spot. So did set my total 151.5. Going to be willing to take the under in this spot with it at 152, and with Wake Forest made them 17.5 point favorites. So going to be willing to lay the number with Wake and looking at the under. 621, 622 on the betting board. Rhode Island is going to be on the road facing off against Satan. Dayton does find themselves as favorites of 13.5 to 14 points. 142 to 143.5 is your total. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Rhode Island. I did set my number at 11.5 for this Rhode Island team. It's been rough for them to say the least. They're outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis for Rhode Island. They've been turning the ball over a lot, but David Green coming in has been a massive difference maker for this team. In 5 games, he's been able to give the team 14.5 points, 5.5 boards, and the team is 4-1 when he's played. They've gone to at least 78 points in all but one of these games. I will say, the defense, it has gone into a little bit of a spiral. They have had an increase in points allowed at every single one of their games that he has played in, but that said, it's a Rhode Island team that needed a little bit of shot in the arm. They're playing a little bit more up-tempo with them, and that's big. They do go into a game against a Dayton squad that is in the bottom 25 in terms of total possessions per game, but Dayton not playing the same way defensively this year as they have in past years. This is a Dayton squad that, credit where credit is due, they've been able to turn it around a little bit more on defense. They have given up 70 points or fewer in now each out of their last 7 games. As a matter of fact, last time they gave up north of 70 points, you have to go back to the month of November. But for Dayton, they are still a team that's outside the top 80 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But you do have a pair of guys who have been able to combine for 14.5 rebounds per game. Nate Santos, Daron Holmes, who have very good versatility. Santos shoots 46.5% from 3. Holmes gives you about 19.5 points on 43.5% three-point shooting. And for this bunch, it's been very impressive what they've done without Malachi Smith. He goes down night number 1 of the season, and yet they've been able to do a nice job with their assist-to-turnover ratio, only about 10.5 turnovers per game, because you've been able to have the duo of Kobe Elvis in the building along with Javon Bennett be able to combine for about 7.1 assists per game, and you just don't have that same level of versatility when it comes to Rhode Island, or that same level of efficiency. But when it comes to this Rhode Island team, you do have David Fuchs, who's able to give you 7.5 rebounds per game, and it's a Rhode Island team that's out shooting 35.5% from 3. The 62.5% from the charity stripe is a little bit of an issue, and this is a Rhode Island team that's certainly given it up from 3-point range, and they are a top 20 team in all of college basketball with regards to a 3-point shooting percentage. Rhode Island allowing opponents to shoot 36.7% from 3 in a road/neutral environment. But I do think that this is going to be a game where Rhode Island is going to be able to bust out with their offense. I do think that David Green is a true difference maker that can keep Rhode Island lively. So I did set my total 143.5. Here at the 142.5, looking over, and going to be willing to take the points with Rhode Island as I set them as a dog of 11.5 points. 623, 624 on the betting board. Loyola Chicago, it's a road face-off against Fordham. Fordham is a 1 to 2.0 underdog. Totals between 144.5 and 146.5 with Loyola Chicago. Set them as a 3-point underdog. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Fordham. This Loyola Chicago team is a top 50 team nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I just still go back to this, though. They don't necessarily have that guy down low that's able to lock you down. With regards to this bunch in Loyola Chicago, they don't have a single guy with worth of 4.7 rebounds per game. Miles Rubin has really been that man. Now for Loyola Chicago, they do a relatively solid job in terms of not allowing a lot of second chances, but when they're away from home, they really get cash from 3-point range. They're allowing opponents to shoot 38.4% from 3-point range in a road/neutral court environment, going up against a Fordham team that, even though it's been topsy-turvy for this team, just because of their tempo, they're actually still a top 100 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Fordham, they themselves allow opponents to shoot 37.2% from 3-point range in their home games. But with this Fordham team, I do think that they're going to do a solid job holding on to the ball against the Loyola Chicago team that the name of their game is not necessarily generating a whole bunch of turnovers. I do like what Philip Olsen has been able to bring to the table for Loyola Chicago. Gives you about 4.5 boards, shipping in their 14 plus points per contest. But when it comes to this Fordham team, you've been able to have Yesaf Metter not necessarily be the world's greatest facilitator, but a guy that's able to give you 12.5 points, a guy that's going to shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point range. And then you've got Antrell Charlton, good versatility, 7 points, 4.5 boards, 3 assists, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range. And then Abdul Sambilia has 2.7 blocks per contest. I think he's going to be massive against the Loyola Chicago team that they've been able to shoot it well from 3-point range thus far this season, but they do look to try to be able to set up their threes by being able to knife the ball inside a little bit as well, with him being that eraser, and with Loyola Chicago just not having a lot down low. I do think the Fordham is going to be able to get the job done outright on the money line. I did set Fordham as a 3-point favorite, so going to be looking there, and did set my total on 143. Loyola Chicago not necessarily playing super duper up tempo. Fordham, meanwhile, they're actually a top 60 team in terms of total possessions per game, so I do find this to be a very curious spot. But Fordham also doing a nice job locking down on defense. It is a Loyola Chicago team that they've been inconsistent with their offense all season long, have gotten to at least 72 points in 3 of their last 4 games, but I do think that the Fordham defense going to be able to step up here, as their numbers have been very much warped by that 3 overtime game against George Washington defensively. So looking at the under and looking at Fordham on the money line, 625, 626 on the betting board. VMI is going to be playing us to the Citadel. The Citadel is a road favorite of 9 points. Your total on this game is 147.5. Originally set my total at a 146. I had to go up to a 148, and I'm going to be taking a look at the over with the way the VMI has just been getting smoked recently. They give up the north of 130 points against Furman, and you'd think that pride would set in and they play better on defense the next time around. No, they don't. I should say they gave up north of 130 points to Samford, and then they gave up 100 to Furman. And as a matter of fact, for VMI, the last time they gave up fewer than 86 points in a game against a Division I opponent, you have to go back to December 17th. I mean, man, it has really been not great, to say the least. And for VMI, it's not like the offense has been horrible. They're shooting 34% from 3-point range. You've got Brendan Watkins, who, I mean, he does turn the ball for 3 times, times per contest, and for VMI, the 17 turnovers per game, that is pretty unsightly. They are going to need to clean that up, but for VMI, you do have a guy down low that's able to give you 10.5 boards, 8.5 points into Shaw Jackson. That should be able to keep the team a little bit lively on the glass, going up against Quentin Melora Brown, who comes in from Vanderbilt. He was a starter over there, been able to give the team about 9.2 rebounds per game, and this is a Citadel team that is in the top 100 with regards to their rebound rate. AJ Smith, Elijah Morgan, they've been able to combine for 31 points. They are really shooting it well from three, especially Morgan at 46% from three. Smith more in that neighborhood, about 38% from the outside. So lots of intrigue there for a Citadel team that they do turn the ball about 12 times per contest. They're one of the slowest teams in all of college basketball, but shooting 38% from three-point range. It's a VMI team that I do think that they're going to be starting to look a little bit better, because this has just been absolute sadness for them recently. So I did set my number at 8. I'm going to be willing to take 9 with them, because I do think that the big key for VMI is just being able to guard the arc a little bit better. I feel like they've been the victims of some bad shooting variants. You saw Furman go out there and shoot 18 of 37 from 3 after they were shooting about 30% from the outside. Now, part of it is just poor defense, to say the least. But, for VMI, they're allowing opponents to shoot 32.5% from three-point range in a road/Utah environment compared to 42% at home. You got to think that that's going to iron out just a little bit. I do think that this is going to be a higher scoring game. The Citadel going to be able to knock down more shots than what they typically do, but this is a Citadel team that they're very solid down low, but they do give a little bit from the arc as well, about 178th with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. I think that VMI knocks down enough shots against a Citadel team that doesn't force a lot of turnovers to hold in there. So did somebody total 148 here at the 147.5, looking over and willing to take the 9 here with VMI. 627, 628 on the betting board. San Diego State, it's a road face-off against Boise State. Boise State is an underdog of a point with your total between 136 and 137.5. Did set Boise State as a 2-point home favorite. I'm going to be looking at them right on the money line. This is a San Diego State team that has been able to do a tremendous job of getting Jaden Ledee going. Jaden Ledee has been logging darn near a double-double with about 19-plus points per contest. I absolutely love what he's bringing to the table for a San Diego State team that they're always pretty solid on the glass. They're 99th in the country with regards to rebound rate. But for Boise State, this is a team that has a really good home court environment. They're coming off of a loss to UNLV. You know that they're going to be hungry. They're a top 65 team in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, and Boise State shuts down the arc. Top 20 in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, going up against the San Diego State team that is 16th with this regard. For Boise State, it's all about getting Chibuzo Egbo going. He's been able to shoot north of 40% from three-point range, logging north of 12 points per contest. Love what he's been able to do offensively for the team, but you still have Tyson Dagenard, someone who stands 6'8", who's able to give you right around about 5-6 rebounds per contest. This is a team that does a good job of being able to rebound by committee for San Diego State. They are dealing with a little bit of an injury to Darion Trammell, but he, along with Lamont Butler, have just really been no-shows this far this season. Both of these guys give me about 8 points per contest, combined to shoot less than 30% from three-point range. So they haven't necessarily done a great job for the team. It's really been Reese Sticks and Waters, along with Micah Parrish, who have been your main helpers for Jaden Ledee, combining for about 22.5 points per contest, and Waters shooting 41% from three. But San Diego State, they only do shoot about 32% from three-point range. You take good care of the ball, about 11.5 turnovers per game. And for Boise State, you tell that they're missing Marcus Shaver. They really don't have that one guy that is able to give you tremendous facilitation, though it does look like they found a bit of an answer in Roddy Anderson, who's been able to do a nice job doling it out in recent games and combined 13 assists in the team's last 3 games. He's been seeing more minutes, and he's been able to take it and run with them in a little bit more of a facilitation role for a Boise State team that they shoot about 33% from three-point range. You've got 4 of your top 5 starters being able to give you at least 4.9 rebounds per game, including Omar Stanley, now giving you 6.5 boards and a block per contest. I do think that Boise State going to be able to win this game from within, so I did set them as a 2-point favorite. Looking at them outright on the money line, both of these teams well outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game. Boise State stepping up with their defense at home, so I did set my total at a 134, looking at the under, and Boise State outright on the money line. 629, 630 on the betting board. Denver, it's a road face-off against North Dakota. This is a pick'em game with your total at a 155, and with Denver, I did set them as a 2-point favorite. I'm going to be looking at them outright on the money line. The big key for this Denver team is being able to shoot it from three-point range, and they go up against a North Dakota team that at home they are allowing opponents to shoot 41.4% from three-point range. This just feels like a recipe for disaster for them. Tommy Bruner has been the top scorer in all of college basketball. He's been able to deliver for Denver north of 25 points per contest, and it's not like it's Bruner and it's Bruner alone. You've got Teku Tanemo, who's been able to give you 14 plus points per contest. He's throwing in there 9 rebounds per game. You've been able to get Jackson Brenchley, who's been able to give you about 9 points, 5 boards per contest. So these guys have done a nice job of being able to support Mr. Bruner. Now, I will say, it's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot. This is going to be a local time game of 11 a.m. for the tip, so that always does favor the home team a little bit, in my opinion, but this is a Denver team that they're only turned the ball over 9.8 times per contest. They're a top 30 team in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And then you've got another good shooter to help out Tommy Bruner, Isaiah Edu Ankara. Both of these guys shoot right around about 41% from three-point range. With Edu Ankara, he's been able to give you about 7.5 points per contest. We have seen him be able to bump it up a little bit more recently, a combined 23 points in the last 3 games. So like what I'm seeing there. Meanwhile, it's a North Dakota team that while you do have BJ Omach giving you 17 points per contest, and you finally have Tyree Iheanacho in the fold. He's one of those 2-time transfers that was barred from playing towards the beginning part of the season. He's now been able to supply 15 points, 5.5 boards, 3.5 assists. Gives you a lot of just good contributions in general for a North Dakota team that they only turn the ball over about 10.8 times per contest. It is also a North Dakota team that they only shoot about 30.7% from three-point range. You do go up against a Denver team that is going to give you a lot of open looks. Denver 255th in all of college basketball with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but I just don't think that this North Dakota team going to be able to do enough down low to be able to win this game. Amar Kulajovic has been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, and then Sonsei Sarsay has been able to give you about 4 to 5 rebounds per game. He's got a little bit of versatility, chipping in there 10 points, 5 boards, but I do think that in the end, Denver, with that top score of Tommy Bruner and the way that North Dakota does not guard the three-point arc, that's going to win out against a Denver team that has just been really a flamethrower with regards to their offense. They have gotten to now at least 78 points in each of their last 7 games, going up against a North Dakota team that they themselves have allowed 74 plus in 4 of their last 5. So it is a circumstance where I'm going to be taking a look at the over side by total 160, and I like Denver on the spectrum line, set them as a 2-point favorite. 631, 632 on the betting board. South Carolina, it's the road facing off against Arkansas. Arkansas is a favorite of 3.5 points. Total this game is between 141.5 and 142.5. With Arkansas, I did set them as a favorite of 3.5 points. I'm seeing a 2.5 out there. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 3 here with Arkansas. I do think that we still need to have respect for the tremendous home court environment that is Bud Walton Arena. Bud Walton Arena does cause a lot of dreams to go to die, and we saw that with Texas A&M a few nights ago. Now, it's just not the same Arkansas team that we've seen in past years, but after a very hot start from three-point range to begin the year for South Carolina, they're really starting to cool off. You still have that primary scorer, Michi Johnson, who's been able to give you 17.5 points, 2.5 assists, shooting about 36% from three-point range, and Miles Sute, Tavon Cooper. They both shoot about 38.5% from the outside. Cooper, 4.2 assists and 1.1 turnovers per game, and that is one thing that has been a constant for South Carolina. They do a tremendous job of not turning the ball over, only about 10.5 turnovers per game, but it is a South Carolina team that they're about 169th in the country in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, and this is an Arkansas team that they've got 2 absolutely tremendous scorers, Khalif Battle, Alon Tremont Mark, both of these guys giving you 15 plus points per contest. Both of these guys do a very solid job of being able to bomb it from three-point range, and on top of that, I do think that you're going to be able to get some better ancillary production out of guys like a Chandler Lawson, who, when he's been given minutes, he's been able to give you a little bit north of a block per contest. You've got Trayvon Brazil, who is someone that I just don't think the South Carolina team is going to be able to match up with. That right around 6'9", 6'10", 9.5 points, 6.5 boards, shooting about 36% from three-point range. It's an Arkansas team that as a whole, they're shooting about 33% from the outside. You've been able to have Keon Menafield come into the fold, and he's been able to add a little bit to the backcourt, 9 points, 2.5 assists per contest. You can tell that it's taken him a little bit of time to be able to find his footing, and has been in a little bit of a more ancillary role. He did score those 32 points against UNC Wilmington, but ever since then, he's scored a combined 17 points in the team's last 4 games, but he did a better job of being a bit more well-rounded against Texas A&M. I think that he's starting to find his footing with this team, and that's what it's been all about with this Arkansas team. You've got a whole bunch of talent with this team, but not really a guy that leads the team, as you've got Devo Davis giving you about 2.3 assists per contest as your main facilitator, so they've sort of been looking for that answer at the floor general spot. I do think that they're starting to be able to get a few of those answers, as Arkansas has been looking quite a bit better with regards to their just overall facilitation recently. It is an Arkansas team that is very much up and down with regards to their offense, scoring now of fewer than 70 points in 2 out of their last 4 games, but also going up against the South Carolina team that's been a little bit wobbly for them recently. They have been a squad that's had a tough time being able to bust through with their offense, scoring fewer than 70 points in regulation because the Missouri game went to overtime in each out of their last 4 games. So, interesting spot here. I did, as a result, set my total 143.5. South Carolina outside the top 250 with regards to total possessions per game, but I do think that Arkansas, the way that they're outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and now I think this is going to be close enough for late game falling, going to be able to do just enough to push this total over, and with Arkansas, willing to lay up to 3 with them. 633, 634 on the betting board. Oklahoma, it's the road they're facing off against Cincinnati. Yes, we are on to Cincinnati, and They're on to being a favorite of 4 to 4.5 points with your total on this game, 141.5/140.5, and I did set my total 143. I'm going to be taking a look at the over. This is a Cincinnati team that's a relatively mid-tempo team that has been really good on the glass. They're a top 40 team in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate. Aziz Bandango, along with Victor Lakeen, these two guys have been able to combine for north of 15 rebounds per game, and you've got Bandango being able to give you about a block and a half per contest, going up against an Oklahoma team that they certainly are influenced a little bit by their home and road splits. This is an Oklahoma team that they are giving up north of 17 points more per 100 possessions in a road/neutral court environment rather than at home. And this has been an Oklahoma team that has been a pretty good constant with regards to their offense. They have scored between 71 and 77 points in 4 of their last 5 games. You've got a pair of guys in Javion McCollum along with Ortega away who have been able to combine for 29 points per contest. Away continues to shoot 60% from 3-point range. I do think that you're going to see that cool down a little bit. And it is an Oklahoma team that they do turn the ball over about 13 times per contest. Cincinnati, not amazing at being able to generate turnovers, but they're not bad with that regard. And this has been a Cincinnati team that has taken away the 3-point arc. Opponents at home shooting just 30.2% from 3-point range against them. Meanwhile, this is an Oklahoma team that they themselves, in terms of their perimeter defense, number 7 in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. But this is not a Cincinnati team that really relies too much on the 3-ball. Jizzle James has been able to give you about 8 or 9 points per contest. I like what he's been able to bring to the table. But that said, this is a team that's very much built down low, built around rebounding, and they've got a lot of versatility with having someone like a Simius Lukasius, who stands right around about 6'8", being able to be a do-it-all player with 9 points, 3.5 assists, shooting 36.5% from 3-point range. Overall, Cincinnati does shoot about 34.7% from the outside while turning the ball over just 11.5 times per contest. So they've been relatively efficient with that regard. They're going to need, in terms of the battle in the backcourt, Day Thomas to continue to be hot. He has given the team a combined 36 points, 8 assists in the last 2 games, so has really been able to do a nice job with that regard. And for Oklahoma, they're going to lose that battle down low. Jalen Moore has been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. You've been able to get some nice ancillary pieces to do an okay job with regards to the rebound rate. And if you look at this Oklahoma team overall, in terms of their rebound rate, it's 14th in all of college basketball. I don't know if I'm buying into it too much. I do think that the size of Cincinnati just going to be a little bit too strong, and this has not been the same Oklahoma team when they've been away from Norman. So I did set my line at 5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Cincinnati, and did make my total 143. I do think that Oklahoma can threaten 70 once again in this spot in a battle of a pair of mid-tempo teams. So going to be taking a look at Cincinnati, willing to lay up to 4.5, and looking at the over 635, 636 on the betting board. UMKC is going to be on the road facing off against Omaha. Omaha is a favorite of 5 points with your total 142.5, and I could only set Omaha as a 3-point favorite, so I'm going to be diving in with the points with UMKC. It's a UMKC team that has not been too great this far this season, but legitimately both of these teams have got massive wolves on defense. Both of these teams outside the top 35 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's not even like this Nebraska-Omaha team really gets too much of a boost at home. As a matter of fact, Nebraska-Omaha is giving up 5.1 points more per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment going up against a UMKC team that, for the life of me, I just have no idea why Allen David and Beckett Jr. is getting fewer minutes than he did a season ago. He was tremendous down low a season ago. He's logging 8 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and he has not played north of 20 minutes since Christmas. So I just have no idea what's going on there, and he seems effective every time he's out there on the floor. So no idea what Marvin Menzies is doing. There's a reason why he's no longer coaching UNLV, and when it comes to this UMKC team, they've been dealing with quite a few injuries all season long. The Anderson Kopp injury certainly has been hurting them, has not been out there since early December, so they've turned Jamar Brown into a little bit of a do-it-all guy, and he has been able to do it all. 7+ rebounds in 3 of the last 4 games, shooting 33% from 3, 14 points, 6.5 boards per contest for a UMKC team that is turning the ball over about 12.5 times per contest. You'd like to see them clean it up a little bit. Omaha has a leg up there with about 10.5 turnovers per game, but it's an Omaha team that they've got Frankie Fiddler, Markel Sutton, who've been able to combine for about 30.5 points, 12 boards, with Fiddler being able to shoot 38% from 3-point range, but J.J. White, who averaged north of 4 assists per contest last season, that's down to about 2.5, and you're just not getting a lot of ancillary production out of this team. It is an Omaha team that also allows opponents to shoot 36.5% from 3-point range when they're at home. Now, you've got a Kansas City team that they themselves have been pretty rough with regards to their perimeter defense in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. That's right around 272nd in all of college basketball, so I do think that both of these teams are going to let it fly and are going to be able to knock down some threes. Neither of these teams are very up-tempo, though, at all, so it does lead to a little bit of an interesting spot. You've got two slower teams that are very inefficient on defense. I do think that this is a nip-and-tuck game that comes down to late-game following, so I did set my total at 145. I'm going to be taking a look at the over. And with Omaha, them being a 5-point favorite, I think is a little bit too steep. I'm going to be willing to take the points with UMKC, with Omaha being a team that, once again, is well outside the top 275 with regards to rebound rate, and I'm going to be taking a look at the over to go along with those points with UMKC. 637, 638 on the betting board. Missouri State plays those to Illinois State. Illinois State is a underdog of 6.5 points. John's game is 134. It's up by total 136. I'm going to be taking a look at the over. Missouri State is starting to decline a little bit with regards to their tempo. They were playing a little bit too fast for their own good to begin the season, but this is still a Missouri State team that is playing quite a bit faster than they did a season ago. They're now within the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, though. I will say for Missouri State, if you look on a points allowed on a per possession basis, because their overall points allowed this season is up a little bit, they're only giving up about 0.6 of a point more per 100 possessions this year than they did a season ago. Meanwhile, they're going up against an Illinois State team that does have Brandon Live down low, who's got a little bit of size at 7 feet tall, but doesn't necessarily do the world's greatest job of being able to rebound. It's an Illinois State team that's now 168th in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and an Illinois State team that they're just really rhymeless and reasonless with regards to the way that they rebound, even though they're 98th in the country with regards to rebound rate. It is a Missouri State team that has been able to get a lot more three-point shooting this season as well. Also, Mason has been able to shoot in the high 30s from three-point range. He's been able to log for the team about 17.5 points per contest. You've been able to get NJ Benson to be able to go off, give you 7 boards per contest. He should be able to do a solid job against Miles Foster. And like I said, with Illinois State, even though they're a top 100 team with regards to rebound rate, you haven't gotten too much out of Kendall Lewis. 8.5 points, 5.5 boards, and he and Foster are the only two guys on the roster that give you north of 4.1 rebounds per game. It's an Illinois State team that's currently shooting 27% from three-point range. Though Illinois State, they're getting gashed from the outside. 294th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. This is a Missouri State team that they're very comfortable stroking it from three-point range. We've got Donovan Clay, 6'8", do-it-all sort of player. He gives you 14-plus points, 5-plus boards. He's zoning out 3 assists per game. Absolutely love what he's bringing to the table. And you do have a guy, Matthew Lee, that currently is turning the ball for 3.7 times per contest. That's a top 5 mark to the negative in terms of turnovers per game. But this is an Illinois State team that they don't do a great job putting on a lot of ball pressure. It's an Illinois State offense, by the way, that has scored 64 points or fewer each of their last 4 games, but we've also got Missouri State surrendering 77-plus in 3 their last 4 games, so it is a situation of something's got to give. I do think that Illinois State is going to be able to bust out a little bit more with their offense, but because they just don't guard the arc, I do think that Missouri State is going to be able to get it done in the spot and get it done by a relatively reasonable margin. So I did set my number at 10. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Missouri State and make my total 136. Looking at the over, I want to lay it with Missouri State. 639, 640 on the betting board. TCU is going to be playing with Iowa State. Iowa State is a 3.5 to a 4-point underdog with your total between 144 and 145.5 with Iowa State. I did set them as an underdog of 4 points, so you're at the 3.5. It's a max I'm willing to lay with TCU, but I'm going to be willing to lay it. Iowa State is giving up north of 28 points more per 100 possessions in a road/shoot-record environment rather than at home. And you've got a TCU team that they themselves have some of the biggest home and road splits that you're going to find in all of college basketball. And for both of these teams, they played absolutely nobody out of conference, and it has been discovered that both of these teams not as good offensively in conference as they were out of conference, but the defense is pretty legit. TCU, they're giving up about 19.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road, going up against an Iowa State team that, despite the effort that we saw against BYU, they're still number 2 in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I actually undersold the Iowa State home and road split. They're actually giving up 32.3 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home, and I don't think that Taymon Lipsby is going to quite continue this. He's really taken some strides forward this year. 14.5 points, 5.5 boards, 5.5 assists, 3.4 steals per contest on 38.5% three-point shooting. I think that tapers off just a little bit. You've got Milan Mimosilovic, who's been able to shoot 39.5% from the outside, but now they go up against a TCU squad that has been one of the best teams in the country with regards to rebound rate, with Emmanuel Miller being able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, and it's an Iowa State team that legitimately just does not have a whole heck of a lot of size, so I do think that that's going to be hurting them in this ordeal. It's a TCU team that is 47th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and the one place where you can gash is Iowa State team is by being able to stroke it from the outside. They're allowing opponents to shoot 38.3% from three-point range. Now, Iowa State, they do a good job of being able to rip the ball away. They're a top 10 team in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and this has been a TCU team that has had a few issues taking care of the ball with about 12.5 turnovers per game, but Jameer Nelson Jr., along with Mr. Miller, I was mentioning before, they combine for about 6 assists per contest, and for that matter, for TCU, they've got a lot of interchangeable pieces out. Their top 5 scorers, 4 of them do give you at least 2.9 assists per contest, including Avery Anderson III. I do think that sort of versatility and having so many guys that can handle the ball allows TCU to be able to get it done against an Iowa State team that just has not been the same away from them. This is a TCU team that has really been bumping up their tempo, but at the same time, in conference, they slowed it down a little bit towards the first few games of the season, and I do think that they're going to be doing so once again. It just feels like this is a TCU team that they wanted to run it up on the lesser competition. Now that they're in conference, they're starting to taper it back just a little bit with regards to that tempo, so did set my total 142, looking at the under, and with TCU, going to be one to lay up to 3.5 with them. 641, 642 on the betting board. Furman is going to be playing us Western Carolina. Western Carolina is an underdog of 4 to 4.5 points with your total 149.5. I did set my line at a 151.5 in terms of the total, so I'm going to be looking at the over end with Western Carolina. Made them the favorite of 1.5 points. I'm going to be one to take them out right on the money line. Furman should be very fortunate that when it comes to metrics, they only factor in games against D1 teams because they already lost to a non-Division I opponent this season. It was like Anderson something of the Division II rank, so that was a little bit less than terrific. And you've got a bunch here in Western Carolina that is going to have the best player out there on the floor, Vontavious Woolbright. 20.5 points, 12.5 boards. For a Western Carolina team that they really play it slowly just because they do have to have Woolbright do a little bit of everything. You don't want him to be tired out towards the back half of the game. And this has been a very top-heavy team. You've got 4 separate guys that give you 12-plus points per contest. You get about 7 points per contest out of Bernard Polite, who's been able to shoot about 34% from three-point range, 4.5 boards per contest, and nobody else really gives you north of 4 points per game, though. Trey Jackson is able to shoot 36% from the outside with 13 points per contest. And for Furman, good news for them, Marcus Foster, their top scorer, was out for 9 games, is back. He's able to give you 19.5 points per game. Look good against VMI, but again, it's a VMI team that's just getting completely tattooed with regards to their defense. And it's not like this Furman team is doing tremendous either. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. It is a Furman team that at home they've been very good with their three-point shooting defense, allowing opponents to shoot just 25% from the outside. I do think that we're going to see quite a bit of regression there. They go up against a bunch in Western Carolina that has been able to do, honestly, a relatively solid job defensively. They allow opponents to shoot just 31.5% from three-point range in a roadside shoot-record environment, and going up against a Furman team that they really don't do a great job of being able to hit the glass. You've been able to get a little bit of rebounding out of this team, and you do have JP Peaks, who's been pretty efficient at the point guard spot. 5.3 assists and 2 turnovers per game, but it is still a Furman team that they are turning the ball over north of 12.5 times per contest, going up against a Western Carolina team that, while they aren't going to generate a whole bunch of turnovers, this is about a Western Carolina team that, if you look at them defensively in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they have been a top 50 defense in a roadside shoot-record environment. As a matter of fact, a top 40 defense, but this is also a Furman team that they do a good job getting their up-tempo, rapid pace. I do think that this is going to come down to late game fouling. I do think that with Furman just lacking any sort of defense whatsoever, I do think that it is going to be a spot where Western Carolina is going to be able to get this job done outright on the money line. It is a Western Carolina team that, while they have given up just 71 points for fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, they are a team that they themselves have been able to speed it up 70-plus points in 4 of their last 5 games. And for this Furman team, 80-plus points in each of their last 3 games. They've certainly been getting tattooed on defense as well, so it is a spot where I did set my total 151.5, looking over and looking at Western Carolina outright on the money line. 643, 644 on the betting board. Hampton, it's a road face-off against Monmouth. Monmouth does find themselves as a favorite of 12.5 points, so it's 147.5 to 148.5. Did set my total 148.5, so here at the 147.5, diving under. And with Monmouth, set them as a 14.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay it. The big key here for Hampton is, what are you going to be able to get out of Jordan Nesbitt? He was the top scorer from a season ago for this team, and ever since he's returned, he has been a shell of what he was a season ago. 8 points, 4 assists, 5 boards on 30% three-point shooting. Last season, he chipped in there north of 6 boards with about 14.5 points per game, and he's really had to take on a facilitation role for a Hampton team that they don't have a lot of shooting. They turn the ball over 14 times per contest. They shoot 33% from three-point range, other than Kyron Mullen, who's been able to give you about 9 boards, 14 points per contest. You don't have anyone that gives you north of 5.1 rebounds per game either. Hampton is a bottom 75 team with that regard. To Monmouth, they're right around about 250th with regards to rebound rate, but Jack Collins, Nikita Kuznetsovsky have been able to combine for about 13.5 rebounds per game. You've got Collins who's able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range, and it's a Monmouth team that they do an okay job being able to generate turnovers. You've got 4 separate guys that give you at least a steal per game, and Xander Rice going to be the best scorer out there on the floor. 21 points on 37.5% three-point shooting for a Monmouth team that does rank in the top 45 nationally with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. It's a Monmouth team that has been able to cover spreads all season long, and it is a Monmouth team that certainly is going to give up their points as well, but they've been able to improve quite a bit defensively here in the last few weeks. They have now given up 72 points or fewer in all but 2 of their games since the beginning of the month of December. Meanwhile, you've got a Hampton team that, while they've gotten past the 75-point plateau in each of their last 2 games, if you take a look at it a little bit more long-term, this has been a Hampton team that has really been tied down recently. They have scored 71 points or fewer against Division I opponents in all but those last 2 games ever since the beginning of the month of December. I do think that for Monmouth, they are going to find a way to be able to exploit a Hampton team that's well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And the kicker here when it comes to this Hampton team is that they are 271st in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And I think Monmouth, a relatively slow tempo team, is going to be able to exploit that going up against a Hampton team that they really do play quite a bit more up tempo. This is a Hampton bunch in terms of total possessions per game. They are clocking in about 64th in all of college basketball. So I do think you get just enough points for an over. Set my total 148.5. And with regards to the spread, set my line at 14.5. So good to be willing to lay with Monmouth to go along with the over. 645, 646 on the betting board. Ball State is going to be playing with Miami of Ohio. Miami of Ohio is an underdog of 3 points with your total 143.5. Did set my line at 4. So going to be willing to lay the 3 with Ball State. It's Ball State squad that certainly has been having their issues defensively, but this is a team that on offense, they're really able to stroke it from 3-point range. Meanwhile, they themselves 296th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And the same goes for Miami of Ohio, though they do a much better job of being able to lock it down from 3-point range. Miami of Ohio actually 22nd in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, while they themselves have been able to knock down quite a few threes. But with what Miami of Ohio really lacks down low, I do think that that's going to be a big elixir, and I do think that we are going to be seeing a little bit of regression with that Miami of Ohio 3-point shooting defense. So going to be looking at Ball State in this spot. When it comes to Ball State, you've got Bashar Jihad, who's been able to do a really nice job with 18.5 points, 7.5 boards, shooting 36.5% from 3-point range. And it's a Ball State team as a whole. They shoot 36% from the outside. You've been able to get some relatively solid rebounding out of Jalen Anderson, Mikey Pearson, being able to combine for about 9 boards per contest. Jalen Anderson, who comes in from Loyola Marymount, has been able to give you about 16.5 points and also chips in there 4.6 assists to about 2.6 turnovers per game. So I do like what I'm seeing there. It is a Ball State team that overall 280th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And even though it's a Miami of Ohio team that's done a tremendous job being able to lock it down from 3-point range, 241st in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 18.5 points more per 100 possessions in a road/neutral environment rather than at home. And the reason why Miami of Ohio is getting cooked so bad is because they are 333rd in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate. That actually gets a little bit worse when they're away from home. And it's not to say that this Ball State team is amazing on the glass, but Ball State has a nice advantage there. They're about 135th with this regard. They go up against a Miami of Ohio team that now is getting Anderson Marmot back in the fold. He's a true 7-footer that has been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to give the team versatility, chip it in there. 13.5 points, 4 boards, and it's actually shooting in the low 30s from 3-point range for a Miami of Ohio team that overall they're shooting 37.5% from 3-point range. So that has been very encouraging for a team that has big-time home and road splits defensively. They actually shoot a little bit better offensively when they're in a roadside shoot corner environment. So I do think that that is going to cause for a bit of a higher scoring game in this one. I did set my total at 146. You do have a pair of teams that they are certainly going to be looking to bomb it from 3-point range. I think Miami of Ohio is going to see a little bit of regression with their 3-point shooting defense. It's a Miami of Ohio team that they themselves gone to at least 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games, and it's a Ball State team that certainly has been giving up 70-plus points allowed in each out of their last 5 games since that game against Eastern Michigan that they played earlier in the week. That said, they've also been able to get to at least 72 points in each of their last 3 games. So I do think that you get enough scoring for an over. I think that you could see a little bit of late game fouling, but I do think that Ball State wins from within. Set them as 4-point favorite. Going to be one to lay the number, and going to be looking at the over. It says set my total at 146. 647, 648 on the betting board. Fort Wayne, it's a road face-off against Cleveland State. Cleveland State is a favorite of 3.5 points. This game is anywhere between 157.5 and 158.5. Did semi-total 155. Going to be diving in on the under. Cleveland State is playing quite a bit more up-tempo this season than they did a season ago, but it's not like they're playing at warp speed or anything like that. They're about 181st with regards to total possessions per game, and it's a Fort Wayne team that, going into the month of January, this team was actually doing a really good job defensively. It has went all straight down the toilet bowl for a Fort Wayne team that they are playing quite a bit of tempo. They are in the top 35 in terms of total possessions per game, but I do still think that this has went a little bit too far, and I do think that we are going to be seeing a nice little bounce back spot for a Fort Wayne team that it's been rough for them over the last few games. They lose to IUPUI. As a matter of fact, they're on a 4-game losing streak in which they gave up 85 plus points each of their last 4 games. Prior to this losing streak, though, this team was looking very dominant. They had given up 63 points or fewer in 5 out of their previous 6 games, so it has been all over the place for Fort Wayne. I do think that they're going to be able to refine it, especially with Rasheed Bello being exactly what this team needed to be able to run efficient sets on offense. He doesn't shoot it well from 3-point range. That's everyone else on the roster. Bello gives you 4 assists, 15.5 points, 2.1 steals per contest, while Jalen Jackson, Quentin Morton Robinson, they're combining for about 29.5 points per contest. They're both shooting north of 42.5% from 3-point range, so love what they've been able to bring to the table. And then you've got down low someone in Eric Mulder who's been able to give you 7 rebounds per game. Flip side, you've got a Cleveland State team that they just don't give you a lot down low. Tristan Enaruna has been able to give you 18 points, 6.5 boards. He's had to be Mr. Do-It-All for this team as he shoots right around about 34.5% from 3-point range. And Cleveland State, a team that was in the bottom 50 nationally with regards to their 3-point shooting a season ago, they've really been able to kick it up. They are shooting about 36% from the outside with regards to this Cleveland State team. They do see a little bit of drop off when they leave home. They're shooting more in the neighborhood about 35% from 3-point range away from home, north of 37% when they are at home. And this is a Cleveland State team that overall with regards to their offense, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, that does fall off by about 9 points per 100 possessions when they do leave home, though. You do have someone like a Tate Williams who's been able to give you 12.5 points, 5.5 boards per contest, but you do have to have fear that this is a Cleveland State team that's going to get just absolutely palmed and decimated on the glass. They do a very nice job of being able to generate turnovers, but if they don't generate a turnover, they are going to leave themselves open for some golden opportunities defensively, as they are 263rd nationally with regards to their rebound rate. And this is a Cleveland State team that, when it comes to being able to guard the 3-point arc in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, it's much different on the road rather than at home. They're allowing opponents to shoot just 29.5% from 3-point range at home, 33.6% in a roadside shoot court environment. Meanwhile, opponents of Fort Wayne shooting just 28.4% from 3-point range when they are at home. So it's a circumstance where I do think that the scoring is going to taper off a little bit. I do think that Fort Wayne refines that defense. So looking at the under semi-total 155, and with Fort Wayne, I did set them as a 1-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them outright on the money line. I think that they go on the road. I think that they do a solid job in this spot, despite the fact that some of the home and road splits are a little bit funky. It's not like they're completely out of control for this Fort Wayne team. They've been able to be pretty consistent on both fronts with regards to their 3-point shooting. So looking at them outright on the money line, and I'm going to be taking a look at this total under as well. 649, 650 on the betting board. George Mason is going to be playing us to St. Bonaventure. The Bonnies, who find themselves as an underdog of 2 points. Your total on this game are between 135.5 and 136, with George Mason made them just a 1.5 point favorite. Here at the 2, if we even go even further than that, I'm going to be willing to take the points with St. Bonaventure. It's a Bonnies team that has been scoring quite a bit more recently. They got to north of 95 points in that game against Rhode Island. I don't think that we're going to be seeing that duplicate itself, but for St. Bonaventure, this is one of the oldest teams in college basketball, and it's a St. Bonaventure team that they do a really good job with their backcourt, especially of being able to guard the 3-point arc. This team is in the top 50 nationally with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. As a matter of fact, when they're away from home, opponents are shooting less than 30% from 3-point range against them, and they have to go up against a squad that has been very out of sorts with regards to being able to take care of the ball on George Mason. Now with George Mason, you do have quite a few guys that are able to light it up from 3-point range as well. And Keyshawn Hall is probably going to be able to win the battle down low with Keyshawn Hall. He comes in from VCU. He's done a nice job with his overall versatility. 16.5 points, 9.3 rebounds per game, going up against the St. Bonaventure team that you've got the artist formerly known as Jan Farrell. It's like Isam Isamovich, who's been able to give you about 6 rebounds per game. We're just going to stick with Jan Farrell with him. It's much easier to say, but that's it for St. Bonaventure. They're shooting also about 37.8% from 3-point range, and they do go up against a George Mason squad that they've been a little bit all over the place with regards to their 3-point shooting defense. It's a George Mason team that overall is about 105th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They do a better job at home, giving up about 11 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside shoot court environment. But I've been thoroughly impressed by the way that St. Bonaventure has been able to hit the road all season long. along when it comes to the Bonnies and their overall three-point shooting. It doesn't take too much of a drop-off when they're away from home. 38.2% from three-point range at home, more like 37.3% in a roadside shoot-court environment, with Charles Pride being able to do a nice job as a double-figure scorer, being able to chip in there 6.9 rebounds, that is currently shooting 48% from three, and as a matter of fact, among your top three scorers have all made at least 1 3 for this Bonnies team. All three of them shoot at least 43.5% from three-point range. That includes the 10 points per game that you get out of Moses Flowers. Meanwhile, for the George Mason squad, they are shooting as collective about 35% from three, 12 turnovers per contest, with Amari Kelly being able to shoot 46.5% from the outside, logging 12.6 rebounds per game, and then you've been able to have Mr. Maddox, Darius Maddox, give you 13 points per game, but it is a little bit of a top-heavy team. Would like to see a little bit more out of Woody Newton moving forward, and when it comes to George Mason and the way that they're guarding the three-point arc, they're 232nd in all of college basketball with this regard. So I do think that St. Bonaventure holds in there. Two or more going to be able to take the points with the Bonnies. I did semi total 133.5. Both of these teams well inside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. Both of these teams have locked it down pretty well with regards to their defense. Bonnies have given up 71 points or fewer in all but 3 of their games thus far this season. So looking under and going to be willing to take 2+ here with St. Bonaventure. 651, 652 on the betting board. Rice, we give our own to Lane Kiffin. Go Owls. They face off against another pair of Owls of Temple. Temple, the home team, is a 3.5 point favorite. So on this game is anywhere between 143 and 143.5. Did semi-total at a 150.5. I'm going to be taking a look at the over. Got a Rice team that is really giving it up defensively. 279th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up about 11.6 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home. And it's not like this is a Temple team that's doing anything amazing on defense either. 176th in the country with this regard as well. Both of these teams have had a rough time being able to guard the arc, though I will say both of these teams are also shooting less than 32% from three-point range. So this is all of a sudden a situation of something's got to give. It's a Temple team that's in the top 125 with regards to total possessions per game, and Rice, when they're in their happy zone, they're a team that's playing very up-tempo as well. So I do think that you get plenty of scoring, which is why I am on this total over. Both of these teams have issues with regards to both being able to guard the three-point arc and allowing second chances. Rice is a little bit of a better rebounding team, 175th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Temple clocking in more in the neighborhood, about 245th. But when it comes to the Temple team, they are going to have to match up with Max Fiedler. He's someone that stands right around 6'10", 6'11". It's be able to dole out 9 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists per contest. One of the most versatile big men that you're going to find in all of college basketball. But Steve Settle is someone that comes in from Howard. He's able to pop some threes. I actually think that he's going to be able to do a solid job in this ordeal, and they get to go up against a Rice defense that they are the worst team with regards to being able to guard the perimeter in this spot. Rice, 336th in all of college basketball with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, this is a Temple team that they're more around 228th with this regard. It is a Rice team as well that has Makai Mason. They've also got Travis Evie, pair of guys that throughout their career, they've been mid to high 30s three-point shooters. They've been just cold this year. They've been able to combine for in that neighborhood about 28 or so points per contest, but I do think that with Micah Piccarelli being able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range, with being able to have Isier Miller be all sorts of versatile himself, 15.5 points, 4.5 boards for a Temple team that they do wrestle away about 8 steals per contest. It's a Rice team that they don't do a very good job at all of being able to generate turnovers, and this is a Rice team that in games that are played against actual competition that is not at the Division II level, not against the SWAC or the Southland, they have given up at least 80 points in every single one of their games as far this season that they are going to be giving up here against a Temple team that they have struggled with their offense, 68 points or fewer in all 5 of their games since the turn of the year. But Adam Fisher, who comes in from Penn State, I do think that he's going to do a solid job getting these guys to fire on all cylinders, and I mean, it legitimately has been a rough run of things going up against some of the most low-tempo teams in this conference for Temple, and I do think that that's going to turn around here. Set Temple as a favorite of 4.5 points, going to be willing to lay up to 4 with them, and did set my total 150.5. So looking at the over, I'm going to be willing to lay with Temple. Go Owls, 653, 654 on the betting board. Iowa plays us Purdue. Purdue does find themselves at 6.5 to 7-point favorites here. Total between 165.5 and 167. I did set my total 164.5. I do think that Iowa is going to continue their run. They're now up to 29 straight home games in which they have scored at least 75 points in every single one of them. This is a Purdue team that has been a little bit more lax with regards to their defense, and Iowa, they score about 20 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/shoot-record environment, but I think Iowa is going to be certainly giving it up from three-point range, so I do think that this is a line that's went a little bit too far. We noticed it with Purdue so much last season. They were able to get wins, but they didn't necessarily get a lot of covers when they were in Big Ten play a season ago. I think that that's going to be the same year. I set my line at 6.5, so here at 7, I'm going to be taking the points with an Iowa team that honestly is about 118th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. That is the one place where they've been semi-okay. They're going to get crushed down low. Zach Edey, giant of the earth, what he's been able to do, being able to log a double-double once again. There's nobody on Iowa that's going to be able to match up with that, but for Purdue, in a road/neutral court environment, they are allowing opponents to shoot a little bit north of 35% from three-point range, so that's certainly going to be a little bit of an issue for them going up against so many guys with versatility, like a Penn St, who's able to give you about 15 points per contest, 5 boards, shoots it well from three-point range. You've got Ben Krikke, who's been able to do a really nice job of being able to chip in their 5.5 boards. He's got some good versatility for the squad as well, and then you just take a look at what you're going to be able to get out of this Purdue team in the backcourt, and they certainly are going to be able to be very efficient. This is an Iowa team that they don't really wrestle the ball away. Braden Smith, he's been able to do a solid job being able to log about 6 assists, 6 boards, north of 15 points per contest. Fletcher Lawyer has turned himself into a 40% three-point shooter as well, and this is a Purdue team that has been able to shoot it much better from three-point range this season than a season ago. That said, I do think that for Purdue, they're going to have a few issues just matching up with the overall firepower that you've got with this Iowa team, scoring 86-plus points in 4 of their last 5 games. I do think that Purdue is going to be able to cool them down just a little bit. It is a Purdue team, by the way, that has given up 78-plus points in 3 of their last 4 games. I do have to think that Matt Painter is going to be able to get this team a little bit more in line, be able to settle them down a little bit. And for Iowa, I do think that they get slowed down a touch by having to go up against Zach Edey and company, which is why I did set my total more around 164.5. I'm going to be looking at the under, but I do think that even though Purdue wins from within, I think that Iowa does enough around the perimeter to say in this game we'll take 7+ here with Iowa, and going to be taking a look at this total under as well. 655, 656 on the betting board. Bowling Green plays us Western Michigan. Western Michigan is an underdog of 7 points with your total 151.5 to 152, and with Western Michigan, I did set them as an underdog of 8.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay with Bowling Green. Bowling Green has been a bit underrated by the market, in my opinion, all season long. I do like what the coach in Todd Simon has been bringing to the table, and you've got a demonstrative scorer who's been able to put up nearly 20 points per contest in Marcus Hill, who's been a nice floor general for a Bowling Green team. That overall, they shoot about 31.5% from 3, 67% the free throw line, nothing amazing there, but what they do is a solid job of being able to get second chances, even with having Sam Towns the fold. You've got Rashawn Agee along Jason Spurgeon, who've been able to combine for about 13.5 rebounds per game, and really, both of these teams are 2 of the better ones in the MAC in terms of their rebound rate. Western Michigan, they're clocking in 95th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Bowling Green, they are right around about 123rd, but with this Western Michigan team, even though they do a little bit of a better job on the boards than Bowling Green, they're just not the same team defensively. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, it's a Western Michigan team that's clocking in 297th in all of college basketball. Bowling Green has been able to do a better job of being able to guard from the perimeter. That's why they're more in the neighborhood of about 100th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and ironically, Bowling Green has actually given up fewer points on the road rather than at home. But for Western Michigan, they've been able to bump up their offense with Javonte Brown coming back in the fold, has been back for 8 games and has been logging for the team 13.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Does feel like he's starting to get figured out a little bit, but it's been a nice shot in the arm for this team, along with B. Artis White, starting to show that form that he had a few seasons ago. He's been able to give the team 10 points on 35% three-point shooting, but in that game on Tuesday against Akron was limited at 13 minutes, left with a little bit of an injury, so I did have to downgrade Western Michigan for that. Seth Hubbard has maybe give you about 16.5 points per game, and looks like there's going to be a lot on his plate, and if this is a little bit more of a nip and tuck game, Western Michigan shoots a 62% the free throw line. Now Bowling Green, they shoot 66.5% of the free throw line themselves, but I do think that they find a way to be able to persevere, especially with getting Trey Thomas now back to full, give you 12.5 points per contest, was missing for about 6 games earlier in the season, and it's a Bowling Green team that has now won 3 straight games. It's gotten to at least 78 points in now 4 out of their last 5 games, and it's a Western Michigan team that they themselves have cranked it up with their offense with 80-plus points in 4 out of their last 5 games, but I do think that Bowling Green is going to be able to hold up defensively, while Western Michigan, they just are not going to be able to do so. I did set my total 154.5. Bowling Green now playing more of that Todd Simon style style, playing a bit more up-tempo. So looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Bowling Green. Here comes my DK number. We're right at pick 657, 658 on the betting board. USC is on the road facing off against Arizona State. Arizona State finds themselves anywhere between 2 to 3 point favorites, and your totals anywhere between 145 and 146. And right up here is on Arizona State. I set them as an 8-point favorite. I am all the way out on this USC team. And let's try to bounce back after Marist yesterday, but it's been a good season overall with these 44 and 30 on these write-ups. I knock on whatever this microphone is sitting on that we're able to continue it, because that's still very good even with the loss yesterday. But when it comes to this Arizona State team, they are just 300th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. That's a bit of an issue, but since conference plays began, this offense has been better. 9.4 points more per 100 possessions than they were scoring out of conference, and a big reason why is because now they've got Adam Miller back in fold. He was one of those two-time transfers that was barred from playing towards the beginning part of the season. Now with him getting back out there, the team has been able to get to 70-plus on the regular, and they get to go up against a USC team that has been getting just completely gashed on defense, 160th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. It's a USC team that has really been getting hurt from 3-point range. 301st in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Arizona State 96th with this regard, and it's a USC team that typically they do a great job down low of logging a bunch of rebounds and everything like that. They're outside the top 125 with regards to rebound rate without a single player that's logging at least 5 rebounds per game. So even though Arizona State is outside the top 250 with regards to their rebound rate, it's not like they're going to be exploited too much down low. You do have Kobe Johnson along with DJ Rodman, who've been able to combine for about 18.5 points per contest, with Rodman shooting 39% from 3. And all in all, USC, they do shoot 36% from the outside, but they do a much worse job of taking care of the ball rather than Arizona State. Arizona State is actually 53rd in the country with regards to fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. USC, meanwhile, a turnover on 20.4% of their possessions away from home. That is 314th in all of college basketball, and they are averaging 11 points fewer per 100 possessions in games played in a roadside-neutral environment. And I mean, for USC, they do have the better guards in this game. Boogie Ellis, 18.5 points, 3.5 assists, shooting 45.5% from 3-point range. Isaiah Collier is able to give you about 15.5 points, 4 assists. A lot of people are thinking that he's going to be a top draft pick, but with Boogie Ellis, he's right now dealing with injury as well. He's been out the last 2 games. I'm thinking there's a good chance that he's going to play in this game. I think that there's been a lot of rumblings about that, but I mean, even if he does play in this game, I don't think that he's going to be 100%, as well as they've been looking a lot more now to Isaiah Sellers, who in the last 2 games, he's given the team a combined 28 points, so it's not like the drop-off has been super massive, but for Arizona State, I do think that Alonzo Gaffney is going to be able to do a relatively solid job down low. He's able to give you a block and a half per contest, even though this team isn't tremendous with their rebounding. They do take the ball away as well. Frankie Collins, 2.9 steals, 3.5 assists, 5 boards, 14 points per contest. Jose Perez, 3 assists, 12.5 points, now shooting 47.5% from 3-point range. This is just a completely transformed team, and when it comes to Arizona State, they actually do a solid job with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. This is an Arizona State team that in their home games are a top 75 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. On the interior, Arizona State about 143rd in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And when it comes to USC, they're still hovering right around about 92nd in the country with this regard, but Arizona State, with what they've been able to get from the outside, with Adam Miller being able to chip in their double figures, I do think that they get the job done as they have been all season long. This is an Arizona State team that straight up 7-1 at home this far this season. Meanwhile, USC, they have won just one game in a road/neutral court environment since the beginning of the month of December, 1-6, with all 6 losses coming by at least 8 points. My write-up here is going to be on Arizona State to be able to get the job done. Set them as an 8-point favorite. I think that USC once again gets cooked on defense. Set my total at a 146, so here at the 145, looking at the over on my write-up, laying it with Arizona State. 659, 660 on the betting board. South Dakota is going to be playing us to South Dakota State. South Dakota State is a 6 to 6.5 point favorite. Your total is between 156.5 and 157.5. With South Dakota State, did set them as a 7.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now for South Dakota State, they are in the bottom 35 of the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but as per usual, this is a team that is an absolute flamethrower with regards to their offense. For South Dakota State, they are a team that has certainly given it up from 3-point range, 288th in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And again, the South Dakota team, 277th in the country with this regard as well. So certainly I do think that there's going to be plenty of made threes in this game, even though South Dakota State is now playing a very, very slow tempo. They're in the bottom 50 in terms of total possessions per game. Did somebody total 155.5. I think we went a little bit too far with regards to the total, just because I don't think you you get enough possessions in this game, I'm going to be taking a look at the under. But when it comes to the South Dakota State team, I think that it's all about the Zeke Mayo show. He's been able to do a little bit of everything for the team, being able to chime in there with 18.5 points, 6 boards, 3.5 assists per contest. It's a South Dakota State team that overall is shooting about 36.5% from three-point range. Now, if you do have a little bit of trepidation with this team, they do shoot about 67.5% of the free throw line. That could come into play in a late game spot. And you do have Thione, who for South Dakota has been able to give you 10 boards, 13.5 points per game. And this is a South Dakota team that does have the better rebound rate in this game. They've also been able to have Caleb Stewart go off for about 14 points per contest, but he's been a little bit in and out of the fold. Should be good to go in this one, but there's a lot of question marks as he did miss the last game or two for this team, and I had to factor that in because even if he goes, he's probably not going to be full on 100% for this team. Boston Old has been able to give about 2.5 assists per contest, but South Dakota State having the likes of Luke Capel, Charlie Easley, both give you 10.5 points per contest, shooting north of 38% from three between the two of them. And they've been able to get some really nice production with Matt Mims coming back in 6 games back, shooting 53.5% from three-point range, 8 points per contest. He has outscored 9+ points in 4 of his last 5 games and has really been able to provide quite a spark for the team. They've scored 80+ points in 4 of those last 5 games. I do think that South Dakota State going to get it done against the South Dakota team that is well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis and has scuffled with their offense in regulation because the St. Thomas game went to overtime, 66 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. So I did set my total 155.5, looking under, and one to lay up to 7 with the Jackrabbits. 661, 662 on the betting board. North Dakota State plays also Oral Roberts, and Oral Roberts does find themselves as a small underdog of a point. Total on this game is 155.5, semi-line at 2. I'm going to be one to lay up to 1.5 with North Dakota State. The old Bison have certainly been getting gashed on defense as well, and this is a pair of teams that rank well outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. Oral Roberts have really slowed it down. Not like it's really helped them defensively. They're 327th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for old North Dakota State, 355th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So it has been ghastly really on both fronts. That said, when it comes to this North Dakota State team, you've got Bowden Skunberg, who's been able to combine with Damari Wheeler-Thomas for a combined 27.5 points per contest. Wheeler-Thomas done a nice job as a facilitator that this team has needed so direly. About 3 assists per contest, shooting 38% from three-point range. It's a North Dakota State team that overall they're shooting 37.5% from the outside, and both of these teams had their defensive warts. Oral Roberts doing an okay job of guarding the three-point arc relative to the rest of the Summit League. They are about 242nd in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. It's a North Dakota State team that themselves are 356th in the country with this regard, but vastly different at home rather than in a roadside shoot court environment. North Dakota State allowing opponents to shoot 33.7% from three-point range at home, north of 40% in a roadside shoot court environment. And when it comes to Oral Roberts, you've been able to get some tremendous production out of Isaac McBride. He's been able to give you 18 points per contest, and it's an Oral Roberts team that, once again, they are shooting it so well from three-point range. It looks just like the Oral Roberts teams of the past, but just a lack of rebounding in general, I think is going to be a bit costly. You've got Jalen Bedford, who's been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. He's been able to do a solid job there for North Dakota State. Even though this team really doesn't have anyone that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, you do have sides with Andrew Morgan, who's 6'10". He's able to pop it from three-point range. He's been able to do a solid job of being able to give you a little bit more down low, 5+ boards in 3 of the team's last 4 contests. I do think that you're going to be able to get some good versatility as well. From a bunch that only turns the ball over 10.5 times per contest, it's an Oral Roberts team that's been able to stay relatively clean as well, with only about 9 turnovers per game as well. But I do think that with this game being played on the campus of North Dakota State, with them doing a little bit better job with their rebound rate when they are away from home, and Oral Roberts certainly getting gashed with regards to their defense. They have now given up at least 80 points in 3 out of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, it's a North Dakota State team that their numbers have been very much warped by overtime. In their last 3 games, they have played 15 more minutes in total, so that has really caused their defensive numbers to be a little bit all over the place. I do think that this is a spot where North Dakota State is going to be able to get it done in a game where I do think that you get just enough for this game to go over, as North Dakota State, they have now allowed at least 90 points in 4 of their last 5 games, but they've been able to get to at least 83 points in 4 out of their last 5 games, and it's an Oral Roberts team that's just absolutely giving it up as well. So I did set my total 156. I'm looking at the over of North Dakota State, 1 to lay up to 1.5 with them. 663, 664 on the betting board. Yale is on the road facing off against Dartmouth. Dartmouth is an underdog of 11.5 points, seeing a straight 11 out there as well. Totals between 131.5 and 132.5, made my number 12. Not willing to lay much more than this, but I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It is a Dartmouth team that is right now the best under-rate team in all of college basketball. They've only played 2 of their games to the over thus far this season, as Dartmouth just can't get out of their own way offensively. They're a bottom 10 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They were dealing with injuries to Dusan Neskovic along with Brandon Mitchell-Day, a duo that's combining for about 25.5 points per contest. Even with these guys back in the fold and also being able to give you about 10 rebounds per contest, the team as a collective shoots 26.5% from three-point range. They really don't get too much of a bump from being on their home floor. They have been able to get about 5 boards, 7.5 points per game out of Jaron Johnson, but Ryan Cornish, who was a double-figure scorer a season ago, he's only been able to give you about 7 points per game. Now, they are going up against a Yale defense that's not quite what they were a season ago. Last year, they were one of the top mid-major defenses in all of college basketball this season. They have seen a big giant fall off with that regard. They are outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but this is also a Yale team that has been significantly better offensively this season. For Yale, they're a top 150 team with regards to their overall three-point shooting percentage. You've had John Polonikas be able to give you about 10 points, shooting 40% from three-point range. Danny Wolf has been that main rebounder that they really didn't have a season ago. 14.5 points, 9.5 boards, 2 assists, a block, a steal per contest. He shoots 40% from three-point range as well, and this is a Yale team that has been able to stay very wise with the ball. They're only turning the ball over 10 times per contest, going up against the Dartmouth team that's in the bottom 30 nationally in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And when it comes to this Dartmouth team, if you look at just Division I opponents, because they played a few non-D1 teams along the way, this is a Dartmouth team that has exceeded the 63-point plateau in none out of their last 7 games. It has been all sorts of awful. They're going up against a Yale team that, by the way, against D1 competition, they actually have given up 70-plus points in 4 out of their last 5 games, but one of those games required overtime. The other of those games, they were able to get to at least 80, except for going up against Kansas. So I do think that there's some exceptions to be made there, but I do think that Yale going to be able to get things cooking with their offense. They've been very efficient with that regard, and just with the way that Dartmouth can't get anything going, they turn the ball over too much, they can't shoot it from three-point range, they've got nothing inside, they can't generate second chances. That should be Yale domination. I did say Yale is a 12-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and did make my total 132, so you're at the 132.5. I'm diving under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Yale. 665, 666 on the betting board. It is Cornell, and they're going to be hitting the road. They're going to be facing off against Brown. What can Brown do for you? Well, if they don't get blown out, they might be able to make you money. They're a 6-point home underdog. Total on this game is 158, and I do think that Brown can make you a little bit of money. I did set them as a 5-point underdog. This is a Cornell team that has been very interesting with regards to their tempo and just the way that they play home to road, because with Cornell, this is a team that they do have some pretty dramatic splits with regards to this Cornell team. Overall from three-point range, they're shooting about 33.7% from distance, and a difference of 35.5% at home compared to 32.8% in a roadside neutral court environment. Doesn't sound significant, but when you're a top 40 team in terms of tempo in all of college basketball, and when you have one of the highest three-point shooting rates in all of college basketball, that does cause a big giant shift with regards to your offensive numbers. As for Cornell, it's once again one of those wholes greater than the sum of its parts team. You don't have a single guy that gives you north of 11.5 points per contest. Chris Mannon is your top scorer, 11 points, 4.1 rebounds per game, and you've only got one player, that'd be Guy Ragland, giving you north of 4.1 rebounds per game. He chips in there 5.4, but 6 different guys give you at least 9.7 points per game out of their top 6 scorers. They all give you between 3.4 and 5.4 rebounds per game, and every one of their top 5 scorers gives you at least 1.9 assists per game, nobody above 3.5 assists per contest. So, I mean, it very much is a collective group unit. Meanwhile, you've got a Brown team that they do rely upon Keno Lilly Jr. to be that main scorer, 19.5 points per contest last few years, shot 39.9% from three-point range this year, more like 34.5% from distance, and with this Brown team, I do think that they'll be able to do a solid job down low. You've got Kalu Enya along with Nana Owusu Anane, who have been able to combine for about 15.5 rebounds per game. It's a Brown team that has fallen on some tough times with their defense as well. They were one of the top mid-major defenses in all of college basketball season ago. This season, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, that has regressed to about 175th. They're going up against a Cornell team that has been all over the place with regards to their defense as well, 177th in all of college basketball. And though their offense takes quite a bit of a dip when they're away from home, their defense offense really doesn't. So I do find that to be a little bit intriguing. And with this Cornell team, I was mentioning the fact that they really don't have primary rebounders, but despite that, they're about 200th in the country with regards to rebound rate, so they're not terrible with that regard. But Brown should still be able to win that battle down low. With Brown, they have been turning the ball over about 13 times per contest, which is a little bit concerning, but now they've been able to get a bit more out of Aaron Cooley. Cooley has been able to give you 8+ points in 4 of the team's last 5 games. He's shooting 39% from 3-point range, and with this being a Cornell team that they are quite inconsistent with the way that they guard the three-pointer. Cornell, with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, about 197th in all of college basketball, and this being a Brown team that at home allows opponents to shoot just 32.7% from 3-point range, I do think that Brown remains lively, and I think that you see just enough of a fall-off with regards to scoring to be able to get an under. Set my total 157. I'm looking at the under, and I'm willing to take this 6 with Brown. 667, 668 on the betting board. Columbia plays us for Princeton. Princeton is an 11.5 point favorite, and your total, it is 150. With Princeton, I did set them as a 10-point favorite, so you're at north of 11. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Columbia. It's a Columbia bunch, and has been able to rise up quite a bit this season with Columbia. They still are a team that leaves something to be desired defensively, but they've actually guarded the arc really well at home. Opponents are shooting just 28.4% from 3-point range at home against them. Now, they do go up against a Princeton team that they're checking all the boxes. They're turning the ball over only about 9 times per contest. Princeton certainly allows them to give up some open looks. Princeton about 195th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but this is a Princeton team that they shoot in the high 30s from 3-point range. They really don't go too far outside their starting 5 because they don't have to. They've got one of the lowest foul rates in all of college basketball as well. They play well outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. They play very slow, very in control, but they play very deliberate offense, which is why I do like this total under, just because I don't think you get enough possessions for and over in this game. It is a Princeton team that has allowed fewer than 60 points in now 4 out of their last 5 games, and 70 points or fewer in all but one of their games since the beginning of the month of December. You look at the entirety of the season, as a matter of fact, they have allowed one team to be able to get past this 71-point plateau. So I do think that this is a total that I set a little bit too high, but I do think that Columbia holds in there. They're now shooting 38.3% from 3-point range, which I do think that that's going to be going a little bit downward as the season goes along. It's the Columbia team that at home they shoot pretty much the same as they do in a road/court environment, and I do like what Blair Thomas is able to bring to the table. 6'8", a little bit of a combo player, 9.5 points, 6 boards, shooting 52.3% from 3-point range. And when it comes to this Columbia team, the one thing that is going to be an issue for them is down low. Thompson is the only guy that gives you north of 4 rebounds per game. Not like this Princeton team has necessarily been batting down the hatches with regards to their rebound rate, but it is still a team that's right around about 168th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, you've got a Columbia team that's clocking in outside of the top 170. They're about 174th with this regard. And when it comes to Princeton, it's been all about Caden Pierce, what he's been able to do. He's been able to give you about 9 rebounds per game and helping out Xavion Lee, who's been the main floor general. 18 points, 5 boards, 3.5 assists on 39% 3-point shooting. And then you've got a pair of guys, Matt Oloko, Zach Martini, combined to shoot 48% from 3-point range with about 21.5 points per contest. It's a Princeton team that's dotting all their I's, crossing all of their T's. I do think that they get the job done. I do think that we've run a little bit too far, though, with the way that Columbia has been able to run their offense, with the way that Columbia does stay relatively wily, and they do generate a few turnovers. I think that this is going to be a slow and controlled game. Set my total 146, looking at the under, but I'm willing to take north of 10 here with Columbia. 669, 670 on the betting board. It is Houston. They play off of Central Florida. Central Florida, a 16.5 to a 17.5 point underdog. Total on this game is 129.5. Do have to fear a little bit of a letdown spot here for Central Florida after they were able to get that big win over Texas, but I do think that this number has gone a little bit too far. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Central Florida. I did set them as an underdog of 14 points. This Houston defense, you always know what you're going to get out of it. It's a top 10 team nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They lock you down from 3-point range. They don't allow you to get second chances. This team is an absolute machine with that regard. The question is the offense, though. They only shoot 67% at the free throw line. That could come into play with regards to a cover sort of spot. You've got LJ Cryer, you've got Emmanuel Sharp combined to be able to give you about 20.5 points per contest. They combined to shoot about 37.5% from the outside, and though Jamal Shed doesn't necessarily give you a lot of production in terms of offense, I mean, he still gives you 11 points, 6 assists, 2.2 steals per game. He just makes winning plays for you. But this is a Central Florida team that also is in the top 10 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And I do think that we are going to continue to see positivity for Jalen Sellers from outside, as he last year, while he was at Ball State, shot north of 42% from 3-point range. He's shooting just 27% this season. I don't think that he's going to go back to north of 40%, but I certainly do think that he's going to rise up a little bit more. Central Florida has been able to do a tremendous job of being able to generate some turnovers with about 9.2 steals per game. Now, they do turn the ball over 13 times per contest, which is why I do think that you're going to get a little bit of a sloppy Joe sort of style game, which is why I did set my total at 128 looking at the under, despite the fact that Central Florida is a little bit more of an up-tempo team. And for the Central Florida team, they've been dealing with the injury to C.J. Walker throughout much of the campaign, but he's now been able to come back in the fold. He's now able to give you a little bit north of 5 rebounds per game. Abrima Diallo, 6.5 points, 6.5 boards, 2 blocks per contest for a Central Florida team that has a pretty solid rebound rate. They're still going to lose that battle down low, but Omar Payne also giving you a block per game. I do think that this is a game in which defense is very much going to reign supreme. It's a Central Florida team that's been able to do a pretty superb job with regards to their defense. In terms of the amount of points that they've been allowing, they've allowed 71 or fewer in all but one of their games since the beginning of the month of December, so they've really been able to hunker down there. Meanwhile, you've got a Houston team that they have not allowed an opponent to exceed 70 points all season long. So I did set my total at 128. I'm looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Central Florida. Made them a 14-point dog. 671, 672 on the betting board. You don't just get William, you don't just get Mary, you get both as they're on the road facing off against North Carolina A&T. A&T in a pick'em game with your total between 147 and 148, and with William and Mary, I did set them as a favorite of 2 points. I'm going to be looking at the tag team outright on the money line for William and Mary. The team has been playing incredibly slowly, and at the same time, it is a bunch that is rated in the bottom 10 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And it's not tremendous to say the least. North Carolina A&T, though, they're in the bottom 10 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I mean, both of these teams are just getting absolutely cooked defensively, but with William and Mary, at the very least, this team just has a few more pieces they're able to rely upon. Meanwhile, Landon Glassberg, he's having to be Mr. Do-It-All for A&T. I mean, he's been tremendous. He's been able to log for you about 21 points per contest. Doesn't necessarily shoot it well from 3-point range. He does get a little bit of help from Kamion Shell, who's been able to give you about 11.5 points, 4.7 assists per contest for a team that they only turn the ball over 9.5 times per game. They're getting a little bit more down low at 7 boards per game, along 6 points, Jason Murphy, but he's been wearing down a little bit, 5 rebounds or fewer in now 4 of the team's last 5 games. And it's not like William and Mary has a ton of rebounding either. Their main rebounder, Noel Collier, has been out of the fold pretty much the entirety of the season, but this team is able to stroke it from 3-point range. Trey Moss, Glenn Dorsey, both are giving you about 13.5 points per contest. Dorsey shoots about 40% from 3-point range for a core that is shooting as a collective, about 40% from the outside. Gotten 6 boards, 12 points per game out of Chase Lowe. He's not a guy that's really going to light it up from 3-point range, but you've got a North Carolina A&T team that they certainly are going to give it up from the inside. They're going to give it up along the outside as well, and the way that you really try to beat this William & Mary team is from the outside, because they are about 340th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage in a road/neutral court environment, allowing opponents to shoot 42% from distance, but A&T just doesn't have those guys to be able to do so, shooting less than 31% from 3-point range, so that kryptonite gets masked. I do think that you're going to be able to get yourself a nice high-scoring affair. I could see some late-game fouling happening here with 2 of the worst defenses in all of college basketball, 7-total, 148, so we're going to have the over. And with William and Mary, made them the 2-point favorites, so taking them on this pick-up line to go along with the over. 673, 674 on the betting board. Belmont is the road face-off against Bradley, and Bradley is an 11 to an 11.5 point favorite with your total at a 148.5. Did set my line at 7.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points. Now, it's a Belmont team that has been getting just gashed defensively outside of the top 260 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against a Bradley team that has been going into sumo stop mode. I mean, my goodness. This is a Bradley team that has allowed fewer than 70 points in each of their last 5 games. They are now riding, I believe it's a 7-game win streak, so it has been incredibly impressive what we've been seeing out of them. The last time they gave up north of 70 points in a game, you have to go all the way back to mid-December, and in this time span, Bradley has been able to get to at least 69 points in pretty much all but one of those games, so I've been highly impressed there. It is a Bradley team that, though they do still turn the ball over about 12.5 times per contest. Connor Hickman has been versatile, 15 points, 3 boards, 3 assists, shooting about 43% from 3-point range, and it's a Bradley team as a whole. They shoot about 36.5% from the outside. Belmont, they allow opponents to shoot well north of 35% from 3-point range, but I did think that the overall versatility of Belmont is going to be able to take it to this Bradley bunch, as you've got Malik Dia along with Kate Tyson. Both of these guys north of 6'6". They are combining for 34 points. They are combining to shoot about 39% from 3-point range. This is a Bradley team that, as a whole, they have not necessarily been the world's greatest 3-point shooting defensive team, which has been a big reason for this run. They've went up against a bunch of teams that they don't necessarily shoot at the world's greatest from three-point range. It is a Bradley team that, when they're at home, they allow opponents to shoot a little bit north of 33% from three. They've actually been significantly better with their three-point shooting percentage defense away from home rather than at home. This is a Belmont team that they're about 162nd in the country with this regard as well. Now, with this Belmont team, they do turn the ball for about 13.5 times per contest. Bradley, they're okay at generating turnovers. They're not great. They're not terrible. And certainly this Belmont team is a little bit outgunned with that regard. But I do think the fact that this Belmont team has been able to do a solid job of being able to hit shots on the road. They still shoot 37.4% from three-point range in a road/neutral-court environment. It's a Bradley team that they themselves shoot about 38.5% from three-point range at home. I do think that things get cranked up tempo a little bit more. It's a Bradley team. I like what I've seen from them on defense, and I do think that in terms of Belmont, they're going to be able to do an okay job holding up on the glass. Malevi Leons has been able to give you, for this Bradley team, about 7.5 boards. He's saying 6'9". He's able to pop threes, but doesn't necessarily do so at an amazing rate. It's a Bradley team that's only about 140th in the country with regards to their rebound rate. Certainly beats Belmont, who's about 283rd, but for Belmont, they've been doing a bit of a better job being able to hit the glass over the last month or so. I do think that they're going to hold in there. I do think that Bradley continues to slow games down, continues their a little bit more of a methodical pace, and I do think that for Belmont, they find just enough scoring to be able to get it done here, as it is a Belmont team that, to their credit, they have now given up 73 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 5 games. So I did set my total at a 145.5. Looking at the under, anything north of 8, going to be taking the points with Belmont. 675, 676 on the betting board. Delaware hits a red face-off against Drexel, and Drexel does find themselves as 6.5 to 7-point favorites. Their total is 139 for Drexel. This continues to be a top 80 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis defensively, and I'm going to continue to ride them to the under. I did set my total at a 135. Now, for Drexel, they just went on a Herculean sort of run with their offense where they scored 80-plus points in 5 out of 6 games. I do think that they're going to start to cool down. They really didn't speed themselves up too much when it came to that run. It was just a case where they were making a whole bunch of shots, and I just don't think that that's going to translate moving forward. You just see it every year where a few teams get super duper hot. Drexel was going through that, but this is a real deal Drexel team that's able to do an amazing job down low with Amari Williams, giving you about 12.5 points, 8 boards per contest. He's got some versatility as he's actually shot 50% from three-point range, granted on low volume, and for a Drexel team that just a month ago was shooting less than 30% from three-point range, they're now shooting 33% from distance. Over the last 30 days, they have been shooting north of 36% from three-point range. Again, I do think that that's going to cool off a little bit. What's not going to cool off for Drexel is the fact that they just completely dominate on the boards. They are 10th in the country with this regard. Delaware, they're more around 150th, though you do have Jair Davis going off for double-doubles on the regular. He's been able to give the team right around about 18.5 points per contest, 7 boards, and then you're able to get about 8.5 rebounds per game out of Christian Ray. It's a Delaware team that overall, they do shoot about 34.5% from 3, and they do a nice job not turning it over. Only about 10.5 turnovers per game for Delaware. They're 86th in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Drexel, they are 44th in the country with this regard. I do think that you're going to see a little bit of a grinder of a game. Neither of these teams are within the top 175 with regards to total possessions per game. You do have good versatility with this Delaware team, though. Jalon Trent has been able to do a nice job, giving you about 3.5 assists, 10 points, 3.5 rebounds. Calvin Riley is able to shoot about 38.5% from three-point range, but I do think that both of these teams go a little bit more cold with regards to their offense. It's a Delaware team that, for their own right, I mean, they've been able to do a relatively solid job defensively as well. This is now a squad that has given up 68 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 5 games. If you want to date it back a little bit further, they have, in games that have wrapped up in regulation, so that takes out the game that went to overtime against Ryder, giving up 68 points or fewer in 5 out of their last 8 games, and it's a Drexel team that, even though they've been able to go into inferno mode with regards to their offense, they have given up north of 70 points just once here in the month of January. So I did set my total 135. I'm going to be taking a look at the under. I do think the Drexel does just enough on offense to be able to get it done, but not enough to be able to cover. I do think that this line is getting a little bit too lofty on a Drexel team that they really hang their head on defense, and their offense still a little bit of a work in progress. Set my line at a 6, so being able to get 6.5 to 7. Take a look at the points with Delaware and going to be taking a look at the under. 677, 678 on the betting board. Boston College plays us in North Carolina. UNC, an 8-point road favorite. Your total on this game is anywhere between 154.5 and 156.5. Set my line at 6.5. Being able to get 8, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Boston College. It's a Boston College team that certainly has had their issues guarding the three-pointer. They're outside the top 250 with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Going up against the North Carolina team that they regressed a little bit in their game against Louisville, where they were a top 25 team in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis going into that game. They're still in the top 40 with that regard, and you had a little bit of worry with Quentin Post as last Saturday he missed the game, came back against Notre Dame. He had 17 points, 4 boards. He looked like himself, so you're able to feel good there. And for North Carolina, even though you do have from Armando Bacot, even though you do have Harrison Ingram. Guarding a guy that stands 7 feet tall like post, who's able to give you 17 points, 7 boards, 3 assists, 2 blocks on 44% three-point shooting, that's just nearly impossible to do. And then you've got Claudio Harris, Jaden Zachary in the backcourt combining for 27 points. And Zachary, a few seasons ago, he was a really good three-point shooter. That has really regressed. He's only shooting about 30% this season, but has turned himself into a nice point guard with an assist-to-turnover ratio that's darn near 3. Boston College, fewer than 10 turnovers per game as a collective, top 30 team at being able to take care of the ball. Meanwhile, for North Carolina, R.J. Davis, 20.5 points, 3.5 boards, steal and a half per contest on 41% three-point shooting. And it's a North Carolina team that, with their improved defense, we have seen them regress a little bit on offense. They had a 3-game run against Clemson, Pittsburgh, and NC State, where they scored 70 points or fewer in every one of those games. But, I mean, it is a North Carolina team that all of a sudden, they have given up 70 points or fewer in each out of their last, I believe, 8 games. It might be 7, but they've really been able to improve on this front. So it does make gauging this total very interesting. I did set my total at 154.5, so seeing the 155s, the 156.5s, I'm going to be willing to take a look at the under, as it's a Boston College team that's still a relatively mid-tempo team. And I do think that Armando Bacot still going to be able to win the battle down low, 10.5 rebounds per game, but he doesn't have to do as much down low. He's able to be a little bit more of a shot blocker because Harrison Ingram has been able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game. You've been able to get some good production out of Cormac Ryan in terms of supplying 11 points per game, but he is only shooting about 30% from three-point range. And I do think that with North Carolina being a team that they can be had a little bit from the outside as well. This defense has been pretty tremendous. They have been allowing opponents, though, to shoot about 35% from three-point range at home compared to 24.5% in a road/neutral court environment. I think that those numbers are going to iron out a little bit against Boston College. I think that Boston College hits enough threes against what has been a pretty solid North Carolina defense to hold in there in game. I think it's going to be a little bit lower scoring. Semi total 154.5. Looking under, and I'm looking at anything north of 7 with Boston College. 679, 680 on the betting board. Nebraska plays those to Northwestern. Northwestern, an underdog of 3 points. Your total on this game between 145.5 and 146. This is a Northwestern team that is in the bottom 50 in terms of total possessions per game. But Northwestern, they're not falling outside the top 100 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I did set Nebraska as a 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. It's a Nebraska team that has been able to do a solid job being able to guard the three-pointer. Opponents are shooting just 31.8% from three-point range at home against them. Meanwhile, Northwestern, they actually have done a better job defensively on the road rather than at home. At home, they allow opponents to shoot 36.5% from the outside, 32.8% in a road/neutral court environment. And for Northwestern, the fall of their defense has all come at home. They're actually giving up a half a point less in a road/neutral court environment. The complete opposite of what you'd find typically in the Big Ten. Meanwhile, it's a Nebraska team that is allowing 12.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. IUPUI is going to be the best guard in this game. He's been able to give this Northwestern team right around about 5 assists, shooting in the high 30s from three-point range, 16 plus points per contest. He does it all, but you just don't have anything else down low. For Northwestern, they're outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate. Brooks Barnhizer has been the only guy on the roster that has been able to give you north of 4 rebounds per game with about 6.5 boards per contest. Meanwhile, Rink Mass, he's been able to give you double figures, 8.5 boards. He's able to pop some threes for a Nebraska team that as a whole, they shoot about 34.5% from the outside. Casey Shomanaga has been able to give you about 14.5 points per game, so love what he's been able to show. You've been able to have Shawan Gary, Bryce Williams be able to come in for about 25 points per game as well. And then when it comes to this Northwestern team, the ancillary pieces like Ty Berry, Ryan Langford, they've been able to give about 11 to 11.5 points per game, and they are shooting as collective about 36.5% from the outside, and you can always bank on this when it comes to Northwestern. They're going to value the ball, only about 9.3 turnovers per game in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They're once again back in the top 30 in all of college basketball, but while this Northwestern team actually has played a little bit better defensively when they've been away from home, this is a team that they do see a bit of a drop-off with regards to their offense. They shoot about 35% from distance away from home, more like 37% when they are at home. And with having Shomanaga being able to fire on all cylinders for Nebraska, I do think that he's going to do just enough to be able to get it done. I do think that with Nebraska winning the rebound rate, they're going to be able to cover this number. Set my line at a 5.5, going to lay it with Nebraska, and did set my total 141.5. I think that this is going to be a little bit of a slower tempo game, so looking under and looking to lay it with Nebraska. 681, 682 on the betting board. Duquesne, it's a road face-off against St. Joe's. St. Joe's, a 5.5 to a 6 point favorite, and your total is between 146 and 147. And with St. Joe's. I don't think that they're going to be average Joe's, as I did set them as 6-point favorites. I'm going to be willing to lay the 5.5. This Duquesne team, I feel like it's just a little bit too top heavy. You've got two very good guards, and Dayton Grant along Jimmy Clark. They're combining for about 32 points per contest. Really past that, you're not getting a lot of production out of this team at all. I mean, you've down low not got anyone other than Fusani Drame that's giving you north of 5 rebounds per game. It's a Duquesne team that they do everything relatively okay, but not great. In terms of both offensive and defensive efficiency, they're not within the top 80, but they're not outside the top 150. In terms of rebound rate, they're right around about 150th. They turn the ball over 12 times per game. Average, they shoot about 33.5% from three, slightly below average, but not too terrible. They're just one of those meh sort of teams. Meanwhile, you've got a St. Joe's team that is locking it down from 3-point range, top 45 team in all of college basketball in regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. And you've got three guys, Xavier Brown, Eric Reynolds, along with Loon Greer, that'll be able to do an amazing job throwing out the ball. They all give you at least 2.9 assists per contest. Greer, your main facilitator, 12 points, 4 assists, shooting about 32% from three, while Brown and Reynolds both shoot north of 40% from the outside. Reynolds has been able to give you 18 points per contest, and now you've been able to get quite a bit down low out of Rasheer Fleming, who's been able to give you 11.5 points, 7.3 rebounds per game. That was really the missing component for St. Joe's. They've always been a little bit of a team that's been a bit of a roll of the dice when it comes to their rebound rate. They're now into the top 105 with regards to that rebound rate, and it's a St. Joe's team that has really been able to get after it defensively. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they are 41st in all of college basketball, and they're significantly better at home, giving up 18.8 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-stretch court environment. I do think the Duquesne is going to be a bust through for a few points, but I really like the St. Joe's defense. I set my total at a 144. I'm going to be taking a look at the under with St. Joe's. This has been a squad that's been a little bit hit or miss from 3-point range recently, but I do think that they bury just enough threes against a Duquesne team that has been, once again, very inconsistent with regards to their 3-point shooting defense, actually allowing opponents to shoot 31.1% from 3-point range at home compared to 37.8% in a roadside stretch court environment. But I think that St. Joe's finds enough outside shooting and enough rebounding to be able to get it done. Willing to lay up to 5.5 with St. Joe's, and going to be taking a look at the under 683, 684 on the betting board. East Carolina hits the road face off against UAB, and UAB is at home a favorite of 5 points in your total on this game. You're going to be catching it anywhere between 146 and 146.5, seeing a few 5.5s pop onto the board as well, and at a 5 or a 5.5, I'm going to be willing to take the points with East Carolina. Did set this line at a 4.5. It's an East Carolina team that has done a nice job being able to slow down games. They are well outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game, and I do think that East Carolina is going to be able to do a nice job down low. Yaxel Lenborg has been able to do a tremendous job for the UAB team, being able to haul in there right around about 9 or so rebounds per game. This for a UAB team that, with regards to rebound rate, 61st in all of college basketball. For UAB, their main form of offense has been second chances, as they, in terms of percentage of missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, are a top 50 team in all of college basketball. For East Carolina, they're about 165th in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate, but you've got a trio of guys in RJ Felton, Brandon Johnson, along with Ezra Usar, who have been able to do a tremendous job of just being able to clog things up on the glass. These three guys have been able to combine for just under 21 rebounds per game. Usar has been able to shoot about 50% from three with 14 points per contest. Felton and Johnson combined for 30.5 points. You're able to get a combined 3.6 steals per contest, and both shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point range out. East Carolina as a whole, they don't shoot about 31% from three, but Bobby Pettiford keeps the team clean. About 3.8 assists and 1.1 turnovers per game. It is a UAB squad that certainly has been giving it up from 3-point range as well, though East Carolina is not an amazing 3-point shooting offense or a good 3-point shooting defense, allowing opponents to shoot only about 31.5% from distance, 66th in the country with that regard. Meanwhile, for UAB, 267th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage at home. That balloons to 33.8% with Eric Gaines being able to chip in there about 12 points per contest. He and Lenborg a combined 24 points, and with Gaines 2.5 steals, 4.5 assists per contest. And UAB last season was a very good steals team. They're an okay team this season, and you'll be able to find a little bit more out of Daniel Ortiz. He was the guy that made that big three against Foray Atlantic that was able to get some of us, myself one of them, a cover in that game, but now it's popped out for double figures in 3 of the team's last 5 games. I think they'll utilize him more moving forward with the team. Really struggling from 3-point range. You're shooting 30% from 3-point range. Ortiz was at North Alabama last year, shot well north of 40% from 3-point range. But really, other than Lundborg, your only other guy giving you north of 4.5 rebounds per game is Javion Davis, 7.6 boards at 6'9". Just really doesn't have a ton of versatility in general. I do think that East Carolina going to be able to hold in there with their defense, doing a supreme job recently. 62 points for fierce surrender in 3 of their last 4 games. It is a UAB team that certainly has been getting cooked on defense. This is a bunch that was able to run off a really nice win streak, but wasn't thanks to their defense. Against Division I opponents, they have given up at least 71 points in all but one of their games ever since the beginning of the month of December, and if you want to date it back a little bit further, they have given up at least 71 points in now 9 out of their last 10 games, so good old situation of something's got to give. I did set my total at a 146.5. I'm going to be taking a look at this 146 over. I do think that East Carolina going to be able to find some open looks against a UAB team that's looking to speed it up, much like they did a season ago, so getting 5+, going to be looking at East Carolina to go along with the over. 685, 686 on the betting board. Troy is going to be on the road facing off against Southern Miss. Southern Miss does find themselves as 1.5 point home underdogs. So it's between 145 and 145.5. I said Troy is a 2.5 point favorite. Going to be willing to lay the number. Troy has covered north of 70% of games thus far this season. Incredibly impressed by them. And the reason why Troy has been able to cover so many games is that the backcourt has been so gosh darn good. As you've got Christian Eugene along with Dayton Conaway being able to combine for about 27 points, both shooting north of 40% from three-point range. It is a Troy team that they do turn the ball over about 14 times for contests in Southern Miss. Last season, the lifeblood of the defense was being able to generate turnovers. And while Southern Miss still doing a relatively solid job of being able to generate those turnovers, where they're really gone wrong is with regards to perimeter defense. 326th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, it's a Troy team that they themselves do leave themselves open to giving up some threes, 251st in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. But with or without Andre Cabello, this is a Southern Miss team that they just don't really shoot it well from three-point range. And as a matter of fact, with Andre Cabello out there on the floor, it really doesn't get any better, as he's not a guy that's going to light it up from three-point range. Has been missing the last few games due to back issues. Was last seen in that game against Louisiana Monroe a little bit over a week ago where he played 3 minutes. It's not been seen since, and I don't think that he's going to be playing in this game. But you are going to have Austin Crawley, 16 points on 31% three-point shooting for a team that as a whole. They shoot about 31.5% from the outside. They turn the ball over 12 times per contest. Not great, not terrible, and you've got really good balanced rebounding when it comes to Southern Miss. Even if Cabello misses this game, you've got each of your top 4 scorers who are able to give you north of 4.2 rebounds per game, and that's going to be proving to be very big in this game. It's a Troy team that, with regards to their rebound rate, they're about 86th in all of college basketball. This despite the fact that they don't have a single guy that really gives you north of 6 to 6.5 rebounds per game. Meanwhile, Southern Miss are more in the neighborhood about 240th, so that's been intriguing to take a look at. But for Southern Miss, you just seem to be getting a little bit more out of some of these ancillary pieces, like a Mo Arnold, 6 points, 2 assists, a steal per contest. And for the squad, out of your top 5 scorers, you've got 4 of these guys giving you at least a steal per contest, so that does help out a little bit. But I do think that Troy going to do a solid job of being able to hang on to the ball. It's a Troy defense that has been able to ascend a little bit more as well. They have now given up 74 points or fewer in each of their last 6 games, and if you want to date it back a little bit further, in 7 out of their last 8. Meanwhile, for Southern Miss, they're really scuffling with regards to their offense. With Andre Cabello out of the fold, they have not exceeded the 71-point plateau, so it is a very interesting circumstance. I said Troy is a 2.5 point favorite. I'm going to be looking at them in this spot, and I do think that this is going to be a game close enough for late game following. It is a Southern Miss team that has slowed down without Andre Cabello, but at the same time, I do think that this is a Troy team that, being in the top 125 with regards to total possessions per game, and a Troy team that they've been able to score at least 71 points in 4 of their last 5 games, kicks it up a little bit. Going to be taking a look at the over, set my total 146.5, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Troy. 687, 688 on the betting board. SMU is going to be playing against Tulsa. Tulsa is a 12.5 to a 13.5 point underdog. Your total is between 142.5 and 144. Set Tulsa as a 10.5 point underdog. I'm going to be willing to take the points. I don't think that they shoot the same way from 3-point range. When we had that write-up, I believe it was on Wednesday, where they scored north of 100 points against the Meat Road Runners. But that said, I do think that they're going to be able to hold in this game. I'm going to be taking a look at the points with Tulsa. It's a Tulsa team that does rank in the top 50 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, a lot of those defensive efforts have come against lesser opponents, and many of those games have come at home. But at the same time, this is an SMU team that, while they shoot in the right around 34% clip in terms of 3-point shooting percentage, much of that is due to Chuck Harris. Harris shoots north of 38% from 3-point range, double-figure score, and then you got Zarique Phillips, who's able to give you 15.5 points per contest, but he's really scuffled with his 3-point shooting percentage. It's an SMU team that's number 1 in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage at 26.1%. I do think that this is going to rise up a little bit more. Every team since Norfolk State during the 2000, and I believe it was 4 or 5 season, has allowed opponents to shoot at least 26.5% from 3-point range. I think that there's just going to be an inevitable boop with regards to that. And this is a Tulsa team that they shoot in the high 30s from three-point range. You've got PJ Haggerty along with Kobe Williams, who will be able to supply a combined about 32.5 points per contest. Both of them give you between 3.5 and 4 assists per contest. They combine for 4.3 steals per contest as well for a Tulsa team that still shoot about 34.5% from three-point range. Gaston Willis being out of the fold has hurt the team a little bit from an outside perspective, but now you've got a 42.5% three-point shooter in Tayshaun Archie, who I like what I'm seeing out of him recently. He had 17 points in that game against UTSA. When he's gotten minutes, he's been able to take them and run with them, and this is a Tulsa team that they are going to lose that battle down low, but you do have a pair of guys in Jared Garcia coupled with Matt Reed, who have been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. It is an SMU team that is a top 55 team with regards to rebound rate, despite the fact that they don't necessarily have that one guy that's going to be just a tremendous rebounder for this team. You've got Samuel Williamson, who gives you 7 boards, 9 points per contest. You've been able to have Tariq Smith chip in there about 6 boards per contest, but this is just an SMU team that they do everything well. They generate quite a few steals, but they're not like a top 20 team with regards to steals forced on a per possession basis. They do an amazing job cutting off the arc. They do a solid job inside. Then they've got BJ Edwards, their main facilitator, giving out 3.7 assists while scoring 4.7 points per game. So you've got a lot of balance here. I do think, though, that for Tulsa, they're going to be able to hold in this game. The offense has been tremendous, 75 plus points in 4 of the last 5 games. Meanwhile, it's an SMU team that has been a top 20 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 65 points or fewer each of their last 5 games. So something's got to give. Set my total at a 144.5. I do think that the Tulsa defense is going to give a little bit, but at the same time, I do think that SMU doing for a little bit of regression defensively as well. Tulsa, a top 50 team in terms of total possessions per game. So looking at the over and at north of 11, going to be willing to take the points with Tulsa. 689, 690 on the betting board. Georgia Southern is going to be playing against Georgia State. Georgia State, a 3.5 to a 4-point road favorite with your total between 150 and 150.5. This is a replay of what we saw about a week or so ago when Georgia Southern was on the road and they got just completely smoked against Georgia State. I think that it's going to be closer than what we saw the last time around when it was 90-62, but at the same time, this is a Georgia Southern team that they have not been able to get the job done. They're winning fewer than 20% of their games straight up in that game. Georgia Southern went 7-34 from three-point range, even though they're cold from three-point range. I think that they're going to be able to kick it up a little bit. You've got Tyron Moore, so maybe we'll give you about 15 points per contest, shooting 41.5% from three-point range, going up against a Georgia State team that they, from three-point range, are allowing opponents to only shoot about 29.4% from the outside. It has been very intriguing, but that percentage does change a little bit when they're on the road. 32.3% in a roadside shoot court environment versus allowing opponents to shoot 25.2% from three-point range at home. You've also got, for this Georgia Southern team, a lot of moving parts because they've been dealing with injuries all season long. Deuce Dean has been in and out of the fold. Eugene Brown has missed quite a bit of time as well. Brown, fortunately, is back to the fold. Deuce Dean, he has been dealing with injury ever since the middle of December, and then you've had a few games missed by Cam Bryant as well, which has been costing this team a little bit. Got re-injured in that game against Coastal Carolina a few days ago, so I did have to dock this team a little bit more with that regard as well. That's a big reason why you've seen this go from like a 2.5 point line up to now a 3.5 point line, and I think it could go even further. I'm going to be willing to take this up to about a 4.5, as I did set Georgia State as a 5-point favorite. As Swan Odom has been able to do a really good job with his versatility. He gives you a little bit north of 10 points per contest, has been able to dole out 4 assists, shooting in the mid-30s from three-point range, and it is a Georgia State team that has been very efficient with the ball. They're only turning the ball over about 10.5 times per contest, and when it comes to this Georgia Southern team, they have been a team that has been well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, just been getting completely gashed recently, giving up 70-plus points in 4 of their last 5 games, giving up 79-plus in 3 of their last 5. Meanwhile, it's a Georgia State team coming into their own a little bit more defensively, giving up fewer than 70 points 2 of their last 3. They had a little bit of a rough go of it against Appalachian State, but they still hung in there to the tune of single digits. You've got Lucas Taylor who's been able to give you 14.5 points per game. I don't think we're going to see the same level of scoring from Georgia State as we saw in the previous game, but I do think that Georgia State is going to be able to light up Georgia State Southern once again, and I do think that this time it could be close enough for late game following. I do think that Georgia State regresses a little bit with their 3-point shooting, so did set my total at a 150 here at a 150.5, dived in on the under, and Georgia State did make them a 5-point favorite, so going to be willing to lay the 3.5 to 4. 691, 692 on the betting board. It is Vanderbilt. They had their road face-off against Mississippi State. Mississippi State, a 14 to a 13-point favorite, and your total on this game, you're going to be getting it at a 138.5. This up Mississippi State is a 17.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Fully recognize that this Mississippi State team could be a little bit of a mess on offense, but this is also a Mississippi State team that had Solu Smith now back to full, giving you north of 14 points per contest, and it's been all about what you've been able to get out of Josh Hubbard to be able to elevate this team with their three-point shooting. It's not like it's amazing by any stretch of the imagination, but a season ago, they were dead last in the country with regards to three-point shooting percentage. Now they find themselves a little bit more respectable. You've been able to do a tremendous job down low with Charles Matthews being able to give you 6+ rebounds per game. They still have DJ Jeffries being able to put in there some boards. Jimmy Bell Jr. has been able to get 8 rebounds per game. This is a Mississippi State team in the top 20 nationally with regards to rebound rate. They're 8th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and this is a Vanderbilt team that's well outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They shoot as a collective nearly 30% from three-point range while ranking 341st in opponents' three-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to shoot just below 40% from three. Now, they do have a few redeeming qualities, as Armagnon has been able to give you double figures. He's been able to dole out right around about 4 assists per contest, but guys outside of him really turn the ball over quite a bit. Also, Camateros has been one of the more bright spots for this team. Doesn't give you a ton of scoring with about 6 points per contest, but shoots 37% from three for a team that just has not been able to shoot it well from distance. For Vanderbilt, overall, about 11 turnovers per game, so that's not too bad, but the shot making has just been really lacking. Of not having Cullen Smith to be able to give you rebounds down low, you don't have a single guy on the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. Van Allen Lubin, about 9.5 points, 5 boards. It just feels like a Vanderbilt team has completely outgunned a bunch of. They have scored 70 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, this defense has now given up 77 plus in 3 of their last 4. It is a Mississippi State team that they themselves have now given up north of 70 points in each of their last 3 games, so they've fallen on some tough times as well, but still a top 30 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. In my opinion, a very good get-right spot for Mississippi State at home. I made them a 17.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and with my total, made this a 135.5. I think that Vanderbilt just going to fail to do their part with regards to the total. I think that Mississippi State is going to be able to refine that defense after playing against some of the more up-tempo and high-octane offenses like Kentucky, like they did a few nights ago. So looking at the under, and going to be willing to lay with Mississippi State, 693, 694 on the betting board. UC Santa Barbara is going to be playing us to Cal State Fullerton. Fullerton is an underdog of 6.5 points. Total on this game is 139.5. Did set Santa Barbara as a favorite of 10 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is a Santa Barbara team that has been rough all season long, but perhaps knocking off UC Northridge, Cal State Northridge, by the big amount that they did a few nights ago. They won that game by 20 plus. Is exactly what they need to get united. And for this Cal State Fullerton team, they're one of the most profitable teams in all of college basketball last season. They're just a shell of themselves this season. They bring in Dominic Bruton from the Elkhorn State Braves. He's been able to give the team about 13 or so points per contest, and it has been a squad that has been able to do an okay job in terms of being able to hit a few shots. They're about 150th in all of college basketball with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage. They just have nothing down low. Grayson Carper is right now leading the way with 4.9 rebounds per game, and wanted to see a little bit more of Yohan Traore in terms of a rebounding perspective. Good offensive big man, 15 points, 5 boards, just doesn't really give you a lot on the glass, but with A.J. Mitchell, Josh Pierre-Louis combining for about 7.6 assists per contest. Mitchell giving you 19.5 points on 41% three-point shooting. It's just going to be too much for this Fullerton team to overcome. Santa Barbara is right now shooting north of 39% from three-point range, while their defense, it has really slid away. For this UC Santa Barbara team, they're about 152nd in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're giving up 5 more points per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than in a roadside shoot court environment. I do think that should be ironing out as the season goes along, and this is a Fullerton team that they themselves, not the defense that they once were, to are 5th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You've got Max Jones, who's able to give you 14 points per game, but really past that, you don't have a lot that's going on for this Fullerton team. For Fullerton, they're shooting below 33% from three-point range as a collective. They're not really doing a lot down low. They do get back Torrey San Antonio, who's been able to give you about 8 points, 2 assists per contest, but not a lot of rhyme or reason with regards to this offense. North of 13 turnovers per game. 315th is this Fullerton team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. I do think that Santa Barbara going to be looking to get back to the roots, be able to bat down the hatches, look a little bit stronger on defense. I think that this is a very good spot to be able to do so against a Fullerton team that they're still relatively okay on defense, but just not providing a lot offensively, and it's a relatively slow team. So I did set my total at 136. I'm looking at the under with Santa Barbara. Made them a 10-point favorite, so I'm also going to be willing to lay the number. 695, 696 on the betting board. Arizona is going to be playing us UCLA. UCLA is a 17.5 to an 18-point underdog. Totals between 142.5 and 143.5. Sadly, I agree with this line. I made Arizona a 19-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a UCLA team that they continue to do a relatively solid job on defense. This is a top 80 team in terms of points allowed allowed on a per possession basis. As a matter of fact, a top 70 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they just don't have any sort of outside shooting. They're shooting 29.6% from three-point range. They're relying upon Sebastian Mack to do it all in the backcourt. 1.7 steals, 13.5 points per game, and then Adam Bona has been able to give you 6 boards, 12.5 points per game, but now they have to face off against an Arizona team that has Umar Ballo down low, has been able to give you 7+ rebounds per game for Arizona. They should be able to win that battle down low in terms of their rebound rate, number 1 in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, this is a UCLA team that is more around 145th. The Bruins also were looking for a little bit more of Lazar Stefanovic, who last year at Utah, in a little bit more of an ancillary role, 10.5 points, shooting 36% from 3. That's down to about 32% this season. And this is an Arizona team that they can just knock it down from 3. They are a completely different team, by the way, at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment for Arizona. They are shooting as a whole 37.9% from 3-point range. Caleb Love, 18.5 points per contest. Caleb Love, a very streaky shooter to say the least, but he's got Pelle Larsson, who's shooting north of 50% from 3. Alongside of him, Keelan Boswell, 10.5 points, 4 assists, doesn't turn the ball over a whole lot. This is an Arizona team that we all talk about the offense as well. How about if we talk about the defense too, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis? This is an Arizona team clocking in 14th in all of college basketball, and they are giving up 24.3 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment for the UCLA team. They just aren't the same team when they are away from home as well, as they're giving up in the neighborhood about 15.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than when they do leave the friendly confines of Pauley Pavilion. Then you've got Keshad Johnson down low for this Arizona team, also giving you about 6.5 rebounds per game. It's an Arizona team that has 5 separate guys giving you at least 7.5 points per game. Just too many options for Arizona. I think UCLA isn't going to do the world's worst job on defense, but at the same time, this is a Arizona team that, just with the way that they push their tempo and the way that they have been able to score at will at home, I do think that they're going to be able to cash another over for Arizona. They have scored at least 80 points in every single one of their home games thus far this season, and they've really been an all-or-nothing team. Every one of their wins, it feels like, are by double digits, or else they lose outright, and I think that this is a domination spot for them. I did set my total at a 147, so I'm going to be taking a look at this total over, and with Arizona, willing to lay up to 18.5 with them. 697, 698 on the betting board. Texas A&M is on the road facing off against LSU, and LSU does find themselves as a 2 to a 3-point home underdog. Your totals between 146.5 and 148.5. This is the spot where I set Texas A&M as a 3.5-point road favorite, so I actually very much agree with this number. I'm going to be willing to lay it. I recognize that this could be a little bit of a strange spot, but I do think that this Texas A&M defense has been very unfortunate with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and I do think that when it comes to Texas A&M, they're going to be able to do a better job with their shooting as well. Not that they were amazing a season ago from 3-point range. They were shooting right around about 31.5%, 32% from 3-point range, and I think that they could get back there. Overall this season, Texas A&M shooting just 26.5% from 3. Wade Taylor, the fourth, is right now been able to give you about 19.5 points, 3.5 boards, 4 assists per contest. Last year shot 35.5% from 3, down to 28.4% this season, and despite that cold shooting, he has given you 72 points in the last 2 games. You've been able to have Tyrese Radford come back in the fold. He's again able to give you about 13 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. It is an A&M team that's still a top 100 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against an LSU team that's about 157th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And this is an LSU team that I do think that they're going to get chop timbered down low. Got a team that is right around 60th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis for LSU, but they are going to give up some second and third chances to a Texas A&M team that is 8th in the country with regards to rebound rate for LSU. Having Will Baker as your top rebounder, that leads them to being, in terms of rebound rate, about 121st in all of college basketball. You certainly have Jordan Wright being Mr. Right, 16 points. He's supplying the team with about 5 boards, 2.5 assists, 2.5 steals, and it's an LSU team that as a whole, they do shoot 34% from 3, but they also turn the ball over right around about 13 times per contest. Both of these teams, they've got some relatively good versatility, but I do think that Texas A&M now starting to come into their own after that loss against Arkansas. I think that was a big-time wake-up call for them. I feel like A&M starting to play some better basketball. I think that they're going to very much improve upon the fact that they're about 115th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I did set my total as a result at a 145.5, so here are north of 146, looking at the under of Texas A&M, 1 to lay up to 3 with them. 699, 700 on the betting board. Davidson is playing us to Richmond. Richmond is in a pick'em game / a 1 to 1.5 point underdog. Totals between 133.5 and 134.5. Set Richmond as a 2.5 point favorite. I'm going to be looking at them on this pick'em line / as a money line underdog Richmond, top 3 team in the country in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, going up against the Davidson team that they're outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they've actually been much more ghastly with regards to their defense when they've been at home, and every aspect aside from 3-point shooting. In terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, they allow opponents to shoot just 28.3% from 3-point range at home, but I do think that Davidson is going to be at a little bit down low. This is a Richmond team that has Neil Quinn, who stands 7 feet tall. He's been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. He's got good stretchability. He's able to pop some threes if absolutely needed, but I mean, he does do a nice job doling out the ball at 7 feet tall. You've been able to have Isaiah Bigelow be able to give you about 5.5 to 6 rebounds per game as well. And when it comes to this Davidson team, you do have someone like a David Skogman who stands 6'10", shoots high in 30s from 3-point range. He's been able to give the team right around about 11 or so points per contest. Grant Huffman, 10 points, 10 boards. Not a great 3-point shooter, but he's able to do a relatively solid job for a Davidson team that's about 174th in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate. But when it comes to this Richmond team and their overall just efficiency, a big reason why is the King, Jordan King. He's been a tremendous go-to scorer for this team, being able to supply the team with about 17.5 points per contest. It's a Richmond team that, as a whole, from 3-point range, they've been able to shoot in that pocket about 36.2% from distance. You've been able to get some good production as well out of Deji Bailey, who's been able to give you 9.5 points, 2.5 assists per contest. Lots of guys are able to go off the ball. Meanwhile, for the Davidson team, it's really up to Huffman and not a lot else. The team is only shooting about 33.5% from distance. And Davidson, they're dead last in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And despite that, they have given up at least 69 points in every one of their games since Christmas. You've got a Richmond team that is right now just hitting Mach turbo with regards to their defense. This team has given up 70 points or fewer in each out of their last 6 games. I think that they continue that on here. I like Richmond outright on the money line, set them as a 2.5 point favorite, and did set my total 134.5. I think that Richmond going to continue to do a solid job with their defense. I do, though, think that this is a game that could come down to some late game fouling. Richmond, a very good shot making team in general as well. So at 133.5, 134, looking over and looking at Richmond outright on the money line. 701, 702 on the betting board. West Virginia is going to be playing us at Kansas. Kansas finds themselves as 9.5 to 10 point road favorites with your total between 146 and 146.5. So Kansas is a 9-point favorite. I do think that Kansas should be able to get it done, but I do think that the trip to Morgantown is going to be a lot to overcome. And for this Kansas team, I still do want to see a little bit more out of some of those ancillary pieces. Guys like Johnny Furphy, Nicholas Timberlake, what are they going to be for the rest of the season? Meanwhile, you've got a West Virginia team that's been dealing with Jesse Edwards being out the full, but Raekwon Battle in the 7 games back is averaging 19 points, 4.5 boards per contest for a West Virginia team that's only shooting about 30% from 3-point range, but West Virginia's been kicking up their tempo ever since they got back. Battle along Kirk Kriisa, guys like this, it has resulted in their defense being a little bit more ghastly. As this bunch, they have given up at least 73 points in all but one of the games ever since Battle's been back in the fold, and that's when they played host to Radford and lost that game outright at home, so that was a little bit less than tremendous. Meanwhile, it's a Kansas team that they've really been able to find their offense recently as well. They had that doldrum game against Central Florida, but past that, Kansas, they've been able to score at least 73 points in 8 out of their last 9 games. Kevin McCullough, along with Hunter Dickinson, combined for about 39 points. They're combined to give you about 17.5 rebounds per game. With Dickinson, he has seen a bit of regression with regards to his 3-point shooting. He was shooting north of 50% from 3-point range, down to about 44%. I think he's going to be in like the high 30s when it's all said and done towards the back half of the season. But this is a Kansas team that's also doing a tremendous job with regards to their defense. That has really been carrying them this far this season. A top 25 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's really traveled. They're giving up 0.3 of a point more per 100 possessions in a road/neutral environment rather than at home. So been thoroughly impressed there. This is a West Virginia team that hasn't gotten too much of a boost when they've been at home. I do think that that's going to be turning around a little bit when it comes to conference play. I do think that Kirk Kriisa, with him just being able to get more reps, he's going to be able to get a little bit more in tune with regards to this offense. And I do think that for West Virginia, they're going to be able to find a way to be able to score just enough to hold in this game. Though I do think that it's going to be a little bit of a lower scoring slog with the way that Kansas has been able to play their defense. So I did set my total at 145 here at the 146.5, looking at the under, and anything north of 9 taking the points with West Virginia. 7-3, 7-4 on the betting board. Valparaiso plays us at UIC. Illinois, Chicago, a 2.5 to a 3-point favorite. With your total 134, and with UIC, I did set them as a favorite of 6 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay it. Valparaiso has actually not been terrible with their defense. They're now inside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This team is well outside the top 250, though, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and that's really what's what's killing this team. You've got Isaiah Stafford, who's able to give you 17 points per contest, but past that, not a lot of scoring options. This team is shooting just 31.5% from distance. They're turning the ball over 12 times per game, and I expected a little bit more down low for this team. Jerome Palm looked really good early on during the season. Now they're having to rely upon Jackson Edwards along with Cooper Schweiger, pair of guys giving you about a combined 11.3 rebounds per game to really hold it down low. Now for Valparaiso, they're also not the world's worst three-point shooting defense, as they're allowing opponents to shoot right around about 34.4% from three-point range, but they run into a UIC team that, even though they've seen a little bit of regression recently, this has still been one of your better defensive teams at the mid-major level in all of college basketball, 10th in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. If you're looking just at the points allowed on a per-possession basis as a whole, it's still a team that ranks in the top 75 nationally with that regard as well, 62nd to be exact. And for UIC, they're actually giving up 9 points fewer per 100 possessions, 8 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than when they are home. They are third in the country in terms of fewest points allowed per possession when they are away from home. I do think that Valparaiso really going to have a tough time with this. You've got a UIC team that has Isaiah Rivera, comes in from Colorado State, being able to give you 14 points, shooting 41.5% from three. Now, for UIC, the one trepidation that you do have with this team, they shoot just 64% to free throw line, but I do think that they win so comfortably that that really doesn't come into play late in the game. It's a team that shoots 36.5% from three. Toby Okani has been able to give you about 7.5 boards, 11.5 points per game as a 6'8" combo player. And for UIC, I think that they do enough on the glass to be able to get it done with CJ Jones, giving you 4.5 assists to right around about 2.7 turnovers per game. That should be efficient enough to get it done. I did set my total at 134, so going to be taking a look at this total at a 134.5 or higher to the under. Seeing some 134.5s pop up, and with UIC, one to lay up to 5.5 with them. 7-5, 7-6 on the betting board. Louisiana is the road to face off against South Alabama, and South Alabama is in a pick'em game. Your total on this game is 149.5. I did set South Alabama as a 3.5 point underdog. I'm looking at Louisiana. It's a Louisiana team that has been cooking teams from three-point range all season long, as I do like those Rays in Cajun. And when it comes to this Louisiana team, you've got Kentrell Garnett shooting north of 40% for the third straight season, being able to give you double figures, but it's all about Kobe Julian and Famous Folks being able to run an efficient show. For Folks, he's been able to give you 11 points, 5 assists, not shooting about from three-point range, but that's why you've got Julian shooting about 38.5% from three-point range, and they get to go up against the South Alabama team that's now outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis. For South Alabama, they are 92nd in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but at home they allow opponents to shoot 34.8% from three-point range. That has been a fascination, to say the least, of Louisiana. They're completely shutting down the three-point arc right now. Louisiana, 5th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, going up against the South Alabama team that has Isaiah Gator, who's come up from the D2 level. He's been able to do a solid job being able to supply about 16.5 points per contest, and Thomas Howell has been able to give you 7 rebounds per game. That's going to be of significance, because where you can really hurt this Louisiana team is down low. Joe Charles, only guy on the roster that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. He's been able to supply about 9.5 boards per contest, but Louisiana ball outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. The issue is, this is a South Alabama team that are currently 292nd in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate, as well as a South Alabama team that up a couple with that. They're shooting about 31.8% from three. They really don't turn the ball over like a lot. You've been able to get relatively good production, 12 points, about 3.5 boards out of Tyrell Jones, who from three-point range shoots 37% from the outside, but deal with the injury to Maxwell Land, who has not been able to return to the fold really since December, with having a lot of guys like Judah Brown being in and out of the fold. I just don't think that South Alabama going to be able to hold up in the spot against the Louisiana team that's gotten to at least 73 points in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, it's a South Alabama team that's allowed 85 plus points in 4 out of their last 5. These are 2 teams, though, that they don't necessarily play super duper up tempo. I did set my total at a 147.5. Louisiana has been able to do a little bit of a better job defensively, and they do a nice job shutting down the three-point arc. So looking at the under and looking at Louisiana on this pick 'em line, 7-7, 7-8 on the betting board. Eastern Michigan is going to be in the road face-off against Ohio. Ohio is a 12 to a 12.5 point favorite. Your total is between 145.5 and 146. With Ohio, made them a 10-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Eastern Michigan. Eastern Michigan actually has the top scorer in this game. That would be Ty Acuff. He's been able to supply north of 22 points per contest. Has been a tremendous just go-to guy, shooting only about 28-29% from three-point range, but on volume has been able to supply it for a Eastern Michigan team that they just needed someone like this, because Julius Ellerby is the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 4.3 boards per contest. Acuff is also your main facilitator as well for a team that only turns the ball over 12 times per contest. But for Eastern Michigan, they're in the bottom 75 in terms of total possessions per game. They're in the bottom 75 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against an Ohio team that they play up tempo, but they haven't honestly been the world's most efficient offense, despite the fact that they don't turn the ball over. This team has only turned the ball over 9.8 times per contest, but the three-point shooting is just not what it was 8 seasons ago. Out of your top 5 scorers, you've got one guy shooting above 32.3% from three-point range. That'd be A.J. Creighton, who's been able to log about 11.5 points per contest. With Ohio, you don't get a lot of rebounding as well. Elmore James is the only guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. He's been able to chip in there about 6.1 boards per contest, going up against an Eastern Michigan team that certainly they've got their issues as well. 286th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, but Ohio, they're about 230th. It's an Ohio team that has Jalen Hunter, Sharif Mitchell, both give you about 13.5 points per contest between the two of them, about 7 assists per contest. But I do think that Eastern Michigan going to be able to hold in there. It's been rough for their offense. If you look in regulation, because the Kent State game went to overtime, 64 points or fewer scored in each of their last 4 games, but this is also an Ohio team that they've had a tough time of it on defense as well, giving up north of 80 points in 3 of their last 5 games. I do think that this is a little bit too big of a spread. I did set my line at 10, so I'm going to be taking the points with Eastern Michigan, and did set my total at 146. So it's a good old situation of something's got to give. I do think that this is going to be a game that does get slowed down quite a bit, but I do think that Ohio able to hit just enough shots to be able to push this total over. So looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Eastern Michigan, 709, 710 on the betting board. It is Towson. They play out to Campbell. Campbell, a 7.5 point underdog with your total 124. Made Towson an 11.5 point favorite. This was an opener that was closer to 9.5, so I have no idea why this number is dropping, but better number for me. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Towson. This is a Towson bunch that had a really rough run of it to start out the season, but they've been able to find a little bit more offense, and this is a team that they do a good job really slowing games down to a crawl. They're in the bottom 30 in terms of total possessions per game, and Campbell, for that matter, they're a bottom 50 team with regards to total possessions per game, but these defenses are not created equal. This is a Campbell bunch that is a relatively solid three-point shooting defensive team at home at 27%, but balloons to north of 35% when they are away from home. Meanwhile, Towson, they've got quite a bit more consistency. They're about 91st in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and for this Towson bunch, now you've been able to get a lot more offensively ever since Nenda Tark has been in the fold. Nenda Tark was one of those two-time transfers that was not able to get out there on the floor to begin the season, actually led the country in steals about 2 seasons ago. He's been able to get the team right around about 10 points per contest. This is a Towson team that's in the top 20 nationally in terms of rebound rate, and for Campbell, they are well outside the top 200 as Anthony De La Rosa has had to do a little bit of everything. 17.5 points, 6.5 boards, while Charles Thompson on the flip side for Towson, he's able to give you 8+ rebounds per game, and this is a Campbell team that they only shoot about 32% from three-point range. You've been able to get right around 10.5 to 11 points per game out of Laurinus Vestreus. Hopefully I said that correctly. About 11 points, 4 boards, 3 assists. So he's been able to mix and match for the team, but nobody else on the roster gives you north of 3.7 boards or 7.5 points per game. You've been looking at someone like Jason Sinai, who's been able to give you about 7.5 points per contest. Kid from Oak Creek, Wisconsin, but for Campbell, they just have not been able to supply a lot to be able to help out their main man in De La Rosa. Now, I will say, offense has looked a little bit better recently. They've gotten to at least 69 points in 3 of the last 4 games. A little bit of a byproduct of playing against some bad defenses. Meanwhile, it is a Towson team that they themselves have still been able to do a pretty lockdown job on defense. They have been able to give up 67 points or fewer in now 5 out of their last 6 games. I do think that Towson going to be able to keep it going on defense. Did set my total 121.5, so going to be taking a look at the under. And when it comes to this Towson bunch, going to be willing to lay up to 11 points with them. 7-11, 7-12 on the betting board. North Texas hits the road face-off against Charlotte, and Charlotte is an underdog of a point to a point and a half. 119 to 120 is your total, and I set my total at a 118. So we are looking at the under. 2 teams that are in the bottom 30 in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game. And for North Texas, a legitimately really good defense that ranks in the top 40 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And this is a Charlotte team that has been able to do a solid job as well. Igor Milicic being able to lend his versatility, being able to give you 8+ rebounds per game, being able to supply the team with a double-figure amount of points. I like what he's able to do. It is a Charlotte team that is just 154th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they've been able to give up 8 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/huge court environment. And it is a Charlotte team that has done a nice job being able to keep things clean with about 9.5 turnovers per game. Well, it is a North Texas team that they get a little bit out of sorts with about 12.1 turnovers per game, though they do shoot 36.9% from three-point range. Each of your top 5 scorers shoot at least 34.8% from three-point range. He dealt with a few injuries. Reuben Jones has been a little bit in and out of the fold. He's probably going going to be out once again for this game. You've got Jackson Edwards, Aaron Scott being able to supply about 29.5 points per contest for our North Texas team, that with having Jones currently dealing with injury, you really don't have that main floor general out there, which I do think is going to be negative effectively this North Texas team in the 3 games without him. Defense has still been able to carry them to victory, giving up fewer than 60 points in every one of those games. And you take a look at the entirety of the season for North Texas. Last time they gave up 70 plus points in a game, you have to go all the way back to opening night when that game against Northern Iowa went to overtime. This team has just been an absolute bulldozer with that regard. But this is a bunch of, they oftentimes are a little bit hit or miss with regards to their offense. You do have Matty Sissoko down low, giving you only about 3.8 points, but 6 boards. He's been able to give you a block per contest, so he's done a good job there. It's a Charlotte team that's going to have a little bit of a tough time down low, but I do like the weapons that they do have in the backcourt, like a Lucille Patterson who's able to give you about 3 assists, 13.5 points per contest, and key for Charlotte being able to play even up with regards to the 3-point shooting defense. This is a Charlotte team that's 96th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, with North Texas, they do a nice job being able to cut off the arc. They rank right around 28th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but I do think that for Charlotte, they're able to do an okay job on the glass. They'll probably lose that battle there, but I think they knock down just enough threes to be able to get it done in what I think is going to be a low-scoring slog. Semi-total 118, looking at the under, and Charlotte made them the 4-point favorite, so looking at Charlotte on the money line and going to be taking a look at this little under as well. 7-13, 7-14 on the betting board. Air Force is going to be playing us to New Mexico. New Mexico, a road favorite of 11 points, totals between 142.5 and 143, and I did set New Mexico as an 11.5 point favorite. Don't want to be going past the 11, but I'm going to be willing to lay the 11. It's a New Mexico team that's really checking all the boxes right now. A top 25 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, who's got a pair of guys doing an amazing job down low that should be able to take it to Air Force. As you've got JT Toppin along Nelly Jr. Joseph, both giving you between 7.8 and 8 rebounds per contest. With Toppin and Joseph, they've been able to combine for about 22 points per game. And then Donovan Dent, Jamal Mashburn Jr., Jalen Ellis, all in the backcourt, give you between 15 and 16 points per game. Dent, your main facilitator, 6.4 assists, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. House, 2.5 steals on 38% three-point shooting. And Mashburn is only shooting 29% from three. He's going to need to work on that a little bit, but you've got a chance against an Air Force team that they were very tremendous with their defense to begin the season, but things have really went sour for them. You could tell that they were just beating up on some really bad competition, as now they've given up 70 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, this is an offense that they have failed to get past the 70-point plateau here in Mountain West play. So I do think that there's a potential for this game to be a little bit lower scoring, though I do think that New Mexico is going to just put hammer to nail in this one. I did set my total at 145.5. I'm going to be taking a look at the over. It is an Air Force team that is allowing opponents to shoot right around 35% from three-point range at home. 283rd in all of college basketball in that regard. And it's a New Mexico team that they look to play at warp speed. They're a top 40 team with regards to total possessions per game. You do have Ryan Petraeus along with Evan Taylor for this Air Force team being able to combine for about 34.5 points per contest. And for as much as Air Force has been rough with regards to a three-point shooting defense, the three-point shooting offense has honestly been a little bit better this year, shooting about 36.5% from three-point range. I actually don't see too much of a boost at home. They're only scoring about 2 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment, but this team has always struggled on the glass. They've honestly been a little bit better thus far this season, being able to have Bo Becker chip in there, 5.3 rebounds per game. Kellen Boylan has been able to give you about 6.5 boards per contest, but still, team is about 232 second with regards to rebound rate with New Mexico. I do think that them giving up 70 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games is a little bit concerning, but the offense, it just continues to just flow points, and for Air Force, we have really seen a lot of regression with this defense. So I did set my total at 145.5. I'm going to be taking a look at the overhand with New Mexico, want to lay up to 11 points with them. 7-15, 7-16 on the betting board. DePaul hits the road face-off against Butler. Butler is a 16 to a 17-point favorite, and your total on this game anywhere between 148.5 and 149. I mean, Butler a 20.5 point favorite. I'm just going to be willing to lay it. I mean, this DePaul team is just so sad. It's not even funny. They got completely lambasted by north of 30 points at home against Providence a few nights ago. This team can't shoot. This team can't rebound. They just have absolutely nothing going for them. They're 3-4 team with losses at home to the likes of Long Beach State. Chico Carter has been able to give you about 11.5 points per contest, shooting 37.5% from three. And I mean, they do shoot 34% from three-point range, but 13.5 turnovers per game. DePaul outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're outside the top 275 with regards to rebound rate, as nobody on the roster gives you north of 4.3 rebounds per game. Deshaun Sean Nelson along Jeremiah Oden. Both give you about 4.1 to 4.2 rebounds per game. And for Butler, even though they're not the most amazing team on the boards, they certainly have a big advantage there with having Jalen Thomas, Andre 3000 Screen, be able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game. Screen is a true 7-footer, and Thomas has been able to give you 1.3 blocks per contest. And for Butler, this has been a much better offense than they were a season ago, now shooting about 35.5% from 3, 10.5 turnovers per game. Posh Alexander is not going to give you a lot of three-point shooting, but gives you 5 assists. He's able to do a good job flowing the offense, giving you north of 2 steals per contest. And then you got Pierre Brooks, who shoots 42% from 3. He's about a 16 or so point per game scorer. Jamal Telford, DJ Turned It Up Davis, both are able to give you double figures as well. This is a Butler team that they've got a really nice home court advantage. They've been able to score about 13.1 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-neutral court environment. And as unbelievable as it is, DePaul is actually a better team with regards to points scored on a per possession basis away from home rather than at home, probably because the fans are booing. But that said, I do think that Butler going to absolutely lay it on DePaul, and I just don't think that DePaul is going to be able to do their part with regards to the total. I think that they're better than the north of 84 points that they have surrendered in 4 of their last 5 games. But while they've given up all those numbers, this team has scored 65 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. It is a Butler team that comes in a little bit rough with their defense, having given up 78 plus in 4 of their last 5 games. But I think they get right online here, and it's a Butler team that they themselves scored 72 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. So did somebody total 144.5, looking at the under, willing to lay up to 20 with a struggling Butler team that has a get right spot. 7-17, 7-18 on the betting board. UNC Greensboro is going to be playing us at Wofford. Wofford does find themselves at 6.5 to 7.5 point underdogs with your total 141 to 141.5. With Greensboro, I did set them as a favorite of 7 points. So here at the 6.5, I'm going to be willing to lay it. Would rather lay 6.5 rather than take 7.5. It's a Wofford team that has been improving with regards to their defense. They're still outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And while Wofford has Kyler Feil, which is able to do a nice job, 9.5 boards, 10 points per contest down low, it is a Wofford team that they do shoot just 62.7% at the free throw line as well. Now, they are a team that also shoots about 36% from three-point range. You've had a pair of guys in your main scorer, Corey Tripp, along with Jackson Silvias, who have been able to do a solid job with this offense. Silvias has been able to shoot about 44% from three-point range, 10.5 points per contest. Tripp is able to give you about 15 points, 5.5 boards, and then Dylan Bailey as well. He's been able to give you about 35.5% three-point shooting, but I do think that for Wofford, this is a bunch that is going to be struggling a little bit more away from their friendly confines. This is a team that in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they're currently about 111th in all of college basketball, but they are averaging north of 13 points fewer per 100 possessions in a roadside-neutral environment, going up against a UNC Greensboro team that this has not been characteristic of a Mike Jones defense. You ask who, and I say Mike Jones, but that said, this Greensboro team, they're about 156th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but it does feel like things are starting to get righted because they've got their top scorer in Mikhail Brown-Jones back in the fold after he was missing for a few games, currently shooting 61% from 3. We should see some regression there, but supplying the team with 7.5 boards, block per contest, I think that he's going to do a good job with his versatility. And you take a look at this Greensboro team and how things have been able to round into form recently. This team has now given up 72 points or fewer in now 7 out of their last 8 games. So I do think that they're going to be able to hold up at the point of attack defensively against a Wofford team that has been a pretty good concept with regards to their offense. They've gotten to at least 72 points in 4 of their last 5 games. It is a Greensboro team that made themselves 70 plus points each out of their last 5 games as well. So it is a good old situation of something's got to give. Both of these teams a little bit slower, but with this Wofford team, they should be able to get some second chances against a Greensboro team that outside of Brown-Jones, you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5.6 rebounds per game. But with Greensboro shooting 39.3% from three-point range, and the way that Wofford has just been allowing the 3 ball. Wofford, 333rd in the country with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage. I think that this total is just a little bit too low, and it's based on a reputation. Did set my total at 143, looking at the over. And with Greensboro, 1 to lay up to 6.5 with them. 719, 720 on the betting board. Florida State is going to be playing us Clemson. Clemson does find themselves as 1.5 to 2 point road favorites with your total 151 to 151.5. Did set my total at 151.5. So here at the 151, going to be taking a look at the over. Both of these teams are certainly prone to giving up some points. Florida State, well outside the top 75 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Clemson 258th in the country with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, while Florida State in that same category, they're 175th in the country in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. So here at a 151. Going to be looking at the over, but I'm also going to be willing to lay with Clemson. With Florida State, they just have been dealing with a lot of moving parts. Now they've got Primo Spears in the fold. He's been able to give the team right around 10 to 11 points per contest, but doesn't look like the same guy that he was over at Georgetown a season ago. And now for this Florida State team that doesn't really guard the three well, they have to go up against a Clemson team that has been just absolutely dump trucking teams by being able to just bury shots. They're shooting 35.8% from three-point range. Joe Girard, 41% three-point shooter with about 15 points, 3.5 boards, 3.5 assists. Ian Shefflin down low is able to give you 10 boards per contest. And then BJ Hall, there's going to be no response for Florida State against him. 20 points, 7 boards, a block, two blocks, a steal, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range, going up against a Florida State team that has not really been that great on the glass. In terms of rebound rate, Florida State right now clocking in 205th. Bob Miller has not panned out the way that this team was hoping that he would. You do have Jameer Watkins, who comes in from VCU, supplying 13 points, 6 boards, 3 assists, and he's had to become the do-it-all guy. And I mean, while he was over at VCU, it's not like he was terrible, but to see this sort of production coming and him having to take over the show, that's not a good sign for Florida State. Darren Green has been able to shoot about 40% from three-point range for a bunch of. They shoot about 33% from the outside. It's a Clemson team that's certainly going to be allowing for a lot of open opportunities because they don't generate a lot of steals. And when it comes to this Clemson team, they have given up 78-plus points in 4 of their last 5 games. That said, it's also a Clemson team that's gotten past 72 in 4 of their last 5 games. For Florida State, 77-plus points for them in 4 of their last 5 games. The one exception was when they played against Notre Dame, so I do foresee a high-scoring affair, but with Florida State's inability to be able to guard the arc, I do think that Clemson gets the job done, set them as a 3.5-point favorite, and with this total, made my total of 151.5. So here the 151 looking at the over and going to be one to lay with Clemson, 721, 722 on the betting board. Sacramento State, it's road face-off against Northern Arizona. Northern Arizona, a favorite of 2 points with your total 135.5 to 136, and for Northern Arizona, I did set them as a favorite of just 1.5 points. So here at the 2, going to be looking at the points with Sac State. This is a little bit based on what we've seen out of David Patrick in past years. Typically, he's able to get his defenses playing their best this time of year, as for Sacramento State, they've been well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but you got the most versatile player out there on the floor, Duncan Boom Boom Powell, 13.5 points, 2.5 assists, 8.2 rebounds per game. The big thing for Sacramento State, taking care of the ball, 15.5 turnovers per game in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They are a bottom 50 team in all of college basketball. As a matter of fact, a bottom 30 team in all of college basketball, but now you're getting a little bit more out of Jacob Holt, who's been able to give you 37.5% three-point shooting. He's been able to supply the team with about 5 rebounds per game, double figures in 3 out of the last 4 games, and he's been able to give you 6 blocks over the course of the last 4 games as well. Northern Arizona, with having Carson Tout not play this far this season, I don't know what happened there, but he was their top rebounder a season ago. They are going to be completely decimated, as they've only got one player on the roster that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game, Carson Basham. 9.5 points, 6 boards for a Northern Arizona team that they're outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. And for Northern Arizona, 13 turnovers per game, 65% free throw shooting team on 31% from distance. Just have all sorts of issues. You've got Liam Lloyd, who's been able to give you a little bit of scoring. He's been able to dole out the ball with about 3.5 assists per contest, but we really don't have a lot of reliable scoring options. Trent McLaughlin, along with Oakland Fort, they've been able to combine for about 23.5 points on 35% three-point shooting, and this is a Sacramento State team that they will allow for some wide-open looks, but that said, they've been able to round into form in terms of their defense. Sacramento State has now allowed 70 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Northern Arizona team that they have really not been doing a great job of supplying offense. 55 points or fewer in 3 of their last 5 games, and I mean, they got held to 55 points or fewer against both the Montana schools and Omaha. That's not terrific, to say the least. So I do think that Sacramento State going to do a nice job batting down the hatches here with regards to their defense, but I do think that their offense going to be able to get it going against a Northern Arizona team that, against the 2 Montana schools, gave up 79 and 90 points respectively. It's a Sacramento State team that they themselves have been able to get past 70 points in 2 of their last 3 games. So looking at the over, making my total a 143.5, and being able to get 2+, going to be taking a look at the points with Sacramento State. 723, 724 on the betting board. Youngstown State, it's a road face-off against Detroit. Detroit does find themselves as a underdog of 10 to 10.5 points at home. Totals between 145 and 146. Will pigs start to fly with Detroit getting a win? No, but I'm going to be willing to take the 10 here. I set my line at a 9.5. Anything of double digits was going to be a take for me on Detroit. Now they've got Jaden Stone back in the fold, and that really helps out the scoring, because without him, this team just was completely rudderless on offense. And not to say that they've got tremendous cohesion on offense or anything like that, but And he's a guy that gives you 20.5 points, 5.8 boards, and a steal and a half per contest. No matter how poopy your team is, that's going to make a little bit of an impact. Detroit, 14 turnovers per game. They're outside the top 275 with regards to total possessions per game, and they're going to lose the battle down low. Eduardo Del Cadilla, the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game, having to go up against DJ Turner Burns and his 9 rebounds per game. And Youngstown State, now a top 175 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. We've seen a fall off with regards to their three-point shooting percentage from a season ago, though now shooting just 33.5% from the outside. Ziggy Reed, Brett Thompson, along with Brandon Rush, have all been able to give you between 12.3 and 13.4 points per contest. Really outside of Burns, though, nobody else gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. It's about a Youngstown State team that's taking care of the ball, giving you about 11 turnovers per contest. And for Youngstown State, defense has looked a little bit better recently. 71 points of fear surrendered in 3 out of their last 4 games, while the offense still cooking. 75 plus points in 4 out of their last 5 games. But for Detroit, ever since they've gotten Stone back in the fold, offense has been a bit better. Defense is getting destroyed. 81 plus points surrendered in 4 out of their last 5 games, but they've gotten to at least 75 points in each of their last 2 games. So good old situation if something's got to give. Set my total at a 145.5. Seeing this between 145 and 146, personally, I would rather have the 145 over, because Detroit, they're starting to kick it up on offense. Defense, well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And this is a Youngstown State team that, with regards to their three-point shooting defense, 308th in all of college basketball. So looking at the over in this spot and getting north of 10, going to be looking at the points with Detroit. 725, 726 on the betting board. Fresno State, it's a road face-off against Utah State. Utah State, a 13.5 point favorite with your total 146. And I did say Utah State as a 16.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a Utah State team that is coming off of a rough loss against New Mexico a few days ago, but it's a Utah State team that they continue to guard the three-point arc very well, 9th in the country with that regard. And it's a Fresno State team that's really been living and dying by the 3 ball, because they have been just turning the ball over too much to be able to form much else on offense. It's a bunch that is turning the ball over north of 14 times per contest. You've been able to get some relatively good production out of so many guys from 3-point range. As Isaiah Hill, he's been your main scorer, 13 points, right around about 5.5 assists, shooting 35.5% from 3. Xavier Dussel, the Wyoming transfer, 10 points on nearly 41% 3-point shooting. Donovan Yap has been able to shoot about 35% from the outside, but those turnovers have been very costly for a team that really does an okay job down low. Eduardo, Andre 3000, along with Yak Boyaki, they've been able to combine for about 14 rebounds per game, but Grado Sabor, 18.5 points, 9.5 boards. He's been one of the biggest burst onto the scene sort of guys in all of college basketball thus far this season, and it's a Utah State team that's really been able to execute defensively as well. This team clocks in 80th in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, actually giving up fewer points per possessions in a road/shoot court environment rather than at home. It is a Utah State team that's also going to be able to completely dominate on the glass, 36th in the country with regards to rebound rate. This is a Fresno State team that's more around 172nd, and for Utah State, they just don't beat themselves. The biggest reason why, you got a point guard in Darius Brown II who's able to give you 7 assists and 1.6 turnovers per game, 10.5 points for a Utah State team that they only shoot about 32% from 3-point range. But having the likes of Ian Martinez, Josh Uduche be able to give you production, I do think the Utah State going to take it to a Fresno State team that certainly has been having their issues defensively recently. As for Fresno State, they have now given up at least 72 points in 3 out of their last 4 games. Offensively, it's certainly been a slog, as well as they have been held to fewer than 71 points in 4 of their last 5 games. And for Utah State, they themselves have been able to just be a rocket ship with their offense. 77 plus points in each of their last 6 games. As a matter of fact, for Utah State, they've gotten to at least 77 points in all but one of their games since the beginning of the month of December. So it is a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay it with Utah State. I did set my total at a 146.5, so going to be willing to lay it with Utah State and looking at this 146 over. 727, 728 on the betting board. Abilene Christian plays OCUT Arlington. Arlington, a 1.5 to a 2-point favorite. Your total is across the board about a 154. I made Abilene Christian the 4-point favorite. I'm going to be taking a look at them outright on the money line. I think that this is an absolutely terrible matchup for UT Arlington. UT Arlington is one of the worst teams at taking care of the ball in all of college basketball. A bottom 30 team with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis, and now you go up against an Abilene Christian team that year in and year out, they're in the top 25 in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now, I will say this for UT Arlington, Philip Russell has been able to elevate this team offensively, being able to chip in there in his 6 games back, 16.5 points, 4.7 assists per contest, but he hasn't fixed the turnover issue. He's turning the ball over 3 times per game himself. It is a Arlington team that they do shoot about 34.5% from 3-point range, and typically when you get these high turnover teams, they are going to struggle a little bit with their 3-point shooting defense. Abilene Christian about 190th in all of college basketball with regards to their 3-point shooting defense, but this Arlington team, they are 345th with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, allowing 38.9% of 3-pointers to be made in a road/neutral court environment. Overall for UT Arlington, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this team is clocking in well outside the top 240, and it's been a lot of it due to their defense on the road, as they're giving up 13 more points per 100 possessions when away from home. Now, they do have a little bit of a advantage. I'll know Shamar Wilson, along with Juwan Gordon, they've been able to combine for about 15.5 rebounds per game, 24 points per contest, but with this Abilene Christian team, I do think that having guys like an Arion Simmons, Hunter Jack Madden be able to combine for about 25 points per contest, Jack Madden shooting 42% from 3, and Ali Abdu-Diba be able to chip in there about 35% 3-point shooting, 15 points per contest, and for Abdu-Diba, he's maybe give you 6+ boards in 4 of the last 5 games, 5+ boards in every one of them. That's exactly what Abilene Christian needed, as this team year in and year out, they've always had a little bit of a tough time on the glass, and credit is due for Arlington. They've been able to get to at least 73 points in each of their last 5 games. Certainly giving it up defensively, though. It's an Abilene Christian team that's had a little bit of an issue with regards to their offense, but I do think that the defense rises up, forces a lot of turnovers to be able to allow this team to be able to get the win on their home floor. I did set my line at 4, so I'm looking at Abilene Christian on the money line, and did set my total at 148. I do think that Arlington going to be stymied by Abilene Christian being able to force all those turnovers, leaning to dead possession. So looking at the under and looking at Abilene Christian outright on the money line, 729, 730 on the betting board. It is Utah Tech on the road facing off against Utah Valley. Utah Valley is an 8.5 to a 9.5 point favorite. Your total between 140 and 141. Say Utah Valley as a favorite of 6.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Utah Tech. It is a Utah Tech squad that has been having a tough time taking care of the ball. They are turning the ball over north of 15 times per contest, but Nolan Gonsalves has been able to do a solid job supplying 12 points per game for a team that once again shoots about 35.5% from 3-point range, with the Utah Valley team that they're really losing games on the perimeter. They are 253rd in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They themselves are a bottom 20 team in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage. Caleb Carrawell has been able to give you about 12.5 points per contest, and there's no doubt with having Trayvon Doris, the starting center from Utah State 8 seasons ago, manning things down low, being able to give you 7 boards worth of a block per contest, they're going to be able to win that battle. But it's a Utah Valley team that they've got Drake Allen, who's been able to give you about 12 points per contest, but he's shooting 16% from 3-point range. Team is still turning the ball over about 12.5 times per contest. The depth has been a little bit shaky with the team, as other than Doris, you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 4.3 rebounds per game. And even though Utah Tech is going to lose the battle down low, you do have Tanner Christensen, who's able to give you 6 boards. He's able to shoot a little bit from 3-point range. Utah Valley, they're about 226th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Utah Tech, closer to about 295th, but Eric Demings being able to give you about 3 assists per contest, shooting 38% from 3-point range, and getting back in the fold after he was missing for some time and was just limited in general due to injury, I think is big for Utah Tech. Being able to hold in this game, it is a Utah Tech squad that, it doesn't sound like much, but now they've given up 75 points or fewer in all 4 of their games since the turn of the new year. And for Utah Valley, a team that should be a little bit more defense-oriented, 76 plus points surrendered in their last 3 games. They have scored fewer than 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games. So I do think that Utah Tech going to be able to hold in there in a game that I think is going to be relatively mid-tempo. I did set my total at a 146.5. I think we've gone down too far with this total of like 140 to 141 looking at the over. And with Utah Tech, we'll take 7 plus with them. 731, 732 on the betting board. Western Illinois plays us to Tennessee State, and Tennessee State a 2.5 point underdog. Your total between 137.5 and 138.5 with Tennessee State. I did set them as an underdog of 3 points, so going to be one to lay the 2.5 with Western Illinois. A Western Illinois team that has done a tremendous job slowing down games. They are well outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, and this bunch has been able to do a really good job down low because they do have one of the better rebounders that you're going to find at the mid-major level. That would be Adam Cisse, who's been able to give you north of 11 rebounds per game. You've also got James Dent, who's been able to do a solid job being able to give you a double-figure amount of points, 5 plus rebounds per game. So I like what I'm seeing out of these guys. Meanwhile, for Tennessee State, you do have some guys that are able to bomb it from 3-point range, and they do have more down low. Jason Thibodeau coming back from injury. He's been very solid coming in from Florida State. He's been able to give you right in that neighborhood about 2.5 blocks, 5 boards, 9 points per game for a Tennessee State squad that they do shoot about 34% from three-point range. This is a Western Illinois team, though, that is going to be able to take away a lot of those open looks from the outside. Western Illinois, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, ranking 40th in all of college basketball. You've got E.J. Bellinger. You've got also Jason Jones, who will be able to combine for in that neighborhood about 36% from three-point range. Jones and Bellinger combining for just under 24 points per contest, and then you've been able to get about 14 points per contest as well out of Christian Brown. For Tennessee State, they also do generate about 7 steals per game with Keenan Hodges. They transfer from Eastern Illinois, being able to give you 2 steals, just a little bit of a do-it-all player, but with having Ryan Myers now shooting 46% from three-point range for a Western Illinois team that the deficit that they've got here is that they do turn the ball over 14 times per contest. That's one of the highest turnover rates you're going to find in all of college basketball, but I do think that they're going to be able to do a solid job against the Tennessee State team that they do an okay job of being able to hit the glass, not quite the same job that Western Illinois does, ranking 21st in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. I do think that Western Illinois wins from within in a game that I think is going to be a little bit higher scoring than what Western Illinois has been accustomed to. I did set my total at a 139, so you're at a 137.5, 138. Looking at the over, I think you can get some late game fouling. And for Western Illinois, I do think that they're going to be able to knock down some shots to be able to get it done against the Tennessee State team that, in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, has 37.2% away from home. So looking over and willing to lay with Western Illinois. 733, 734 on the betting board. Appalachian State plays us at Coastal Carolina. Coastal Carolina is an underdog of 15 to 16 points. So on this game between 142 and 143, and set my line at 15.5. The opener was 14.5, and I'd rather lay 15 points than take 16 points with Coastal Carolina. I'm going to be willing to lay the 15. I'm mostly seeing 15s out there for Coastal Carolina. Interestingly enough, a lot of their road numbers are better than their home numbers. That said, it's a Coastal Carolina team that they've done an okay job being able to guard the three-pointer. 130th in all of college basketball. That's not really what Appalachian State does, though. App State is shooting less than 32% from three-point range. You do have someone like Donovan Gregory, who's a do-it-all player, who's able to give you about 13 points, 4 boards, so he does a lot to be able to help the team out. But for Appalachian State, they do a nice job down low with Justin Absent being able to give you 2.5 blocks per contest. It's an Appalachian State team that they are allowing opponents to shoot in the neighborhood of about 43.6% from two-point range. That ranks 14th in all of college basketball. And for Coastal Carolina, despite having Gianna Ojiaka coming in from George Mason, this team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, it's right around about 88th in all of college basketball. For Coastal Carolina, they haven't been an abject disaster when it comes to their defense. It's been on the offensive side of things with the team turning the ball over darn near 13 times per contest. It's also putting teams on the free throw line way too much as well. It is an Appalachian State team that they can be a little bit shaky at the free throw line, but they're the much more disciplined team in this spot. It's an Appalachian State team that's been able to do a nice job of being able to just not turn the ball over as well. Miles State has been a big reason why 3.5 assists and 1.9 turnovers per game for an Appalachian State team that turns the ball over 10.5 times per contest. Meanwhile, you've got a Coastal Carolina bunch that does have John Sanders, who's now been able to give you 3 assists per game, but for Coastal Carolina, they shoot about 62.5% of the free throw line, 31.7% from three-point range, with having their main backcourt scorer being Kylan Blackman, who's been able to give you 12.5 points per contest. Appalachian State, a top 40 defense in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against a Coastal Carolina team that just has not been able to find their offense all season long. 237th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and despite the opponent's 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage numbers not being too bad for Coastal Carolina, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they're still 265th in all of college basketball, because despite the fact that you've got Ojiaka down low, you've been able to have someone like a Kevin Easley be able to give you about 5 boards, 8.5 points per game. Despite having all that, Coastal Carolina, in terms of rebound rate, just 143rd in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, this is an Appalachian State team that, with regards to their rebound rate, they're currently clocking in 85th. So I did set Appalachian State as a favorite of 15.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it. So I told 139.5. I do think that Appalachian State going to be able to slow down this game. Looking at the under, I'm going to be willing to lay it with App State. 735, 736 on the betting board. Southern Indiana plays us with Morehead State. Morehead State does find themselves as 9.5 to 10-point favorites. Your total is 133.5, and with Morehead State, did set them as a favorite of 9.5 points. 10 is my minimum buy point on Southern Indiana. It's a Southern Indiana team that has been very good to the under thus far this season, because last year they were a tremendous three-point shooting team, and this year they're a tremendously awful three-point shooting team, making fewer than 32.5% of their triples. Jack Melke has been able to shoot well above 40% from three-point range with 8.5 points per contest, but he's the only guy on the roster that really shoots above 31.5% from distance that sees consistent minutes. It's a team that only shoots about 40% from the floor with 14 turnovers per game, but it's not a Morehead State team that has been as good defensively this year as they have been in past years. They're really not forcing a lot of turnovers, and Morehead State is certainly giving up the arc in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. At home at about 37.2%, actually shapes up to right around about 28.5% when they're at home. And Riley Minix should be able to do a solid job in this one. He's been able to give this Morehead State team right around about 15.5 points, 8.5 boards for a Morehead State team that does rank in the top 75 nationally with regards to rebound rate. For Southern Indiana, though, you do have A.J. Smith. He's been able to give you north of 9 rebounds per game. Love what he's been able to show for this team going up against a Morehead State team that sometimes they do get a little bit loose with the ball. It's been a Morehead State team that has been able to romp a lot of opponents. They've won by double figures in 4 of their last 5 games. It is a team that has really locked it down on defense as well. For Morehead State, they have given up 68 points or fewer in every one of their conference games thus far, and for that matter, for Morehead State, the last time they gave up north of 68 points in a game, you have to go all the way back to when they played against North Alabama in the beginning part of December. So I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a lower scoring slog. I did semi-total at a 133.5. As a result, I'm going to be in on the under, but for Southern Indiana, I do feel like they're starting to find it a little bit more. This has been a squad that has been quite pesky here in OVC play, especially with being able to get Smith, who I mentioned before, chipping in their 13 points. Jeremiah Hernandez has been able to give you 15.5 points per game, and Morehead State really doesn't give you a lot of turnovers, which is where Southern Indiana has really been falling short. This is a Southern Indiana team that has shaped up a little bit more with their defense, 73 points or fewer surrender in 4 of their last 5 games. So being able to get the number that we're getting right now, right around about 9.5, 10 at a 10, I'm going to be willing to take the points with this Southern Indiana bunch. I did set my total 133.5, so you're at the 134, 135, looking at the under, and going to be taking the points with Southern Indiana. 737, 738 on the betting board. Lindenwood is going to be playing against Eastern Illinois. Eastern Illinois does find themselves between a pick'em to a 1-point favorite. Totals between 135 and 135.5. For Eastern Illinois, made them 3-point favorites. So I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a Lindenwood team that is in the bottom 50 in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, as this team just has not been able to fire on all cylinders on offense. For Lindenwood, aside from their game against Southeast Missouri State, where that's one of the worst offenses in all of college basketball and one of the worst defenses, for that matter, in all of college basketball, they have failed to break the 70-point plateau in 4 of their last 5 games against Division I opponents. And for that matter, this is a Lindenwood team that has been able to exceed the 70-point plateau just 2 times ever since the beginning of the month of December against Division I teams. So they just have had their issues. You got Keaton Cole who's able to give you 18.5 points, 6 boards per contest, but Cooper Jacoby being able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game for Eastern Illinois. He should be able to win that battle. It's an Eastern Illinois team that's now a top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. I know it's only one result, but with 4 minutes remaining in their game against Kansas, they kept it to within 1 possession. It's an Eastern Illinois team that certainly is having an issue with regards to their offense. They're in 18th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but for Lindenwood, that drops down to about 345th. Lindenwood from 3-point range, they are shooting about 26.5% from distance. They don't have a single guy that gives you north of 2.2 assists per game, and outside of Keenan Cole, Lonjarius Bean, you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 7.5 points per contest. Bean has been able to give you 13 points per game. Meanwhile, Tiger Booker has been able to do a nice job of being a difference maker for this Eastern Illinois team, helping out defensively, 2.5 steals, 14 points per contest, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range. This is an Eastern Illinois team that they still leave a little bit of something to be desired there in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 257th, but still they've been able to do a solid job wrestling the ball away. That should be enough on the road to get it done against a Lindenwood team that they really don't get a bump with their offense from being at home. I think that this is a low-scoring bleeder, set my total 135. So here at a 135.5, looking at the under. And with Eastern Illinois, I feel like they should be a favorite of 3 points, so taking them as a pick-em / a 1-point favorite. 739, 740 on the betting board. Southeast Missouri State plays us at SIU Edwardsville. Edwardsville finds themselves as 7 and 7.5 point favorites, with your total between 141 and 141.5. With Edwardsville, did set them as 6.5 point favorites. So here at the 7+, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Southeast Missouri State. And for Southeast Missouri State, man, it's been bad. This team is outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They don't have a single guy on the roster that gives you north of 4 rebounds per game, but they now have Rob Martin, who's been able to do a solid job supplying 12 points, shooting 40% from 3-point range. Adam Larson is now shooting 43.5% from the outside, and that's the way that this SIU Edwardsville team can get beat. This is an SIU Edwardsville team that they certainly have been allowing the arc. Last year, it was an Edwardsville team that they were doing a very good job with their defense. That has fallen off tremendously, and for Edwardsville, in a road/shoot-to-court environment, they're allowing opponents to shoot 38% from 3-point range. Well, SIU Edwardsville, they are a team that should be able to light up the Southeast Missouri State team as well. Southeast Missouri State, 319th with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but It does go down to about 32.2% at home, more like 38.5% in a road/neutral court environment for Edwardsville, even though they're going to be able to win this battle down low. They've got a guy in DeMarco Minor that's able to give you 8.5 rebounds per game. He only stands about 6 feet tall. It's not like this is an Edwardsville team with a bunch of size. They only have 2 guys that give you north of 4 boards as well. You've got Lorenzo Wright's sons as well, Lamar and Shamar Wright, who have been able to supply a lot of offense. Lamar Wright, 9.5 points on 37% three-point shooting. Shamar, 36% three-point shooter. Seal and a half, 15 points per contest. And then Rayshawn Taylor has been able to chip in their 13 points per game as well, while Edwardsville has seen a dramatic fall-off with regards to their defense. Their offense is only turning the ball over 10 times per contest, so they've been able to do a good job clicking there. And they're going up against a Southeast Missouri State team that is outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're giving up 9.9 points fewer at home on a per 100 possession basis rather than in a road/neutral court environment. So interesting spot here. Edwardsville outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. It's a Southeast Missouri State team that's really slowed themselves down as well, and it does feel like Edwardsville starting to play a little bit better on defense as well. So I did set my total 136.5. You got a pair of teams that they just have their very strange issues. For Edwardsville, it's much more on the defensive side of things. For Southeast Missouri State, it does feel like the offense starting to fortify a little bit. And for Edwardsville, credit where credit is due, 64 points of fewer surrender each of their last 3 games. Meanwhile, it's the Southeast Missouri State team that they themselves have allowed 70 points of fewer in 3 of their last 4. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to take anything north of 7 here with Southeast Missouri State. 741, 742 on the betting board. Louisiana Tech is ready to face off against Jacksonville State. Jacksonville State is a home underdog of 2 to 2.5 points. Totals between 126 and 126.5. Set Louisiana Tech as a 4.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a LA Tech team that is in the top 85 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, with Daniel Pacho just able to absolutely eat teams up down low. A little bit north of 10 boards per contest, going up against the Jacksonville State team that does not have a single guy that gives you north of 6 rebounds per game. Juwan Purdue has been able to give you about 5.7 rebounds per game, but Jacksonville State, they're going to be completely outgunned with that regard. They're going up against a Louisiana Tech team that's in the top 50 nationally in terms of rebound rate. Now, Jacksonville State has been able to do a good job being a top 85 team with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and overall, you take a look at them in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 44th in all of college basketball, and it has been something that has traveled. That said, at home, they don't necessarily get too much of a bump from their home court, so that has been interesting to take a look at for a Jacksonville State team that they shoot about 33.5% from 3, but they hurt themselves too much. 13.5 turnovers per game. Kai Dandy has had to be the main form of offense, 19.5 points, steal per contest, with a Jacksonville State team that has each of their top 4 scorers chipping in there at least a steal per game, and I do think the Louisiana Tech going to be able to match up quite well in this spot, as they themselves have been able to wrestle away about 8 steals per contest. Isaiah Crawford has been Mr. Do It All, 15 points, 2 steals, 6 boards, shooting 42% from 3-point range, and Talik Chavez has been able to shoot 41% from 3-point range as well. Both of these teams have done a relatively solid job of being able to force those turnovers, but with Louisiana Tech throwing in there the element of being able to generate those turnovers with this Jacksonville State team, still being a team that, even though they create a lot of live ball turnovers, in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they're only about 94th, and they're creating fewer turnovers at home rather than on the road. That should allow Louisiana Tech to go on the road, get the job done in a game where both of these teams are well outside the top 175 in terms of total possessions per game. Should be a little bit of a low-scoring slog, but that said, I could see a lot of late game fouling going on here, as I did set my line at 4.5. Team down 5-6 points with a minute remaining. You get those late game fouls, and with the way the Louisiana Tech bombs it from 3-point range, I do like the over. Set my total at 128.5 and 1 to lay up to 4 with Louisiana Tech. 743, 744 on the betting board. UC Davis is playing UC Irvine. Zot, the Anteaters are between 2.5 and 3-point favorites. Totals between 140 and 141 with UC Irvine. Set them as 3-point favorites. So you're at the 2.5. I'm mostly seeing 2.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's an Irvine team that had a little bit of a rough go of it defensively towards the back half of non-conference play. They're back in the top 100 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and they're allowing opponents to shoot just 30.1% from 3-point range away from them. That is a top 45 mark in all of college basketball, going up against a UC Davis team that they themselves are a top 90 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's a very top-heavy UC Davis team. Now, credit where credit is due, they're also about 90th in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and Elijah Pepper, north of 20 points, 5 boards per contest, shoots it well from 3-point range, but who's going to be able to help out alongside of him is the question. You've been able to get a little bit of something out of someone like a Ty Johnson, who's been able to give you 15 points per contest, but for UC Irvine, they've got the best point guard in this game, and that would be Pierre Cockrell. Pierre Cockrell has been able to give you about 6 assists per contest, and it's a big reason why Irvine has been able to really elevate their offense in recent years. He's able to find a lot of guys like a Devin Tills, who's got 6'6" versatility. He's able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range. Wide open shots. It's a Irvine team that as a whole, they're shooting 37.5% from three-point range, and it's a team that travels very well. UC Irvine always schedules very tough out of conference, leaving them in a very good spot to be able to elevate here. Now, with Irvine, their defense really doesn't fall off when they're away from home. The offense, it does a little bit. They are scoring about 16.5 points fewer per 100 possessions in a road/neutral court environment rather than when they are at home. And for this Irvine team that does shoot right around about 37.5% from three-point range overall, they still do shoot about 36.3% from three-point range when they are on the road. And it's a UC Davis team that they shoot about 34.5% from the outside. Kane Milling has been able to give you about 9.5 points per contest to be able to help things out, but I do think that they're going to lose the battle down low with Elijah Pepper being your main rebounder with about 4.8 rebounds per game, with having Benton Lutken, the 7-footer for UC Irvine, back in the fold. And this Irvine team, you take a look at what they've been able to do in regulation. This team has been very dominant with the way that they have just not allowed teams to be able to score in general. They have given up fewer than 67 points in regulation in each of their last 6 games. The lone exception was when they went to overtime against the same UC Davis team in which they were leading 55-41 midway through the second half. You had a little bit of a doldrum in the second half there, then which UC Irvine went cold. I don't think that that's going to be the case once again here. I think that Irvine going to be able to go pedal to the metal, and this game does not go to overtime. So I am going to be taking a look at Irvine, willing to lay up to 2.5 with them. And with regards to the total, did set my total at a 137. First game was very much trending under, so looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Irvine. 745, 746 on the betting board. Cal is going to be playing us Washington State. Washington State is a 1.5 to a 2-point road favorite. Your total is 145.5. We saw Cal once again make like your buddy at the bar and could not close against Washington a few days ago, and I'm just not going to mess around with this team. I set Washington State as a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Washington State, a top 65 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, doing a relatively solid job down low. You've got Isaac Jones along with Andre Yagmovsky. These two guys have been able to combine for about 12 to 13 rebounds per game, and you've got legitimately 4 different guys for Washington State that give you at least 5 rebounds per game. They're not the most dominant team on the glass by any stretch of the imagination, but they're still doing a relatively solid job. 33rd in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, despite the fact that you've got Fordham along with Jalen Tyson for this Cal team being able to combine for about 17.5 rebounds per game. Cal's just 129th with this regard. With AMAC, he's able to average a double-double for you. He's shipping in there 15.5 points. Shoots at about a 34.5% clip from three-point range. But for Cal, it's just been a little bit of a rudderless offense. Keontae Kennedy has been able to give you 10 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Tyson, 20.5 points per contest. That's a top 40 mark in all of college basketball. Jalen Cone is a black hole. Every time you pass him the ball, he doesn't pass it out. Devin Askew has been injured all season long. Jalen Celestine has been in and out of the fold, and when he's been in the fold, he's shot it well from three-point range, but doesn't do anything else. He doesn't give you any sort of defense. For a Cal team that's well outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this has been a Washington State team that, even though they do get a tremendous bump from being in Pullman, that is one of the better home court advantages they're going to find among any power conference team. It has been a bunch that they're only giving up about 6 points more per 100 possessions when they hit the road. That's honestly not too bad of a mark. You've got Miles Rice, who's been very efficient at the point guard spot, 3.5 assists, 16 points per contest, shooting 35.5% from three-point range. It's Washington State team that they were able to put up an 89 spot against Stanford, and this offense has been able to get going north of 72 points each of their last 4 games, and the defense has been solid as well, giving up 70 points or fewer in 3 of their last 5 games. It's a Cal team that just continues to get crushed defensively, 77 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games. But this is a Washington State team that is in their element when they're playing a little bit more slowly. Cal has not necessarily been bumping up the tempo as well, so I did set my total at 143. I'm going to be taking a look at the under with this Washington State team. I do think that they control the glass. That allows them to win the game. One to lay up to 2.5 with Washington State to go along with that under. 747, 748 on the betting board. Texas State is going to be playing us Arkansas State, and Arkansas State does find themselves as a 1 to 1.5 point favorite with your total between 145 and 145.5 with Arkansas State. Set them as a 1.5 point dog. I'm going to be taking a look at Texas State outright on the money line. Colton Benson, I do think is a big difference maker in this game. He was out of the fold towards the beginning part of the season as one of those transfers that was not allowed a waiver to start out with. Ever since he has come into the lineup for Texas State, he in 8 games has been able to give you about 10 points on 50% 3-point shooting. This for a Texas State team that they only shoot 67% at the free throw line, 32% from 3-point range with 13.5 turnovers per game, going up against an Arkansas State team that has just been a little bit strange in general. They've been really looking to crank up their tempo. They're a very much all or nothing sort of team, and for Arkansas State, they're not too terrible at being able to guard the three-point arc. They're about 136th in all of college basketball, but they allow opponents to shoot 37.5% from three at home, 30% in a road/neutral court environment. Not sure what's happening there. Texas State is a little bit of a better team with regards to a rebound rate, a top 175 team with that regard, despite missing Tyrell Morgan. And for Texas State, 42nd in the country in terms of guarding the three-point arc. Arkansas State very much built around DeAndre Dominguez, the UMass transfer, 8.5 boards, 13.5 points per contest, while Caleb Fields, Tyron Todd, they've been able to combine for about 24 points, with Fields shoots 36% from three. For an Arkansas State team that overall, they shoot about 35.5% from the outside. It's been a Texas State team that in recent years has had some negative home and road splits. They've been actually worse at home in a lot of spots rather than in a road/neutral court environment when it comes to Texas State. This year, fortunately, they've been able to avoid those. So they are still a bottom 50 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. For Arkansas State, 87th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but scoring 30. Count them, 30 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're in a road/neutral court environment. I do think that Texas State going to turn this into a little bit more of a defense-oriented game. That is going to allow them to get the job done. Set my total 143.5, looking under and looking at Texas State outright on the money line. Set them as 1.5 point favorite with the way that Arkansas State has not been able to perform on the road and the way that this Arkansas State team on the road has had quite a few more turnovers. Overall, 12.5 turnovers a game, goes up significantly on the road. 749, 750 on the betting board. Texas Tech is going to be playing us BYU. BYU does find themselves as 1 to 1.5 point underdogs with your total between 146 and 147. Set Texas Tech as a underdog of 2.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to take BYU in this spot. I recognize that having to go from the state of Utah to Texas, that is not going to be an easy road trip, and we have been seeing the travel really affecting these Big 12 teams, but with this Texas Tech bunch, I do think that they're doing for a little bit of regression. We saw quite a bit of that in that game against Houston. It's a Texas Tech team that, they're a tremendous team defensively. They're a top 75 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I do like what you're able to get out of Warren Washington down low, giving you 8 rebounds per game. And then Darion Williams, who comes in from Nevada, he's a little bit of a do-it-all player. He's able to give you about 9.5 points, 6.5 boards, 2.5 assists, a steal, shoots 38.5% from three-point range for a Texas Tech team that overall, they do shoot 36% from the outside. This BYU team, though, they do a tremendous job of shutting down the three-point arc, allowing opponents to shoot 29.8% from three away from home, 25.6% at home. Number 3 in all of college basketball in that regard. This is a Texas Tech team that they themselves, that they're going to be able to play some strong defense under Grant McCasland, but they have been allowing opponents to shoot more closer to about 32.7% from distance. That's about 134th in all of college basketball. Pop Isaacs, for everything that he does well, 16 points, 3 assists, quite a few boards. He does turn the ball over a little bit, and he's inconsistent with his shot. As a matter of fact, each of your top 4 scorers for Texas Tech shoot 33.3% or worse from three-point range. And then for BYU, this team has been an absolute rocket ship with regards to their offense. A top 15 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. 5 separate guys giving you at least 7 points per contest. And among their top 5 scorers, 4 of them give you at least 4 rebounds per game. It's a BYU team that ranks in the top 20 with regards to rebound rate. Trayvon Nell shoots 47% from three-point range. Noah Waterman, all sorts of versatility at 6'10", 10.5 points, 6.5 boards, 37.5% three-point shooter. And you're getting back in the fold some of the guys that were a little bit banged up. Fusani Traore, he's been playing very limited minutes, has been sort of in and out of the fold, but if you can get him back, just be able to give you a little bit of something, that's going to be able to help out this team moving forward. They've also been able to get some good facilitation with about 4.5 assists per contest out of Dallin Hall, who's been able to give you 9 points per game. Been thoroughly impressed by this BYU team, and for Texas Tech, I do think that they're going to be able to do a relatively solid job on the defensive side of things moving forward, but this is just a BYU team that has been completely different, and I do think that for BYU, they should see a little bit of regression with regards to their three-point shooting defense as well. I think that this is a game that's going to come down to late game fouling. Wouldn't be surprised if we get some overtime as well. So did some I told 148.5. This has also been a Texas Tech team that's been pretty solid on offense. So looking at the over and with BYU, set them as a 2.5 point favorite. So looking at them on the money line as an underdog, 751, 752 on the betting board. Drake is going to be playing us to Evansville. Evansville finds themselves as an underdog of 18 points with your total between 146.5 and 147.5. With Drake, I did set them as a favorite of 16 points. So at 17.5 to 18, I'm going to be willing to take the points. It's an Evansville team that certainly has been seeing some regression with Ben Humor-Riches being out of the fold. That's their top scorer, has been able to give the team 17 plus points per contest, but this is also a Drake team that I think is getting a little bit overvalued, and they do lean a little bit too much on Tucker DeVries, who's been awesome. He's been able to give you 3 assists per contest. They tried to just have him as the do-it-all guy as a true freshman. He clearly wasn't ready for that. He's much more ready for that this season, them, but that said, would still like to see a little bit more ancillary production in the backcourt to be able to take the load off of them, as you've got a pair of guys like Cooper Garland along with Connor Enright who've been able to combine for about 12.5 points per contest, and Enright does shoot 49% from three-point range. You've got pretty much 5 different guys on the roster that give you at least 2 assists per contest for a Drake team that they're 9.2 turnovers per game, top 25 team with regards to turnovers on a per possession basis. Evansville, they're pretty efficient as well, only about 11.8 turnovers per game, and though Evansville is going to lose battle down low, you've been able to get a little bit more down low. Usan Toomey along with Joshua Hughes have been able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game, and Hughes is now shooting about 44% from three-point range. You've got 7 points, 4 boards out of Tanner Cuff. He's been able to step up in recent games, being able to give you 9+ points in 2 out of the team's last 3 contests, shooting about 32% from three-point range. And it's an Evansville team that they're now into the top 150 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis after they had really been one of the most rough teams offensively in all of college basketball. They do have to go up against a Drake team that's been pretty dominant offensively as well. They're in the top 90 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis for Evansville. Certainly they've seen some regression recently with regards to their defense, but this is still an Evansville team that they rank in the top 180 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They do wrestle the ball away a little bit, generating about 7 steals per contest. Kenny Strawbridge, a little bit of a do-it-all guy, steal and a half, 2.5 assists, 10 points per contest. I do think that this team has the versatility to be able to hold in there, even with Huma Riches being out of the fold. It's an Evansville team that certainly has fallen on some tough times with their offense. 64 points or fewer scored in 3 out of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Drake bunch that's just pounding teams into oblivion, as they've been able to do a nice job with regards to their defense, giving up 71 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 5 games, and the offense certainly has been there, 75 plus in 4 of their last 5 games. That's I think we went just a little bit too far with this line. Set Drake as more of a 16-point favorite, so we're going to be willing to take the points and made by total a 142 with the way that Drake, not an up-tempo team, Evansville playing a little bit faster, but they're not playing at warp speed themselves. So going to be taking a look at the under 7 by total 142 and taking the points with Evansville. 753, 754 on the betting board. Marshall hits the road face-off against James Madison. James Madison is a favorite of 12 to 12.5 points. Totals between 158.5 and 160, and I set this bunch and James Madison as a 13.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Marshall coming off and just getting dump trucked in the second half against a bad Old Dominion team, and this James Madison bunch, they are now a top 40 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. We all talk about the offense, and you've got like 8 or 9 different guys for James Madison that are interchangeable, but his team does a great job just really being able to hold it down. They've been able to improve their rebound rate as well. Each of their top 3 scorers give you at least 5 rebounds per game, including DJ Bickerstaff, 14.5 points, 8.8 boards. And for this James Madison team, a team that ranks in the top 50 with regards to total possessions per game, just 11 turnovers per game. Even though they've cooled down and now shooting about 34.5% from three-point range, you've got pretty much everyone out there on the floor that's able to pop threes out of your players that have all been able to give you at least 2 points per contest. Anyone that's made at least 1 3. They all shoot at least 32.1% from distance. Nobody really shoots above 38% from three-point range. So it's a lot of balance with this team, with Terrence Edwards leading the way with 17 points, 5 boards, 3.5 assists per contest. Michael Green, he's your main facilitator with about 3.5 assists per contest. And for Marshall, this team has been pretty rough with their three-point shooting 31.1% from the outside. They're going to try to win this game from within. Obiana Onchale Killian, 6.5 boards, 17 points, a block, a steal per contest while shooting 42% from three-point range. And Nate Martin is able to give you 9 boards per contest. I like Keyshawn Voles, who's been able to give you about 2 steals per game, but he is a big drop-off offensively from what this team has had in past years with regards to their backcourt. This is a Marshall team that in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, I mean, they're not terrible, but at the same time, 183rd in all of college basketball. I do think that James Madison going to be able to do a good job of taking it to them, and what is supposed to be the forte of Marshall, which is hitting the glass, they rank right in the neighborhood of about 152nd with regards to rebound rate. James Madison now doing that pretty significantly better as well. James Madison, in terms of their rebound rate, they have been able to ascend into the top 100 with that regard. So I do think that James Madison going to be able to have domination against a Marshall team that they look to run it and gun it. I do think that James Madison, even though they haven't been scoring as much in conference play, going to have a big performance against a Marshall team that has given up at least 74 points in each of their last 4 games, and they've gotten to at least 79 points in 3 out of their last 4 for James Madison. They have been able to exceed 88 points in 2 of their last 3 games as well. So did set my total 165.5, looking over and willing to lay with James Madison, made them a 13.5 point favorite. 755, 756 on the betting board. Mercer, it's the road to face off against Samford. Samford is a 13.5 to a 14 point favorite. Totals between 153 and 154. made by number 153.5. Seeing the 154, going to be looking at the under. It's a Samford team that has been playing at rocket ship style speed. As this team, they really don't have a lot of regard for anything whatsoever, shooting north of 40% from three-point range. I think we're going to see a little bit of regression with that regard. They go up against a Mercer team that started out the year losing to D2 Clark Atlanta. That was not great to say the least, but ever since then, they've been able to round into form a little bit more defensively. They're about 230th with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage. So that's going to be a little bit of an issue. But it is the Samford team that they turn the ball over 14 times per contest. Samford certainly has been lacking with their defense, 203rd in the country with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage. That said, I did make my line a 13.5. We were seeing this before at a 15. Seeing the 14s out there, it's my max buy point on Mercer, but still a little bit of a buy point. And I do think that Mercer is going to be able to do an okay job on the glass with Jalen McCreary giving you about 15 points, shipping in their 5 boards per contest. And when it comes to Mercer, this team is going to be looking to do quite a bit more with regards to going down low rather than bombing it from three-point range. This is a bunch that they don't necessarily have a lot of guys that shoot it very well from three-point range, but at the same time, they've been able to do an okay job defensively, giving up 74 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games in this conference. That's not very easy to do. Meanwhile, you've got a Samford team that their numbers are just completely warped by that VMI game. Them going off for a 134-96 win has just completely thrown things off because prior to that, they were really doing a good job defensively. And if you look overall, this team has given up 74 points or fewer in 7 out of their last 8 games. You do have Anchor is able to give you 6 boards, 16.5 points per game, but he's really the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 5.3 rebounds per game, especially with Jermaine Marshall being in and out of the fold. He has been out since the turn of the new year. You've got AJ Strand McCray who's able to give you 13 points per game. And for Samford, they do generate about 11 steals per contest. It is a Mercer team that has had a little bit of a tough time holding on to the ball with about 11.5 turnovers per game, but I think that they do just enough to hold in this game. And now you've got a pair of guys and Robbie Carmody along with Jake Davis shooting about 38.8% from three-point range for a core that they do shoot just 65% at the free throw line, but shooting it relatively well from three-point range, and as a whole is greater than some of its parts sort of team. So I did set my number at a 13.5. Here at 14, going to be willing to take the points with Mercer, and at 154 higher, looking at the under. 757, 758 on the betting board. Kentucky plays us to Georgia. Georgia is an underdog of 12.5 to 13 points. 162 to 163 is your total, and with Kentucky, I did set them as a favorite of 13.5 points, so 13 is max I'm going to be willing to lay, but I'm going to be willing to lay with the Kentucky team that they just continue to be so efficient on offense. So I think that there's going to be a fall off from their north of 40% three-point shooting that they've been having night in and night out. Yes, but at the same time, what's not going to fall into a little bit of a trap is the fact that they just continue to take care of the ball. They're in the top 5 nationally. There's the fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, going up against a Georgia team that has been able to have a pair of guards in Jabari Abdul-Rahim along Noah Thomason, be able to supply about 25 points per contest between the two of them. They shoot about 38% from three-point range, going up against a Kentucky team that, while they do a tremendous job of being able to bomb it from three-point range, at the same time, they are a team that's going to give up a few open looks from three-point range, but still, 31.5% opponent three-point shooting percentage, that's still pretty stinking good. Georgia, they've done a nice job cutting teams off from the three-point arc, 21st in the country with this regard. So I do think that this is going to be one of Kentucky's bigger challenges yet I do think that they're going to be able to persevere through it, because while this Georgia team does a good job of being able to lock it down from three-point range, they've only got one guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game in Russell Chewa, and this is a Kentucky team that I think that their rebounding numbers are going to continue to improve with Aaron Bradshaw getting more and more comfortable in the system. He's been back for 9 games, been able to give the team 7.5 points, 4.5 boards, someone who's 7'1" that gives you a block and a mid-30s three-point shooting percentage. Reed Shepard, 53% three-point shooting percentage, should go down a little bit, but he's able to give you 12 points per contest, and this is a Kentucky team that legitimately now has 8 different guys that give you at least 7.4 points per contest. Pretty much all but 2 of these guys give you a north of 4 rebounds per game as well. It's just a really well-rounded group going up against a Georgia team that I just feel like they're a little bit outgunned in this spot. And for Georgia, I mean, they've been able to have some good triumphs recently. They've been able to win 4 out of their last 5 games, and their offense has been much better recently as well. 74-plus points in 4 out of their last 5 games. It's a Kentucky team that they have given up at least 77 points each of their last 4 games, so I think that you get a high-scoring expose. Set my total at 163.5. Looking at the overhand, even though Kentucky, I think they get bottled up a little bit more from three-point range, I think that they get second and third chances, and they knife the ball down low to be able to get it done. 1-8 to 13 with Kentucky. I'm looking at the over. 759, 760 on the betting board. Georgia Tech plays those to Virginia. Virginia is a 1 to 1.5 point favorite. Your total is between 128 and 128.5. So Virginia is a 5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Now for Virginia, they're giving up north of 22 points more per 100 possessions in a road/neutral environment rather than at home. But this is a Georgia Tech team that they just have been all over the place with their offense, and they just can't exploit a Virginia team that has been allowing opponents to shoot north of 37% from three-point range in a road/neutral environment. They only shoot about 32% from three-point range, with Bate and Ndongo, big man, being able to give the team 9 rebounds and about 12.5 points per contest, and that's where Georgia Tech is going to need to try to win this game. Down low, because Virginia outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. Ryan Dunn, who's been able to get her done, he's the only guy on the roster that's really giving you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. He's done a solid job being able to supply 6.5 rebounds in the neighborhood of about 9.5 points per game. What Virginia's going to be looking to do, generate turnovers. Top 20 team in all of college basketball with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Virginia, the 8.2 turnovers per game is a little bit due to the fact that they're a bottom 20 team with regards to total possessions per game, but still, if you look at efficiency numbers, they're a top 30 team with regards to fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, shooting about 35.5% from three-point range. Reese Beekman along with Isaac McNeely, they've been able to combine for a little bit over 24 points per contest. McNeely shooting 47% from three-point range, and then when it comes to Georgia Tech, just a team that in general shoots about 32% from three, and even though Virginia shoots about 66% the free throw line, Georgia Tech, they shoot 66.7% the free throw line as well. So both of these teams in a closeout spot, they are like your buddy at the bar, and they cannot close because they shoot it so poorly at the free throw line. But also with this Georgia Tech team, they're a top 50 team with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They've been able to do a solid job of being able to shut that down, but I do think that Virginia, a team that does a better job of being able to take care of the ball, and a Virginia team that has been able to get Reese Beekman going for about 13 points per contest, they're going to be able to get it done, despite the fact that Nathan George has really been able to emerge for the Georgia Tech team. He's actually supplied the team with 9+ points in each out of the last 3 games, and he has been able to supply 22 assists to 5 turnovers in the last 3 games. But I do think that Virginia generates those turnovers and is able to get the job done, while this game does go under because of all those turnovers. So did set my total 127, looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay the very small number here with Virginia. 761, 762 on the betting board. It is Harvard, and Harvard hits the road face-off against Penn. The Quakers of Penn are a favorite of anywhere between 2.5 and 3 points. Total on this game, going to be getting it anywhere between 143.5 and 144, and I did set my total at 147. I'm going to be taking a look at the over. It's a Harvard team that has been having a little bit of a rough go of it defensively after last year. They were all defense and really no offense whatsoever, but with Penn, made them a 5-point favorite. This is a Harvard team that towards the beginning part of the season, they were shooting well north of 40% from three-point range and was seeing nearly a 10% drop-off with that three-point shooting percentage when away from home, and now they've just gone cold both at home and on the road. They do have Malik Mack back in the fold. He's been able to give this Harvard team right around 19 points, shooting 43.5% from three, 4.5 boards, 4.5 assists per contest, and he's done a nice job being able to dole out the ball ever since he has come back into the fold for the team in his last 2 games. Has been able to give out 9 assists, but that has come with 8 turnovers as well. It's a Harvard team that has been missing Justice Ejabor, who's been your top rebounder with about 7 boards per contest, and that plays right into the hands of a Penn team that doesn't necessarily do a great job with regards to rebound rate, but they've got Nick Spinoza, who's able to give you 10 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. It's a Penn team that is one of the best in all of college basketball, being able to shoot from three-point range themselves, shooting 39.7% from three-point range, going up against a Harvard team that they allow opponents to only shoot about 31.5% from distance, but that has been regressing a little bit as well. Felt like they got a little bit fortunate towards the beginning part of the season. Now that has been starting to fall back a little bit, and this is a Penn team that they do have some interesting home and road splits. They allow opponents to shoot about 32.5% from three-point range at home, north of 36% in a road/neutral court environment. And when it comes to this overall defense of Penn in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, clocking in 242nd in the country, but they've been able to give up about 13 points per 100 possessions fewer at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment. At Harvard, they allow about 8.5 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home as well. So you've got your issues there. When it comes to this Harvard team, they're a relatively mid-tempo team going up against a Penn team that they've been looking to play a little bit faster this year. They've been able to replace Jordan Dingle by committee, and it is a Penn team that they do turn the ball over about 13 times per contest, but with Tony Perkins, Clark Slagert combined to shoot 40% from 3 with about 32 points per contest, I do think that Penn, they should be able to persevere over a Harvard team that they're just in really rough form right now. This is a Harvard team that's lost 3 out of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, for Penn, they just haven't played a lot really ever since Christmas. I believe that they've only gotten in 3 games, but that said, when it comes to this Penn team, they have been able to get to at least 76 points in all but 3 out of their last 8 games, so I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a higher scoring affair. Did set my total at a 147, looking at the over, and going to be willing to lay up to 4.5 points with Penn, 763, 764 on the betting board. College of Charleston hits the road face-off against UNC Wilmington, and Wilmington is anywhere between a 2.5 to a 3-point favorite, and your total on this game anywhere between 157.5 and 158. Wilmington, I did set as a 3-point favorite. So here at a 2.5, it's a max I'm going to be willing to lay, but I'm going to be willing to lay it. It's a Wilmington bunch that has been a top 20 team in all of college basketball in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and they've got Tarzarian White, who's going to be the best scorer in this game. How about 20.9 points, 6.5 boards, going up against a College of Charleston team that, they're back to what they were 2 seasons ago under Pat Kelsey. They're just absolutely launching their offense with no regard for human life at this point, as you've got a College of Charleston team that doesn't have anyone that scores north of 12.9 points per contest, but you've got 6 different guys that give you at least 8.6 points per contest. All but one of these guys give you at least 4 rebounds per game. They only shoot, though, about 31.5% from 3-point range. For this to work, they need to have a little bit more 3-point shooting. Like even last year, they were shooting more around 33.5% from distance. They've done a good job taking care of the ball with about 11 turnovers per game, but typically this team does a good job generating some steals. That's down to about 6 per contest. This is a Charleston team that's outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they go up against a Wilmington team that, as collective, they're able to shoot 35% from 3-point range. KJ Jenkins is shooting north of 40% from 3-point range. He's been pretty tremendous for a Wilmington team that they themselves are about 315th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but that falls to about 33.3% when they are at home. When it comes to this College of Charleston team, they've had a tough time being able to guard the arc as well, 194th in all of college basketball. With this regard, it is a Charleston team that they haven't necessarily been able to do a great job with their rebound rate as well. When they were really clicking on all cylinders last year, they were a top 50 team with regards to percentage of missed shots that they were able to grab as an offensive rebound. They haven't been able to do quite that this season. Meanwhile, it's a Wilmington team that now they've been able to round into form with their defense as well. 70 points of fear surrendered in 3 of their last 4 games, but this has been an impressive Wilmington offense. I do think that this is going to be a high-scoring affair with the way that Charleston has been playing, but I think we've went a little bit too far with regards to the total. I do think that Charleston can get slowed down by a Wilmington team that's always outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game, and I do think it's going to be able to hold this Charleston team to a lot of one-and-done possessions. Set by total 155, looking under, and with Wilmington, one to lay up to 2.5 with them. 765, 766 on the betting board. UW Green Bay is going to be hitting the road face-off against Northern Kentucky. Northern Kentucky is a 5.5-point favorite with your total between 138 and 139. With Green Bay, I did set them as an underdog of just 3 points. I'm going to be willing to take the points with UW Green Bay. I feel like a lot of people are just betting against UW Green Bay, thinking, oh, there's no way that Sundance Wicks can actually turn this thing around, and yet they have been. This UW Green Bay team all of a sudden has been able to find their offense. They have been able to get to at least 70 points in 3 out of their last 4 games. As a matter of fact, in terms of 68 plus points, they've been able to do that, and now each out of their last, I believe now, 6 games. And for UW Green Bay, they've got one of the better mid-major players out there. Noah Reynolds, 19.5 points, 4.5 assists, 3.5 boards, shooting 38% from 3-point range. And Green Bay as a whole, now shooting 36% from 3-point range. They have really been able to get it done, and this is the UW Green Bay team that's still leaving a little bit of something to be desired on defense, to our 19th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they go up against a Northern Kentucky team that pretty much gambles for turnovers, and when they don't get a turnover, it's doomsday. Northern Kentucky, 310th in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. This is despite the fact that you've got Sam Vincent along with Marquise Warwick combining for about 3.8 steals per contest. And Northern Kentucky, a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they're only shooting about 31.5% from the outside. Marquise Warwick is able to give you 19 points per contest, and Vincent, who I mentioned before, 3 assists, 5 boards, 13.5 points per game. But unlike last year where they had Chris Brandon being able to give you 9 plus rebounds per game, they don't have any of that now. It's a UW Green Bay team that really, outside of Elijah Jones, you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game as well. But that Achilles heel of UW Green Bay not going to be unearthed by a Northern Kentucky team that's just 252nd in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, while UW Green Bay is 133rd. It's a Green Bay team that has been able to do a good job mitigating those turnovers. They have been turning the ball over about 13 times per contest. Not a lot of them have been coming recently, and Foster Wonders off the bench, shooting 42% from 3, should keep Green Bay in this game. And a game that I do think is going to be a little bit lower scoring. These are two teams well outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. Did set my total 133, looking at the under, but in terms of The spread, I did cite it at 3, so we'll take the points with UW Green Bay to go along with the under. 767, 768 on the betting board. Elon is going to be playing us in Northeastern. Northeastern is a favorite of between 2.5 to 3 points. Totals between 144 to 145, and with Northeastern, I did set them as a favorite of 3 points. So here at the 2.5, I'm going to be willing to lay it. It's a Northeastern team that is well outside the top 275 in terms of point slot on a per possession basis, but you got an Elon team that has been starting to cool down from 3-point range, and it's an Elon team that they themselves have certainly been giving it up, especially from 3-point range. This is an Elon defense that is about 221st in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but that goes at 37.2% at home. Meanwhile, it's about 32.5% in a roadside shoot court environment, so it has been pretty ghastly with that regard. It is an Elon team that has some relatively good versatility. Max McKinnon has been able to do a good job being able to give you about 5 rebounds per game. Sam Cherry has been able to tip in there about 5 boards per contest as well, but having Chris Doherty being able to give you about 7 boards, 12 points per game, I do think that that's going to win out for this Northeastern team. For Northeastern, it has been a squad that has been a little bit all over the place with regards to their offense in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. This team is clocking in right around about 294th, and this is a team that with regards to their defense, they are giving up about 15.5 points more per 100 possessions in a roadside shoot court environment rather than at home, but again, with this Elon team, you just have a bunch that has really not been able to provide you too much with regards to defensive end as well. For Elon, you've had TK Simpkins be able to give you about 12 points per contest. That's been a little bit helpful for this bunch, but I do think that with this Northeastern team, being able to get what they have been out of Lucas Dakota since he's been back in the fold, as he was missing for a few games to begin January, but he's been able to come back and he's been able to give the team 18 plus points in 2 of their last 3 games. I do think that this is a Northeastern team that should be able to get it done against an Elon team that just has not been able to give me anything defensively whatsoever. So I did set my total 145 despite the fact that both of these teams are lower tempo. Looking at the over of Northeastern, want to lay up to 2.5 with them. 769, 770 on the betting board. Missouri is going to be playing us in Florida. Florida does find themselves as 2.5 to 3-point road favorites. Your totals between 160 and 160.5. This is a Florida team I've loved to fade all season long. I just can't do it here. I set my line at 4.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it. This has been a Missouri team that's just been so underachieving. I love Dennis Gates as a coach, but I have no idea why Connor Vanover is not getting more minutes for a Missouri team that desperately needs rebounding. They are outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate. Vanover is a 7'5" giant of the earth that's just collecting dust on the bench, going up against a Florida team that does rank in the top 20 nationally with regards to their rebound rate. We've got Alex Condon, Terry Samuel, along with Micah Hanglotten, who have all been able to give you at least 7 rebounds per contest. Walter Creighton has been able to give you about 16 points per game, and it's a Florida team that they score 80 plus on the regular, but it doesn't feel like they've got very efficient offense. 13 turnovers per game. They shoot about 32.5% from 3-point range, but Zion Pullen has been able to give you about 5 assists per contest, and they go up against a Missouri team that you do have some really good 3-point shooters. Sean Eath is the second, shooting 49% from the outside, 4 assists, 16.5 points per game. They only turn the ball over about 11 times per contest, but they can't really do anything on the inside because they refuse to give Connor Vanover minutes, which that's really their main form of big man in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Missouri is just 118th. Despite the fact that you have like Tamar Bates shooting 50% from 3-point range, Nick Honor shooting 39% from 3-point range, that's just an abject failure right there. And you've got a Florida team that they're about 39th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but they do score about 12.5 points fewer per 100 possessions in a roadside shoot court environment. So it's a good old situation of something's got to give. I did set my total 158.5 just because this is a Missouri team that they just feel rudderless right now. Really, both of these teams do, but I just think that Florida has the better players in this spot. And I do think that Missouri, a team that just has not been able to generate a lot of offense, not going to be able to do so once again here. So made my line 4.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Florida. Made my total 158.5. So also looking at the under 771, 772 on the betting board. Wright State is going to be playing us to Milwaukee. UW Milwaukee, an underdog of 6.5 to 7 points. 171.5 is your total, and I set my total at a 171. So barely on the under in this spot, but I'm going to be willing to go under. You got a Wright State team that, boy, oh boy, they are outside the top 330 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're legitimately a good offense. Tanner Holden, along with Drake Calvin, have been able to combine for about 37 points per contest. Both of these guys shooting north of 40% from 3-point range. I mean, this is a Wright State team that's in the top 125 with regards to rebound rate as well. You've been able to have A.J. Braun, Brandon Noel, Alex Hubergeste, I hopefully said that correctly, being able to combine for in that pocket about 34 points per contest. All 3 of these guys combined to be able to pool for about 18 rebounds per game. And I mean, for Wright State, they only turn the ball over 11 times per contest. They shoot 53% from the floor, but I mean, the defense has been so ghastly. At the same time, for UW-Milwaukee, it's right now the BJ Freeman show, nothing else. 18.6 boards, 4 assists, steal per contest on 37% three-point shooting for a core that shoots 32% from three-point range. He's the only guy on the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. Only guy on the roster that gives you north of 2.5 assists per game. Now, for Milwaukee, they only turned the ball over 12 times per contest, but Milwaukee is in the bottom 25 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They've given up at least 80 in 4 of their last 5 games, and last time these two teams played, it was 91-83. UW-Milwaukee was able to get the job done. BJ Freeman had just returned back into the fold. These two teams want to combine 23 of 43 from three-point range. I do think that things are going to taper off a little bit. To shoot that good from three-point range, you really need to be hitting on all cylinders, and I do think that for UW-Milwaukee, they won the offensive rebound battle 11-8 the first time around. I do think that that's going to reverse script, and I do think that Wright State, as a result, going to get their revenge set my line at a 7, so you're at the 6.5, going to be willing to lay it, maybe by total 171, so you're at the 171.5, diving in on the under. 773, 774 on the betting board. Portland, it's the road face-off against Santa Clara. Santa Clara, 11.5 to 12-point favorites. Your total is 153, and with Santa Clara, I did set them as favorites of 12.5 points. Going to be willing to lay the number. It's a Santa Clara team that got dump trucked by St. Mary's, but they were able to bounce back a few days ago, get a nice convincing win and cover over a Pacific team that's just dead at this point. And Portland had their game postponed. So, that was very strange. So you have to wonder how Portland is going to be responding to the extra rest and perhaps a little bit of rust, as you've got Tyler Robertson, who's been able to give you 15.5 points, 4 boards, 4 assists, shoots 37% from three-point range. But as a whole, it's a Portland team that only shoots about 32.5% from distance. It's a Portland team that's outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against the Santa Clara team that certainly has left something to be desired with regards to their just overall defense. But along the perimeter, top 85 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. It is a Portland team that they themselves just give it up from the arc, 282nd with that regard in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And this is a Santa Clara team that can beat you in a wide variety of ways. You've got Adama Ball in the backcourt along Carlos Marshall, being able to combine for about 28 points per contest. These two guys combined to shoot north of 37% from three-point range. And then you've got Christoph Tilley, who's been in and out of the fold, but he's back in. He's a 7-footer. Johnny O'Neal, 6'10". They combine for about 9.5 rebounds per game. And then Francisco Cafaro, 4.5 points, 4.5 boards, does a solid job manning things down low for a Santa Clara team that does shoot 37% from three. They get a little bit out of sorts with regards to their turnovers, but neither team in this spot really generates any turnovers whatsoever. And for this Portland bunch, they have now given up 95 plus points in 3 out of their last 5 games. They have been all over the place, as they've allowed 64 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 5 games and 95 plus in the other 3. So you get really an all or nothing effort out of this Portland team. Meanwhile, for Santa Clara, sans that game against St. Mary's, they've really been clicking with their offense. In WCC play, they've been able to exceed 75 points in 3 out of their 5 games. Defense has been relatively solid as well, giving up 73 or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. So this is a spot where I did set my total 150.5. I do think that Santa Clara, more of a mid-tempo team this season, is going to be able to keep it under, but I think they take it to a Portland team that is outside the top 225 with regards to rebound rate. Tyler Harris has been able to give you 7.5 boards, 12.5 points per game, and you have 2 Yamanachi Williams, who comes in from the Southland, is giving you a little bit more defensively as well. But that said, with regards to the Santa Clara team, the size gets to Portland, so I'm going to be willing to lay up to 12 of Santa Clara, maybe by total 150.5, so looking at the under as well. 775, 776 on the betting board. Liberty is going to be playing against the Sam Houston State. Sam Houston State, an underdog of 9 to 9.5 points. Totals between 137.5 and 138.5. With old Liberty, it's not them as an 11.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number for Liberty. It's been a tough bit of non-covers with regards to their Conference USA games thus far, but I do think that they're going to be able to bounce back here. It's a Liberty team that still is a top 40 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, going up against a Sam Houston State team that just not the same team defensively this year that they were a season ago. Last season, this was a top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And when it comes to old Sam Houston State, down to about 135th this season, and it's a Liberty team that they're not going to go out there. They're not going to be forcing a whole bunch of turnovers or anything like that, but they've been able to do a solid job at home, giving up about 12.6 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral environment, going up against the Sam Houston State team that they themselves have a tendency to beat themselves. They are giving up about 13.2 turnovers per game. It is a Liberty team that, with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, they're 111th, with opponents shooting just 30.1% against them at home. Meanwhile, it's the Sam Houston State team that, when they do hit the road, that's been a little bit of an issue for them defensively, though. They don't do a bad job of guarding the arc, about 150th in all of college basketball with that regard, but you've been able to get quite a bit out of someone like a Joseph Van Sant. Down low for Liberty, he's been able to give you about 8 rebounds per game, going up against the Sam Houston State team that has 3 different guys that give you at least 5.5 rebounds per game. Nobody that gives you a full 6+ rebounds per game, though, and it is a Liberty team that, as a just collective, they do an okay job of being able to hit the glass. They've got a 54.8% rebound rate when they're at home. Sam Houston State, about 200th in all of college basketball with regards to their overall rebound rate for a Sam Houston State team that they just have a lot of guys that are trying to be able to give you some efficient offense. Jaden Ray has been able to give you 4 assists per contest, but it just feels like a little bit of a disjointed offense. And for Liberty, you've got a bunch of guys that are able to bomb it from 3-point range. Kyle Rhode, Keenan Menifee, they're able to combine for 26 points per contest, both shooting a combined about 38.5% from 3, and all in all, Liberty does shoot 36.5% from distance. I think that'll be enough for them to get the job done by double figures. Set my line at 11.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Liberty, and in terms of the total, did set my total 137.5, with Liberty being a bottom 50 team in terms of total possessions per game. Looking at the under end, I'm going to be willing to lay with Liberty. 777, 778 on the betting board. Hawaii, it's the road face off against UC San Diego. San Diego's a 4 to 4.5 point favorite. Your total between 134 and 135. It's at UC San Diego as a favorite of 6 points. Going to be willing to lay up to 5.5 with them. It's a UC San Diego team as a top 100 team in the country with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, getting a lot out of Bryce Pope. Bryce Pope, he's been able to supply about 18 points per contest from 3-point range. Shoots it at about a 34.5% clip, but 45.3% at home. And this is a Hawaii team that they've been just fine on defense, ranking right around 83rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, only giving up 5.5 points more per 100 possessions when they're in a road/neutral court environment. And down low, Bernardo da Silva has been able to give you 7 rebounds per game. Mo Sek is a true 7-footer that's able to give you a block per contest. But for UC San Diego, even though this is on a dominant team with regards to being able to hit the glass, they do a pretty good job of being able to rebound by committee. And Tyler McKee, who was injured for the first 10 or so games of the season, is now shooting 40% from 3, supplying 14 points per game. Doesn't really do much other than supply offense, but ever since he's been in the fold, team has gotten to at least 70 points in all but 2 of their games. For this UC San Diego team, they're ranking about 200th in the country with regards to their overall rebound rate, but like what Francis Nworke has been able to supply, giving you about 35% 3-point shooting, about 12.5 points per contest. And for Hawaii, the well has just run really dry in terms of their offense. This team has been held to 71 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games and wanted to eat it back to December. This is a Hawaii bunch that they have now scored 71 points or fewer in all but 1 out of their last 8 games against Division I competition. You've got Noel Coleman who's able to give you 13 points per contest, but Hawaii last year was a relatively solid 3-point shooting team. Got Juan Munoz who's able to shoot about 39% from the outside, but as a whole they shoot about 32.5% from distance. They don't do a lot in terms of being able to develop interior offense, and this is a Hawaii team that's well outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game, and it's a UC San Diego team that they themselves have had a few issues with regards to their defense, giving up 72 plus points in 3 of their last 5 games, but it's clicking on all cylinders on offense. I do think that Hawaii is going to be able to slow this game down, but I do think that the efficiency of San Diego on offense just wins out, especially with McGee now in the fold. So I did set my line at 6. I'm going to be willing to lay the number and did make my total 136. I think that this is close enough for late game filling. So looking at the over and looking to lay it with UC San Diego. 779, 780 on the betting board. Old Dominion is going to be playing us with Louisiana Monroe. Monroe does find themselves as an underdog of 10.5 to 11 points. Total on this game between 142 and 142.5. Did set my line at a 6.5. So I'm going to be willing to take the points with Louisiana Monroe. Old Dominion, congratulations on getting a win over Marshall with a big second half, but this team has just been completely out of sync all season long. They're outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and typically that's supposed to be where Old Dominion is supposed to shine. Typically this is a team that they just can't give you anything on the offensive side of things, and not to say that Old Dominion has been amazing on offense by any stretch of the imagination, but you know what? About 239th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and actually scoring 3.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral environment. But Old Dominion has been able to get past the 70-point plateau in every single one of their games here in January. You've got a pair of guys in Chauncey Jenkins along with Sean Elouette, who have been able to combine for about 32 points per contest, combine and shoot about 36% from the outside for a team that only shoots 65% the free throw line, 31.5% from 3. But they just keep on giving up points upon points, and now they get to go up against a Louisiana Monroe team that's in the bottom 30 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They don't have a single guy that gives you north of 10 points per game, as Nika, guy with a really long last name that I'm not going to try to pronounce, gives you 10 points, 6 boards, so good job Nika. But that said, for Louisiana Monroe, they only shoot about 26.5% from three, 64.5% at the free throw line, but neither of these teams really generate a lot of turnovers. It's been a Monroe team that's had a tough time holding on to it. 13 turnovers per game as one of the slower teams in all of college basketball. Both of these teams certainly are having their warts on defense. With Monroe, they allow opponents to shoot about 35.5% from three. That does fall to about 34.8% in a road/neutral court environment. And for Old Dominion, 307th in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage as well. Neither of these teams necessarily dominant on the glass, but Old Dominion outside the top 275 with that regard. It's a Monroe team that's more around 124th, and I do think that the rebounding of Monroe keeps them alive in this game. So I did set my line at 6.5. I'm going to be able to take the points with Monroe. I do think that the Monroe offense keeps going a little bit more, but both of these teams relatively low tempo. Set my total at 140.5, diving under, and going to be taking the points with Monroe. 781, 782 on the betting board. Oklahoma State, it's road face-off against Kansas State, and Kansas State just find themselves as 8.5 to 9-point favorites here. Total between 133.5 and 134.5. It's opened up at a 10.5. Here at a 9, I'm still willing to take the points with Oklahoma State. Set my line at 8.5. Even with the drop, I would still, like I said, at 9 or more, be willing to dive in on an Oklahoma State team that, they've been able to get Javon Small to come up big for them. 15 points, 5 boards, 5 assists per contest for a team that shoots in the high 30s from three-point range. Now, for Oklahoma State, the defense, it has diminished from a season ago. It's not terrible, though, going up against a Kansas State team that they're outside the top 100 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. To the credit of Kansas State, 30th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They've actually been very good on that side of things. Arthur Kaluma has been able to give you about 15.5 points, 6 boards. Love what I'm seeing there for Oklahoma State, 97th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But if you look at them in a road/neutral court environment, they're closer to about a top 75 defense, so that does leave for a little bit of encouragement. It's an Oklahoma State team that is never going to be a team that really rips the ball away or anything like that. Kansas State hasn't done a ton of that either, but for Kansas State, they turn the ball for 14.5 times per contest. They shoot just 31.5% from three-point range. They're top 8 scorers. You've got one of them that shoots above 33.3% from three-point range. Will McNair's done a good job down low, giving you about 5.5 rebounds per game, and I do think that this is going to be a Kansas State team that is going to be able to take hold down low, even with Dequan Tomlin out the fold. They've been a relatively solid team with regards to the rebound rate, with bringing in someone like Will McNair. David Engesson has been able to give you about 8 or so rebounds per game. So these guys have been solid. Kansas State, 48th in the country with regards to rebound rate, while Oklahoma State falling off a little bit there at about 79th. But interestingly enough, for Oklahoma State, in terms of road rebound rate, a top 20 team in all of college basketball. Oklahoma State has done a little bit of a better job taking care of the ball. You've got Cam Carter, Ty Perry, who've been able to combine for about 32 points per contest for Kansas State, but it's been an inefficient 32 points. Now for Oklahoma State, getting cooked on defense, 75 plus points, given up in 3 of their last 4 games, while they themselves have scored 73 or fewer in each of their last 5. Meanwhile, for Kansas State, this team has been very good defensively. In regulation, they have given up 71 points or fewer pretty much each of their last 11 games. So I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a slog. I set my total at a 136.5. I think we've gone a little bit too low here. I do think that we see a bit of positivity for an Oklahoma State team that shoots it well from three-point range. So looking at the over, plus I do think that this game is going to be close enough for late game filling. Set my line at 8.5. So taking the points with Oklahoma State and the over. 783, 784 on the betting board. Oregon State hits the road face off against Colorado. Colorado is 16.5 to a 17-point favorite. Totals between 138 and 138.5. I did set my total at a 142.5. Oregon State had a 10-minute span against Utah where they scored 0 points, much to the delight of our DK Network write-up for Thursday of the under, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that once again. It is a rough Oregon State team. There's no question about that, but I think there's going to be a little bit of bounce back here. I set my line at 14.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points. It is a Colorado team that has been different at home rather than on the road. You always see some pretty demonstrative home and road splits with regards to this Colorado team, as in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis overall. Team is clocking in 98th, but they're giving up about 16.5 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are at home. But now they have to go up against Jordan Pope, who's able to give you 17.5 points, 3.5 assists, shooting 38% from three-point range. Dexter Cano, he gives you about 12 points on 36.5% three-point shooting as well. And it's an Oregon State team that they themselves, with regards to their three-point shooting defense, they're about 160th in all of college basketball, allowing opponents to shoot just 32.3% from three-point range, going up against the Colorado team that is their forte. This Colorado team has been able to get everything out of KJ Simpson. About 18 plus points, 5 boards, 5 assists. He does a little bit of everything for a Colorado team that they need him to, because they're about 248th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Now for Colorado, they should be able to exploit the fact that Oregon State has had a tough time taking care of the ball. 13.2 turnovers per game for them, and when it comes to this bunch between KJ Simpson and Tristan Da Silva, they generate 3 steals per game. With Da Silva, he's been able to chip in there 15.5 points, 5 boards, 3 assists on 37.5% 3-point shooting, and among players that have made at least 1 3 thus far this season, everyone that's averaging north of 2.5 points per contest, shooting at least 36.4% from 3-point range. It's been absolutely ridiculous, but it's a Colorado team that isn't necessarily dominant with regards to the rebound rate. Meanwhile, it is a Oregon State team that, while you don't have anyone on the roster that gives you north of 6 rebounds per game, you got Michael Rotage along Casey Abikwe throw in there as well, Tyler Bledu. They combine between the 3 of them about 15.5 to 16 rebounds per game, going up against a Colorado squad that has been more around 12th in the country in terms of rebound rate. Probably undersold them a little bit because I forgot Eddie Lampkin and how dominant he has been. But that said, when it comes to this Oregon State squad, I do think that they're going to be able to hold in there, give you a little bit of a better offensive performance than they did a few nights ago. And they're going up against a Colorado team that they've been able to get to at least 73 points in 3 of their last 4 games. Now they're getting fully healthy, and for Oregon State, prior to that just absolute stinker that they played against Utah, and they were getting it going on offense as well. 72 plus points in 3 of their last 4 games prior to that, and has been a squad that's given up now at least 70 points in 4 of their last 5. So I think we went a little bit too low with this total. Set mine at a 142.5. Looking at the over, and going to be willing to take the points with Oregon State. Made them an underdog of 14.5. 785, 786 on the betting board. Wyoming plays us to Nevada. Nevada, a 7 to a 7.5 point road favorite. Your total is between 140 and 141. Set my line at 7, and I thought I was being really aggressive because going to Wyoming, going to elevation, that is one of the toughest things to do out there in mid-major college basketball. So here at a 7.5, I'm going to be willing to take the points with the Wyoming team that hasn't necessarily done a great job with regards to their home and road splits. This has been a squad that hasn't necessarily been able to utilize that elevation. You do have Sam Griffin along the cool cot who have been able to do a nice job, be able to give the team nearly 32.5 points per contest, and both shoot north of 38.5% from 3-point range. As a matter of fact, both shoot north of 40% from 3-point range. The one thing that Wyoming needs to do is take care of the ball. They have been turning the ball over nearly 15 times per contest, one of the highest marks in all of college basketball. This for a Wyoming team that is also clocking in about 245th in all of college basketball with regards to offensive efficiency, but that's where the home and road splits come in. They're generating about 15 more points per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/shoot court environment. And when it comes to that 3-point shooting percentage, it is 42.9% at home, going up against a Nevada team that has been a top 50 defense all season long in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Nevada really doesn't generate a lot of turnovers. That should help out this Wyoming team, though they have been able to do a solid job cutting off the 3-pointer. Components are shooting 28% from 3-point range in a road/shoot court environment. I think that's going to be a little bit of give and take. Wyoming sees a little bit of drop off there, but they don't fall to like 28%, anything like that. And Wyoming as a committee has been able to do a relatively solid job down low. You've got a trio of guys and Brandon Winslow along with Caden Boom Boom Powell, and then you're able to throw in there as well Cam Manu, who have been able to give you a combined about 16 rebounds per game. They're going up against a Nevada team that, despite the fact that Nick Davidson is really the only guy that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game, they've been able to do a solid job down low. Jared Lucas, Keenan Blackshear combined for about 33 points per contest. Lucas shoots 36.5% from 3 in Nevada. They just don't beat themselves. They shoot about 72% of the free throw line. They are in the top 30 nationally in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Outside of Blackshear and Lucas, is really a whole is greater than the sum of its parts approach with regards to being able to get some points. They've got a lot of situational guys. They've got a pretty deep, like 9 or so man rotation. I do like this Nevada team overall. Very much a tough uphill battle, though, having to go on the road. And it's been a Nevada team that hasn't been tremendous on offense. 72 plus points scored in just 1 of their last 5 games, and that was against non-Division I Fresno Pacific. Meanwhile, it's a Wyoming team that they themselves have been a little bit brutal on defense. 73 plus points allowed in 4 out of their last 5 games. So it's a situation of something's got to give. Set my line at 7. So being able to get the 7.5, I'm going to be looking at Wyoming, and it did set my total at 143. I think that this is going to be close enough for late game following, and I think Wyoming drains some 3. So looking at the over, I'm going to be taking the points with Wyoming. 787, 788 on the betting board. UT Rio Grande Valley plays also Tarleton State. Tarleton is a favorite of between 2.5 to 3 points. Totals between 145.5 and 146.5. With Tarleton, I did set them as a favorite of 6 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a Tarleton State team that's once again in the top 30 nationally in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, going up against the Grand Valley team that's in the bottom 50 in terms of ball security. This is just not a good matchup for this UT Rio Grande Valley team in general is they also don't shoot it well from three-point range. It's a Grand Valley team that is shooting right in the neighborhood about 29 to 30% from three-point range. Charleston State, they never shoot it really well from three-point range, but you've got Ja'Cory Smith, who's been able to give you about 14.5 points per game, and Keandre Gaddy, who's been able to give you about 12.5 points per contest for a bunch that they also don't turn the ball over a ton. Only about 11.8 turnovers per game. A lot of these high turnover teams, like Stephen F. Foss and Abilene Christian, they give the ball right back. Not with this bunch. Charleston State also has skipped to my Lou Williams, give you about 11.5 points, 4.5 boards per contest. This team actually does a solid job being a rebound by committee. Charleston, one of your more dominant defenses in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis at the mid-major level. Meanwhile, UT Rio Grande Valley, they're outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this has been a Charleston team that has been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to hit the road. They're only giving up about 1.4 points more per 100 possessions in a road/Utica environment rather than at home. It's a Grand Valley team that they themselves have given up 80 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games. Offense has really been able to get it going, at least 73 points in every one of their last 5 games, and you've been able to have Elijah Elliott be able to give you about 15 points, 3 assists per contest, but team only shoots 29% from 3 with those 15.5 turnovers a game. Doomsday against a Charleston State team that I think is going to be able to generate some turnovers. I think does a pretty solid job defensively. Did set my total at 146 here out of 146.5, dive it under, and I'm going to be one to lay it with Tarleton. 789, 790 on the betting board. Northern Iowa is going to be playing us to Southern Illinois. Southern Illinois is an underdog of 5.5 points. Totals between 135.5 and 136.5. Said Northern Iowa is just a 2-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points. It's a Southern Illinois team that has an uncanny ability of just being able to slow games down to a crawl. They're outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions per game, and they've got by far the best player out there on the floor. That'd be Xavier Johnson, top 3 player with regards to points per game, 23.5 points, 4 boards, 6.2 assists on 42.5% three-point shooting. This is a Southern Illinois team that, as a whole, they're shooting about 38.5% from the outside, with having Troy D'Amico along with Trent Brown both being able to give you a lot of three-point shooting between the two of them, about 40%, with Brown dripping in there about 8.5 points per contest. And now you've got Jamison Hensley, who comes in from Cincinnati along with UNC Greensboro, giving you about 6.5 points on 57% three-point shooting in the games that he's been back. Clarence Rupert has been able to give you 6 rebounds per game, and they go up against a Northern Iowa team that they really don't have a lot of size. Jacob Hudson is someone that stands right around 6'10", but he hasn't necessarily been able to give you a lot defensively for a Northern Iowa team that's 207th nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they give up the exact same amount of points per possession at home rather than on the road. They're a bottom 75 team at home in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against a Southern Illinois team that has been pretty sharp in terms of just being able to take care of the ball in general, fewer than 11.5 turnovers per game. Northern Iowa, they turn the ball over only about 11 times per contest as well, with Nathan Heisey being your top three-point shooter at 42.5%, giving you 14.5 points per contest, but other than Titan Anderson, along with Heisey, nobody on this roster gives you north of 4 rebounds per game. It's a Southern Illinois team that just continues to play really good defense. They've given up 70 points or fewer in 11 out of their last 12 games. You got a Northern Iowa team that they have given up now at least 72 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, so 72 points or less. So they've been able to do a solid job with that regard, but we've seen the offense slow down as well. 70 points or fewer scored for them in 4 of their last 5 games. So I do think that this is going to be a game that's going to be a little bit of a slog. I set my total at a 134. I'm going to be looking at the under with the way that Southern Illinois does a solid job on defense and the way that they've been able to rebound. I think they hold in this game. So set my line at 2. Going to be taking the points with Southern Illinois and the under. 791, 792 on the betting board. Seton, it's a road to face off against UC Riverside. Riverside finds themselves as 2.5 to 3-point favorites. And your total on this game, it is 152. Set Seton as a 2-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them out right on the money line. They got completely lambasted in that game against UC Santa Barbara a few days ago, but this is still a Seton team that has been able to cover pretty much all but 3 of their spreads thus far this season. And when it comes to Seton, this is a top 75 team with regards to both the rebound rate and points allowed on a per possession basis. One of those just holds greater than the sum of its parts approaches, and they are down a new coach in Andy Newman, and he got a big-time rarity. He was able to bring back 2 of the top 3 scorers from a season ago, and Deshaun Allen Ikens along with Deontay Bostic, and these 2 guys have been able to combine for about 30 points per contest this season, actually a little bit more than that, and they go up against a UC Riverside team that, despite the fact that they only turn the ball over 9.6 times per contest, they are well outside the top 200 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. The reason why is they shoot 39% from the floor, 29.5% from three-point range. Even though Isaiah Moses along with Brandon Hargress have been able to combine for 23 points, tipping in there about 7.2 assists per contest, 2 steals per game. You just don't get a lot down low either. Kyle Owens is the only guy on the roster that gives you north of 3.6 rebounds per game. It's a Riverside team that is just cobbling up any way humanly possible to hold in these games, and it's just been very, very strange to see it, to say the least, for Seton, not necessarily the world's most efficient offense at about 208th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but they only score 2 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than when they're at home, and they get to go up against a UC Riverside team that they just have been getting just destroyed with their defense. They're 258th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. When it comes to this Riverside team, 346th with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage at home, allowing opponents to shoot 41.7% from the outside. Not necessarily the world's strongest Seton team in terms of being able to knock down threes, but with Seton having such a big advantage defensively, they're allowing opponents to shoot just 30.2% from 3-point range in a road/shoot-to-score environment. I do think that they get the job done. It is a Seton team that's looking to play quite up-tempo. It's a Riverside team that looks to play very slowly outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. I do think that this game gets slowed down, but I do think that the Seton defense shines. Set by total 144. Looking at the under and taking Seton outright on the money line made them a 2-point favorite. 793, 794 on the betting board. UConn hits the road face-off against Villanova. Villanova does find themselves as 3.5 to 4-point underdogs. Total on this game are between 139 and 139.5. I did say UConn as the favorite of just 1 point in this spot, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with Villanova. Would have been willing to go up to about a 1.5 with UConn, but getting multiple points, I'm going to be taking a look at this Villanova squad then. I mean, it has been a little bit touch and go for them thus far this season, and it is a Villanova team that, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they've been able to improve. They're a top 75 defense. Once again, Villanova does have some liabilities in terms of guarding the 3-point arc, 200 in regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, but Justin Moore coming back into the fold is very big, as he's been able to do a nice job giving out 2.5 assists, double-figure amount of points per game, going up against a UConn team that they do now have Donovan Clingan back, but he played very limited minutes a few days ago. I expect much of the same in this one. They're not going to want to just throw him out there full bore. It is a UConn team, though, that does rank in the top 10 nationally. In terms of points scored on a per possession basis, Cam, Spencer, Luntris, and Newton, they've been able to combine for about 30.5 points per contest. Newton's only shooting 30% from 3, but 6.5 boards, 6 assists. We've already seen him get triple doubles this season, and Alex Caravan has really been stepping up, shooting 40% from the outside, 15.5 points per game, and Spencer, he shoots about 47% from 3-point range, but I do think that Villanova is very much going to be up for this game. Villanova has all sorts of versatility with Tyler Burton along with Eric Dixon being able to combine for about 13 or so rebounds per game. Both of these guys able to let it fly from 3-point range as Villanova. While they only shoot about 33.5% from 3, what this team does on offense is the little things. They shoot 81.8% of the free throw line, a top 5 mark in all of college basketball. They only turn the ball over about 10 times per contest, and that was with Justin Moore being out the fold for quite a bit of the season. It's a Villanova team that, no doubt, they're going to have a little bit of a tough time on the glass, but they're still about 66th in the country with regards to rebound rate, and now they're getting more out of Hakeem Art as well. 7.5 points per contest, shooting in the mid-30s from 3-point range. He's been able to add a little bit of facilitation for this team as well. You've been able to have TJ Bamba shoot about in the mid-30s from 3-point range, 9.5 points per contest. I do think that he's going to be able to do a little bit better in this spot as well, and when it comes to this Villanova team, they have been able to do quite a bit of a better job with regards to their offense at home rather than in a road/shoot-to-score environment. It is a Villanova team that, in terms of raw points scored on a per possession basis, clocking in 82nd in the country, but they should get a nice boost from home going up against a UConn team that last season they were pretty dominant on defense, and they're still a really good defense, but it's a defense that has had a little bit of a tough time traveling. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this UConn team, they are giving up 19.8 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home. I do think that this is going to be a slower game. Both of these teams outside the top 225. In terms of total possessions per game, semi-total 137.5, diving under. Now Villanova won't take anything north of 2 with them. 785, 786 on the betting board. Northern Colorado plays against Portland State. Portland State is a 6.5 to a 7-point underdog. Total on this game, and it's anywhere between 157 and 158. Did semi-total 158. I'm going to be taking a look at the over. This opened up at a 155.5, and Northern Colorado is just playing a scorched style right now. They are willing to give up 80 as long as they can get to 80 themselves. This is a Northern Colorado team that has outscored at least 77 points in every single game this calendar year, and as a matter of fact, for Northern Colorado, they have failed to get to the 75-point plateau in just 1 out of their last 10 games. They have failed to get to just 71 points in all but 2 of their games. They've been able to get to at least 71 points, so they've been incredible with that regard, with St. Thomas being Mr. Do-It-All. 9.5 boards, 20 points, 3.5 assists in the mid-30s from 3-point range with his shooting, and And overall, Northern Colorado, they only shoot about 34% from three-point range. And for Northern Colorado, they are a bottom 30 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're a bottom 50 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but you do have DeJure Reeves being able to give you 14 points, chips in there about 1.3 steals per contest, and they go up against Portland State team that is not necessarily lighting the world on fire with regards to their outside shooting. They're shooting about 32.2% from three-point range, and what is a whole is greater than some of its parts approach. Last year, Cam Parker was a really good facilitator for this team. This year, you've got a leader in assists and Ismail Habib, who gives you about 9 points, 2.5 assists per contest. But for Portland State, each of your top 5 scorers all give you between 9 and 10.7 points per game. Nothing more, nothing less out of them. None of these guys really shoot above 36.5% from three-point range, but all but one of them shoot at least 33.3% from three-point range. It's a very interesting Portland State team that still is not necessarily the most dominant defensively. They're a little bit better than they were 8 seasons ago, but Portland State, 316th in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to shoot 39.3% from three-point range, well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And now they have to go up against a Northern Colorado team. While they have their warts on defense, they've been able to do a tremendous job being able to get a whole bunch of offense going for Northern Colorado, top 80 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And I do think that Northern Colorado, they're going to be able to get it done. I set them as a 6-point favorite. Now that we're up to 6.5/7, I do think that we went a little bit too far, because I do think that Portland State get a counter with enough points of their own. Set by total 158, looking at the over, and at 6.5 plus, going to be taking a look at the points with Portland State. 797, 798 on the betting board. Cal Baptist is going to be playing against Southern Utah. Southern Utah is an underdog of 8.5 points. Total on this game is 144 with Southern Utah. I did set them as an underdog of 8 points. So here at the 8.5, I'm going to be willing to take those points as a Southern Utah team that certainly has had their struggles defensively, well outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they guard the arc really well, especially on the road, allowing opponents to shoot just 30.9% from three-point range, going up against the Cal Baptist team that is outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Cal Baptist, they actually allow opponents to shoot 33.5% from three-point range at home, more like 28.5% in a roadside-shoot record environment, going up against the Southern Utah team that they only shoot right around about 31% from three-point range. They've had their issues there, but that said, I'm going to be willing to take the points in this spot, because you do have a Cal Baptist team that, they have been all sorts of rudderless in terms of their offense. It is a Cal Baptist squad that has been able to get Blondo Chiqueno going, giving you about 11 points per game, and then Dominique Daniels has been your main headline scorer with about 17 to 18 points per game for a Cal Baptist team that should be able to win the battle down low. You get a combined 18 rebounds per game out of Hunter Goodrick along with Ivan Odriogo. Odriogo about 10.5 points, about a block per contest as well, but the team shoots 30.5% from three-point range and 66.7% at the charity stripe, going up against a Southern Utah team that now they're starting to get a little bit more down low, with Jamari Sibley being able to give you 5 rebounds per game. He was a 2-time transfer that was out of the fold to begin the season. Zion Young, 13 points, shooting in the mid-30s from three-point range for Southern Utah, even though they are a team that overall for the season is outside the top 150 with regards to rebound rate. It has improved for them, and this is a Southern Utah team that has been able to get much more going on offense recently, 75 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games, going up against the Cal Baptist team that has allowed 66 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games, but they have also failed to get past 68 points in 4 of their last 5. So it's a good old situation of something's got to give. I do think that this game slows down. Set my total 140, looking at the under, and at anything north of 8, we'll take the points with Southern Utah. 799, 800 on the betting board. Idaho State plays OC Eastern Washington. Eastern Washington, a 6 to 8 7-point favorite, and your total between 143.5 and 144. Eastern Washington, I did set as a 6-point favorite, so here at the 6.5 to 7, I'm going to be willing to take the points. It's an Eastern Washington team that's just not guarding its soul right now. They are 278th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 13 more points per 100 possessions in a road/shoot record environment. They've got Jake Kyman, the transfer from UCLA, who's been able to shoot north of 40% from three-point range. Cedric Howard has been able to give you 12 points per contest. I love what he's been able to do, but this is also an Eastern Washington team that they just can't grab a board, 212th in the country with regards to rebound rate, despite the fact that someone like a Dane Erikstrup along Cedric Howard, these are a pair of guys that are standing 6'6". They've got good versatility. They pop it from three-point range, but they don't do a good job of just being able to hit the glass in general, and they're going up against an Idaho State team that they're looking to play super slow, super under control. Idaho State outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. Now, they themselves are outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but you've got Malik Arrington, who's been able to give you about 4.5 assists per contest. It's an Idaho State team that they only shoot right around about 33% from three-point range, and they're about 228th in all of college basketball with regards to the rebound rate, but I do think that they're going to be able to hold in there because he's been able to get a little bit down low out of Braden Parker. He's been able to give you about 6 rebounds per contest. On top of that, you've got Miguel Tomley, who's been able to shoot 36% from three, 11.5 points per contest, and this is an Eastern Washington team that they are very willing to give up the three-point shot. They're 289th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, you do have an Eastern Washington team that they've been able to cook with some gas with regards to their offense. 103rd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but that said, they do see a fall off of 28.5 points scored fewer per 100 possessions when they're away from home for a team that shoots north of 38% from three-point range when home and road numbers are both accounted for. So, did set my line at 6, being able to get north of 6, taking a look at the points with Idaho State. I think that this game is close enough for late game felling, and I'm going to be taking a look at the over set my total at 146, 801, 802 on the betting board. Duke is going to be playing against Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is an underdog of 13 to 13.5 points. Totals between 141 to 142, and I did set Duke as a 12.5 point favorite. So, being able to get 13 plus, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh played against Duke a few weeks ago, and they lost that game by double figures at home, but I do think that Pittsburgh are going to be able to rise up here. Now, a lot of their numbers have come against lesser competition, so they are a little bit warped. This is a Pittsburgh team that's in the top 50 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Want to take a look at them against power conference teams? It's anything but for Pittsburgh, they allow opponents to shoot just 25.2% from three-point range in a road/shoot record environment, and you got Blake Hinson, who's able to give you 18 plus points per contest, shooting in the high 30s from three-point range. And then you got Carlton Carrington, who's able to give you about 12 points, 5 boards, 5 assists per game. Now, there's no way that they're going to be able to match up with Kyle Filipowski, completely lit them up first time around. Should be able to do so once again, give you 17 points, 8 plus boards, is able to vary quite a few threes, and Tyrese Proctor has done a nice job with his facilitation. 4 assists and 1.2 turnovers per game for a Duke team that now they've really been able to come into their own offensively. Just 9.2 turnovers per game. They don't play fast. Duke is outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game, but they do a nice job just controlling the game, not allowing for a lot of second chances. Duke is a team that's about 58th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. They're going to be matched up with guys like Frederico. Frederico is able to give you about 4.5, 5 boards and a block per contest, but for Duke, this team has been pretty solid defensively as well. 35th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You've had Jeremy Roach be able to shoot about 45.5% from 3, 14.5 points per game. It's a Duke team that's been very hot with regards to the three-point shooting percentage, and when it comes to guarding the three-point arc, Duke, right now, a team that's about 181st in all of college basketball. That's where they can be at. You do have guys that are able to chip it in there from three-point range. Ishmael Luget hasn't necessarily done a ton of that this season, but I do think that Pittsburgh, after they were cold from three-point range, the last time these two teams face off, I think that they're going to be a little bit better there, and with the way that they guard the three-point arc on the road, that'll keep them lively in a game where I do think that you're going to get a little bit more scoring than the last time around for this Pittsburgh team. It's a Pittsburgh team that is in the top 50 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and it is a Duke team that they themselves have gotten to at least 75 points in 5 out of their last 6 games. Last time these two teams played, it was 75 to 53. I think Pittsburgh bumps that up a little bit, so I did set my total 144.5, looking at the over, and with Duke, set them as a 12.5 point favorite, so take it 13 plus here with Pittsburgh. 803, 804 on the betting board. Ole Miss is the road face-off against Auburn, and Auburn does find themselves as 11 to 12 point favorites with your total between 154 and 154.5, and with Auburn, I did set them as a favorite in this ordeal of 14.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it. It's an Ole Miss team that they had that very gaudy record to start out with, but their metrics aren't necessarily the world's greatest, and I foresee a lot of three-point shooting regression coming for them. Going into their game a few nights ago against LSU, everyone that was averaging north of 3 points per contest was shooting north of 35% from three-point range. Now they run into a buzzsaw of an Auburn team that ranks in the top 25 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They've been able to do a good job of being able to guard the three-point arc while being able to be one of the better rebounding teams in all of college basketball. G&I Broom is cleaning up with 2 blocks, 8.5 boards, 15 points per contest. It's a bunch that has been able to get 43.5% three-point shooting out of Jalen Williams as well. He's been able to supply the team with about 12.5 points per game, and it's an Ole Miss team that, despite the fact that they've got Moussa Cisse now back at the fold, you've been able to have Jamarian Sharp, giant of the earth, be able to give you about 2.5 blocks per contest. It's not a team that necessarily does a great job with regards to their rebound rate. Their rebound rate is still outside of the top 250 nationally. It's 254, so that's a bit of an issue. You do have a lot of guys that are able to bomb it from three-point range. Matthew Morrell, along with Alan Flanagan, they've been able to combine for about 34 points per contest. With Morrell, he's been able to shoot 39% from 3. All in all, it's a team that does shoot 39% from three-point range. We've seen Flanagan slip up a little bit with his three-point shooting, and I mean, it is an Ole Miss team that, of their top 4 scorers, all of them give you at least 2.2 assists per game while turning the ball over 10.2 times per contest. But with the way that Auburn has really just been able to defend in general. This team has now given up 68 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, and if you want to date it back a little bit further, this is a team that has allowed north of 70 points just twice since the beginning of the month of December. I do think that Auburn really going to take it to an Ole Miss team that I feel like is starting to get exposed just a little bit, and it's an Auburn team that they've gotten to at least 80 points in 4 of their last 5 games, and it's an Ole Miss team that now they have given up at least 78 points in 4 of their last 5 contests. So it's a very interesting ordeal. I do think that Ole Miss, though, they get all down. I do think that the defense wins out a little bit more in the spots. That might total 115.5, diving in on the under of Auburn, 1 to lay up to 14 with them. 8-5, 8-6 on the betting board. New Mexico State plays us in Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee does find themselves as an underdog of 6 to 6.5 points. Totals between 128.5 and 129.5, with Middle Tennessee made them a 7.5 point underdog. I'm going to be willing to lay at Middle Tennessee outside the top 275 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. Middle Tennessee shooting less than 30% from 3-point range, and last season Middle Tennessee was a team that was very good at being able to generate turnovers. Not so much this season. Ever since Cameron Weston went down earlier in the season, this team has just been really disjointed with regards to their offense, and it's a New Mexico State team that they're gaining more and more chemistry as the season goes along. Jason Newton, he came in and he did not retain a single player from a season ago because New Mexico State had the hazing situation, so they completely cleaned house. You've got Kalu Azugi along with Femi Odekale, who've been able to combine for about 11.5 rebounds per game, going up against the Middle Tennessee team as well outside the top 200 with regards to their rebound rate. It's a New Mexico State team that they themselves turn the ball over about 13.5 times per contest, but now they're shooting about 34.3% from 3-point range. Middle Tennessee not terrible with their defense, about 134th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but for Middle Tennessee, they do have a little bit of kryptonite in terms of giving up threes on the road. They allow opponents to shoot 35.3% from 3-point range in a road/shooting court environment. New Mexico State, 292nd in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but that falls to 28.3% at home. And even if they were still really giving it up from 3-point range at home, this is a Middle Tennessee team that they just don't have anyone to be able to really take advantage of that. Robert Carpenter is giving you 10 points per contest for the New Mexico State team, and for Middle Tennessee, fewer than 60 points scored in each of their last 4 games against Division I opponents. Meanwhile, for New Mexico State, they themselves are playing some good defense, giving up 70 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. So it is a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay with New Mexico State. I think we should see a little bit of positivity for Middle Tennessee, and New Mexico State playing much better on offense than they were towards the beginning part of the season. They've really been able to stack up some points, at least 70 points, in now all but 3 of their last 10 games. So I'm going to be taking a look at the over semi-total 131.5 and going to be willing to lay with New Mexico State. 807, 808 on the betting board. Idaho hits the red face off against Weber State. Weber State between 14 to 16 point favorites. Your total is 138. This is a line that is moving as I do this podcast and set Weber State as a 14.5 point favorite. Now that we're getting to 15, 16, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Idaho. Idaho is a relatively slow possession team outside the top 200 with this regard, and it is a team that is well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but Julian Mims has been able to give you 7 rebounds per game. He should be able to match up quite well with a Weber State team that you've got Dylan Jones, who is completely dominant. 18 points, 10 boards, 4 assists per contest for a Weber State team that they do shoot north of 35% from 3-point range, but they've been regressing a little bit defensively. It's a Weber State team that is outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. So I do think that that's going to allow for a little bit of a lower possession game, but I do think that both of these teams do execute on offense. It's an Idaho team that they certainly do allow themselves to get torched from 3-point range, and Steve Verplanken shoots about 40% from 3-point range, 13 points per contest, and Blake Stret is now giving you about 9 to 10 points per contest. He's able to dole out the ball for Idaho, 320th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. That's a little bit of an issue, but to have a Weber State team that they do allow for a few second chances on the boards, and this is a Weber State team that, in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, they're about 211th in all of college basketball, so there's going to be some open opportunities for someone like a Quinn Danker, who's been able to give you 12 points per contest. It's a Idaho team that you really don't have anyone that's registering north of 12 points per contest, but these guys do such a good job just in sort of concert of being able to generate some offense. You've been able to have DN to low minutes, be able to give you an assist to turnover ratio of 2 while giving you 10 points per contest, shooting 34% from 3-point range. And with this Weber State team, I think that they win the game, and they win the game rather handily, but I do think that this is a number that has gotten a little bit out of sorts, especially with them having given up at least 69 points in each of their last 5 games, which is why I'm going to be willing to take the points here and did set my total at 140.5, so look over and looking at 15 plus here with Idaho. 809, 810 on the betting board. Montana State plays versus Montana. Battle for the state of Montana sees the Grizzlies as at 3.5 to a 4.5 point road favorite. Total on this game is 146.5. set Montana State as a underdog of 6 points. So seeing 3.5 to 4, I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It's a Montana team that certainly has been having some struggles from 3-point range, but I do think that we're going to see some positivity moving forward. Aiden Moody shot about 40% from 3-point range last season. He's shooting just 35.5% this season, but it's been getting better and better as the season has went along. You've also got Loyola IL, who's been able to do a solid job being able to give the team right around about 7.5 boards, 7.5 points per game, and he's going to be, in my opinion, the best low post threat in this game, as you've got a Montana State team that, they've got Robert Ford III giving you 8 rebounds per game, but he's not a low post threat. He's 6 feet tall. He does a little bit of everything. 13.5 points, 8 boards, shoots 39.5% from 3 with nearly 3 steals per contest. One of the most underrated players in all of college basketball, but outside of that, what else are you going to be able to get out of this team, as you've been able to get about 3.5 rebounds per game out of Brandon Walker. A season ago, he was a better rebounder over at UT Arlington. Montana State, they do shoot about 34% from 3-point range, and they do generate about 8.5 steals per game, but they're well outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Both of these teams are relatively slow teams, or outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game, and when it comes to this Montana team, they do have some pretty demonstrative home and road splits, but this is a Montana State team that they're about 216th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And what is really killer for this Montana State team is the fact that with regards to Montana, they do such a good job of being able to just hit so many outside shots, with Deshaun Thomas being about 6'6", shooting north of 35% from 3-point range. And I do think that Montana going to be able to do a solid job on the boards against the Montana State team that, other than Robert Ford, you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 4.4 rebounds per game. So this is a circumstance where I did set Montana as a favorite of 6 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I think that you get some late game filling, and I do think that both of these teams execute on offense, but at the same time, I do think that with a pair of teams that can be very hit or miss with regards to their interior offense, that is going to cause for this game to go a little bit further under, and it's a Montana team that they themselves given up 63 points or fewer in 2 of their last 3 games, and it's a Montana State team that has been having all sorts of issues with regards to their offense, scoring 64 points or fewer in 3 of their last 6 games. So going to be taking a look at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Montana. 8-11, 8-12 on the betting board. UTEP plays host to Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky does find themselves as 1.5 to 2-point underdogs. So it's between 149.5 and 150.5. Did set UTEP as a favorite of 4 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay it. It's Western Kentucky team that is looking to bump up the tempo. They're a top 55 team in terms of total possessions per game, and they've been a top 40 team with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. UTEP doesn't rely upon threes, though. UTEP relies upon being able to generate turnovers. They only shoot about 30% from 3-point range. Tate Hardy, though, I will say he's been a relatively solid 3-point shooter. He's been able to shoot north of 40% from distance this season with 12-plus points per contest, but with Western Kentucky, they need to really try to win from within, because for UTEP, you've got Kevin Kalu who's able to give you about 5 boards per contest, and that's about it. UTEP, well outside the top 250 in terms of overall rebound rate, and while Western Kentucky is a little bit better than that, they're only about 112th. They've had Brandon Newman be able to give you about 6 boards per contest, but Western Kentucky only shoots about 32.5% from 3, and the 14 turnovers per game going up against the UTEP team that they do a great job of being able to generate turnovers. Each of your top 5 scorers give you at least 1.4 steals per game. That I think is going to be a little bit of a nightmare issue. Now, for UTEP, they themselves turn the ball over about 15 times per contest, but really like what I'm seeing out of Zib Boom Boom Powell along with Otis Frazier being able to combine for about 22 points per contest. Neither of these guys shoot a ball from 3, but they generate a combined about 3.5 steals per game, and now you've been able to get a little bit more outside shooting with Elijah Jones, now shooting 40% from the outside. Plays limited minutes, but when he comes in, he's able to be a little bit of a microwave scorer going up against the Western Kentucky team that has Christian Lander right now as their main point guard with about 2.5 assists to 2+ turnovers per game, with not having a lot of Ryan Maurice and Don McHenry being the only guy giving you 11 points per contest. I do think that UTEP is going to be able to speed up this Western Kentucky team, cause for a lot of turnovers, and that's why I like UTEP in this spot. Willing to lay up to 3.5 with them, and did set my total 144. It's a Western Kentucky team that plays super duper up tempo, but I think that you just get a lot of dead possessions in general, and this is a Western Kentucky team that they themselves have scored 74 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games, while this UTEP defense, 73 points or fewer surrendered in every game since Christmas. So going to be diving in on the under and willing to lay with UTEP. 8-13, 8-14 on the betting board. Washington is the road face-off against Stanford, and Stanford finds themselves as 1.5 to 2-point favorites. Totals between 158 and 159, and with Washington, I did set them as a favorite of 3 points. So I'm going to be willing to take them outright on the money line. It's a Stanford team that I just simply cannot trust, especially with them deal with the injury to Jared Bynum. He's missed the last few games. He's been able to dole out 6+ assists per contest, and this is a Stanford team that they're just all out of sorts offensively in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They are well outside the top 170 of all of college basketball, and they only give up 1.4 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside-short environment for Washington. They're about 121st with regards to their defensive efficiency, but that said, even though Xavier Wheeler, he does sometimes get out of control with north of 3 turnovers per game, he and Keon Brooks have good history with one another, having played at Kentucky. They combine for about 37 points per contest. Brooks is shooting 38% from three-point range, and this is a Stanford team that they certainly are going to be willing to give up the arc. You've got Kenan Carlisle, who's been able to give you north of 13 points per contest ever since he's come into the fold. He's actually been a really nice godsend for this team, but Stanford 276th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And Stanford, they really rely upon the three ball, and they go up against a Washington team that's about 107th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Maximine Reynaud has been able to give you about 9.5 rebounds per game for Stanford, but really past that, you've got a lot of lazy big men with a lot of size that don't necessarily do the world's greatest job on the glass. When it comes to Stanford, they're just 188th in all of college basketball with regards to the rebound rate. They should be a little bit more out of sorts with dealing with that injury to Bynum, 13 turnovers per game. They shoot about 39.5% from three-point range, with Carlisle shooting 45% from the outside, and you've got Brandon Angel shooting 54% from three-point range. I see massive regression coming for Stanford. Washington should be able to control this game, and a game that I do think is going to be higher scoring. Washington in the top 40 with regards to total possessions per game, so did set my total 159 here at the 158, looking at the over, and I like Washington all right on the money line. 8-15, 8-16 on the betting board. Loyola Marymount hits the road face-off against Pepperdine. Pepperdine just find themselves as a pick-em to a 1-point underdog with your total 147. I did set Pepperdine as a favorite of 1.5 points. I'm going to be willing to ride with them in this pick'em line. It's a Pepperdine team that does get back Javon Porter. Porter is the brother of Michael Porter. He's been able to do a rock-solid job, being able to give this team right around about 12 or so points per contest from three-point range. It's a guy that's able to pop it from three. And then with Pepperdine, you got Houston Mallett along with Michael Leger, who combined to shoot north of 40% from three-point range. Pepperdine has actually turned into a super slow team, but they are outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for Loyola Marymount, they're just not getting a lot out of Kelly IUPUI. He was someone that last season gave the team 6 boards, about 13 points per game, shot it well from three-point range, but he just hasn't been there thus far this season. As a result, Loyola Marymount now right around about 150th in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They still have quite a few guys making some plays, as Justice Hill, he's only giving out about 1.6 turnovers per game to right around about 4 assists, so he's been a relatively efficient point guard. And for Loyola Marymount, you just don't have a lot of rebounding, which I think is going to be their ultimate undoing against this Pepperdine team. Alex Merck-Valdez is the only guy that gives you north of 5 boards per contest for Loyola Marymount. Dominic Harris, the transfer from Gonzaga, shoots 42% from 3, 18 points per contest. But with this Pepperdine team, I do think that they're going to be able to get into a little bit of a shootout from Loyola Marymount. I do think that they're going to be able to win it, especially with being able to have a little bit more down low. Babacar Coulibaly was someone that was out of the fold to begin the season. Now he's been able to give the team 6 rebounds per game, so I do think that Pepperdine wins from within in a game that sees lots of made threes. So just up my 149, looking at the over and looking at Pepperdine on this pick'em line. 8-17, 8-18 on the betting board. San Francisco is playing us to St. Mary's. St. Mary's is in a pick'em game. Total on this game is between 128 and 128.5. I did said San Francisco is a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. San Francisco, top 25 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and despite the fact that they only have one player giving north of 4 rebounds per game, and that would be Jonathan Mobo, who comes in from Missouri State. They're a top 25 team with regards to rebound rate, actually more like a top 35 team in terms of rebound rate, but they've been pretty dominant with that regard. Meanwhile, St. Mary's, after a really rough start to the season with their offense, they're starting to find it. They've been able to get to at least 68 points in each of their last 4 games. Still a team that ranks in the top 50 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, with Ada Mahaney starting to get back into gear, 14.5 points per contest, shooting 35.5% from three-point range. But St. Mary's, they do shoot just 68% at the free throw line, of significance in the back half of the game, going up against a San Francisco team that over the last few years they've been a little bit out of sorts with regards to turnovers, but now they're generating 9 steals per game. They're only turning it over 12.5 times per game. You've got Mongolian Mike along Jonathan Mobo, along with as well the transfer from Wyoming in Marcus Williams, being able to combine for about 10 assists per contest. These 3 guys, they all do a good job of being unselfish. Williams, along with Mongolian Mike, shoot about 35.5% from three-point range. As a whole, San Francisco shoots north of 50% from the floor. They will beat you in so many different ways. The Dons, they've gotten to at least 83 points in each of their last 5 games, and they have given up fewer than 70 points in 3 of those contests as well. It's a St. Mary's team that's really been able to do a nice job making things slow and grimy. Both of these teams outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game. So I do think that this is going to be a control game. Did set my total 127, looking at the under, but with the Dons, I set them as 3-point favorites. Well, and take them on this pick'em line. 8-19, 8-20 on the betting board. Seattle plays out to Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon is a 4 to a 4.5 point favorite. Your total between 141.5 and 142, and with Grand Canyon, did set them as a favorite of 5 points. I really like the versatility that you've got out of this team. They are a top 75 team with regards to rebound rate, and after they slipped well outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis last season, they're back in the top 75 this year now with this Seattle team. They have been a very dominant defense in their own right. This Seattle team, they're a top 65 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. The Creighton transfer and John Christofilis, ever since he's come into the fold, he's been a nice number 2 scorer. He and Alex Shoemaker combining for about 28 points per contest, with Christofilis shoots about 36.5% from 3, and then Cam Tyson, he's able to shoot 37% from distance, but they're going up against a team in Grand Canyon. You've got just so much versatility overall along this team. It's a Seattle team that they are 6th in the country with regards to cutting off the three-point arc opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but they can be had inside. You've got someone like a Gabe McLaughlin who pops it from three-point range in the mid-30s. He's able to give you 8 rebounds per game, and then Tyon Grant Foster, 20 points, a block and a half, a steal and a half, 6 rebounds per game. There's just so many ways for him to be able to beat you. And Grand Canyon, they themselves are allowing opponents to shoot just 30.5% from three-point range in a road/switch court environment. You've got a Grand Canyon team that has all sorts of versatility, a team that should be able to win the battle on the glass. As a result, I just like Grand Canyon as a 5-point favorite in a game that I do think is going to be relatively grimy. I do think that this is going to be defense-oriented with the Grand Canyon team that's given up 65 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. Looking at the under, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4.5 with Grand Canyon, 821, 822 on the betting board. Gonzaga, it's a road face-off against San Diego. San Diego is a 19.5 to a 20-point underdog with your total 158. Did set San Diego as a 17-point underdog, so I'm going to be willing to take those points. It's a Gonzaga team that they're now in the top 75 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, a restored order a few nights ago against Pepperdine, but all in all, it's a Gonzaga team that I'm just not liking what I'm seeing out of Ryan Nembhard. He was supposed to be one of the best guys in the transfer portal. He's been able to give the team a double-figure amount of points, but he's also shooting less than 30% from three-point range. He's been turning the ball over about 2.5 times per contest, so last few games that's been a little bit better going up against the San Diego team that's outside the top 150 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but the deuce is loose. Deuce Turner along with Wade McKinney, they've been able to combine for about 29 points per contest, combine and shoot about 36.5% from 3, and I mean, as a whole, San Diego, they do shoot about 35.3% from three-point range. Graham Ike should be able to control things out with Anton Watson. They've been able to combine for about 17 rebounds per game. It's a Gonzaga team that has a very good rebound rate, one of the best in all of college basketball, but for the San Diego team, even though this is a team that is outside the top 200 with regards to their rebound rate, getting Steven Jamerson, the second back in the fold, giving you about 7.5 boards, being able to give you nearly a block per contest as well. That's big for a team that has been relatively solid at being able to guard the three-point arc. A top 110 team with that regard, and it's a Gonzaga team that they only shoot about 33% from 3, and they don't have that one guy that really goes off and really leads the team for offense. Dusty Stromer has been relatively solid, so we've got a lot of guys that are just pulling together as a collective, and it is a Gonzaga team that still is in the top 30 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. But this is a San Diego team that they've been able to get their offense going a little bit more as well, and laying north of 20 on the road for this Gonzaga team, I think it's a little bit too steep, but with San Diego giving up 80 plus points in each of their last 4 games, and the last time these two teams played, it was 101 to 74 in the kennel. I do think that you get another high-scoring expose. I'm going to be looking at the over semi-total 163, and going to be willing to take the points with San Diego. This is the last game on the normal Las Vegas betting board before we hit a break, and the extra games, 823, 824. Cal State Bakersfield, meet me for the Roadrunners. They play us at Cal Poly. Cal Poly is an 11 to a 12-point underdog. Totals between 126.5 to 127.5. Semi-line is 7.5. This Cal Poly team is not good to say the least, but this is just too steep for a Bakersfield team that's outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They don't necessarily see a bump at home, and you've got Modestas Concretas, who's able to give you about 5 boards per contest, but Bakersfield outside the top 275 with regards to their overall rebound rate. Now, Cal Poly outside the top 300 with this regard, as well as Joel Armitrade is really the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, but you've got Kobe Sanders, who's able to match the scoring of Caleb Higgins for Bakersfield, 16.5 points per game, but doesn't necessarily shoot it well from three-point range. Sanders, 19 points on 32% three-point shooting. You've been able to get 42.5% three-point shooting with right around 9 points, 4 boards out of Quentin Jones as well. He's helping out a Cal Poly team that is one of the least efficient offenses in all of college basketball, but I mean, in terms of defensive efficiency, it's not like this Cal State Bakersfield is what they have been in the past, and this is a Cal Poly team that they themselves 277th in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but with this Bakersfield team shooting sub 33% from three-point range, not having a lot of helpful pieces, and for Bakersfield, allowing opponents to shoot 39.4% from three-point range at home against them, and Cal Poly themselves allowing opponents to shoot 38% from distance against them on the road. I do think that this is going to be a game in which it's a situation of something's got to give. Two very poor offenses, two very poor defenses, and a pair of teams that play super duper slowly. This is just too big of a number for that. Set my line at 7.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Cal Poly. I did set my total 125.5. I think that both offenses struggle. I'm going to be looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Cal Poly. And coming up next, we're going to start hitting the extra games right here on Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now a part of the VSiN Family Podcast. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. We've got absolutely no time to lose since I need to have this uploaded in about 90 minutes, so if I go a little bit faster on these extra games, I do apologize, but I want to get you guys the analysis on every single one of these games, so let's waste no time. We're going to be taking a break in between with regards to these extra games, but let's dive into the extra games board starting right about now.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-553, 306-554. It's Gardner-Webb playing us Winthrop. Winthrop finds themselves in a pick'em game, and your total on this game, it is 145.5, and I'm going to be taking a look at Winthrop outright on the money line, set them as a 4.5 point favorite. Gardner-Webb is just not what they used to be. They're outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You tell that they're missing Lufile Dufil along with also Kareem Reed. They were two very good shot blockers for the team a season ago. Without them in the fold, it's been a Gardner-Webb team that they still have the bad free throw shooting from a season ago, shooting less than 68% at the charity stripe. You've been able to get Julian Swarmo, who's been able to give you about 15 or so points per contest, and even though Winthrop is a team that's more around about 200th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they've still been able to do a solid job firing all cylinders with regards to their offense. You've been able to get some good production out of Kason Harrison in terms of being able to give you about 3.8 assists and 2.1 turnovers per contest. EQ Nicholas on the flip side for Gardner-Webb, about 2.6 assists per contest for a team that shoots 31.5% from three-point range. They're not doing a great job of being able to guard in general, going up against a Winthrop team that from three-point range as a whole, they're shooting about 35.5% from distance. You've been able to have KJ Doucette be able to shoot about 39.5% from three-point range, and then you've been able to get about 40% three-point shooting, coupled with about 12 plus points per contest out of Nick Johnson. You just got a bunch of overall shooters for this Winthrop team, and you've got a Gardner-Webb team that currently is about 166th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to shoot 38.5% from three-point range at home, while not necessarily being too dominant with regards to the rebound rate, while Winthrop is 30th with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. So, just somebody told 144.5, I just don't think that Gardner-Webb does their part with the total. Looking at the under and looking at Winthrop on this pick'em game. 306-555, 306-556. UMBC plays us to New Hampshire. New Hampshire is finding themselves as a 3.5 point favorite. Your total is 165.5. Did set my line at 6. I'm going to be willing to lay at New Hampshire. New Hampshire has been able to do a really good job of being able to guard the three-point arc. They're 11th in the country with this regard, going up against a UMBC team that's outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they really don't have a lot of rebounding. They've had Deion Brown be able to give the team right around 6 boards, 15 points per contest, but past that, you don't have a lot of guys that are contributing. Meanwhile, for New Hampshire, you've got one of the best mid-major players in all of college basketball, in my opinion, Clarence Daniels. Clarence Daniels giving you 19 points, 8 boards, and he's got a backcourt this year that has really been able to do a nice job of being able to support him. It's a team that plays in the top 75 with regards to total possessions per game. They're only turning the ball over about 11.5 times per contest. Jackson Baker has been able to give you 6 boards per contest, and then how about Ahmad Robinson? 16 points, 5 assists, 4.5 rebounds, shooting about 38.5% from three-point range. Overall, it's a team that is able to shoot about 35.5% from distance. UMBC, with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, one of the more deplorable teams in all of college basketball, allowing opponents at home to shoot 37.3% from three-point range. They're actually significantly better for that with regards to their home and road situations. You've been able to have Trey Woodard be able to give you a few rebounds per game as well. It's a UMBC team that is really rough with regards to being able to hit the glass. Yobang Mensah has been badly missed as far this season, and it's a UMBC team that, in their defense, has given up 77 plus points so far their last 5 games. It is a New Hampshire team that they've been giving up quite a bit recently. 74 plus points given up in 4 of their last 5 games, but they were even able to reach 70 against Iowa State on the road. This team is a very good offense. I think that you're going to be seeing a whole bunch of points in this one with UMBC, top 30 team with regards to total possessions per game. Did somebody total 166. Looking at the over with New Hampshire, going to be one to lay. It's set them as 6 point favorites. 306, 557, 306, 558. Army, it's the road face off against Navy. Navy is a 6.5 point favorite. Totals between 126 and 127. Both of of these teams are outside the top 275 with regards to total possessions per game, but still set by total 127.5. It's a Navy team that has been able to find a little bit of offense, and I do think that powers them to victory. I set them as a 7.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. This is an Army team that has been looking to build themselves up down low, as Charlie Peterson, great name, has been able to give you about 4.5 to 5 rebounds per game. You've got a main scorer in Josh Scovins, who's been able to give you 12 points per game. And Army now shooting above 30% from three-point range. That's not saying a whole heck of a lot, but this is a Navy team that's been a top 75 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. It's a Navy team that's been one of the top 75 teams, also in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, going up against an Army team, turning it over north of 12 times per contest. Navy not too great on the glass, but 256th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Not like this Army team has been able to do a whole heck of a lot better at about 150th, and you've got two guys that have really been able to lead this team, as you've got 16 points per contest out of Austin Benjini, who has been able to give the team 17 plus points for the last 5 games. Not shooting it well from three-point range, but Navy up to now shooting about 29% from distance, because old McDonald, Mr. Mac McDonald, is shooting 37% from the outside of Donovan Draper. 2.5 steals, 9.5 rebounds, 10.5 points per game. There's just nobody on Army that's able to match up with that, and this is an Army team that has scored now 65 points or fewer in 4 of the last 5 games, but it's a Navy team that all of a sudden has been able to get to 70 in 3 out of their last 4 games, and Navy, they themselves have given up at least 69 points each of their last 4 games. So it's a good old situation of something's got to give. I do think that with this being an Army-Navy matchup, it's going to be semi-close, and if either team is even within shouting distance, they're going to be fouling. So I did set my total 127.5, looking at the over, and with Navy, I set them as a 7.5 point favorite, so one to lay to 6.5. 306.559, 306.560. You've got Holy Cross playing goes to Loyola, Maryland. Loyola is in a pick'em game, totals between 134 and 135, and I did set my total 134, so you're at north of 134. I'm going to be willing to dive in on the under, and with Holy Cross, I did set them as a 2-point favorite. Holy Cross has been very vulnerable on the glass. Loyola, Maryland is going to have the best overall rebounder in this game in Golden DK, but Loyola, Maryland not taking care of the ball. North of 13 turnovers per game. That has been absolutely ghastly. And even though they do have DK down low, this team is still 268th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Holy Cross is 353rd in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. That has been a little bit awful. And you do have D'Angelo Steins on the flip side for Loyola, Maryland, who's able to shoot north of 36% from three-point range. He has been able to pair up with Deion Perry for about 25 points per contest, but for Holy Cross, you've been able to get a little bit more versatility. 6 boards, 10.5 points out of Caleb Kenny. He's been able to do a nice job being able to give the team something down low, along with a block and a half per contest, and Joe Octave is Mr. Do-It-All. 15 points, 6.5 boards, about 2 turnovers per game. It's a Holy Cross team that they only turn the ball over about 12 times per contest. They do a better job of taking care of it than Loyola, Maryland. Now, for Holy Cross, they do shoot about 65% at the free throw line, but Loyola, Maryland, 62% at the free throw line. You've been able to get about 9.5 points per contest out of Milos Ilic, but that said, this is a Holy Cross team that does feel like things are starting to reverse course a little bit for this offense. At least 68 points in each of their last 3 games. They've been playing a little bit better defensively. 70 points from fear surrendered in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, it's a Loyola, Maryland team that's just not getting stuck out of neutral. 58 points or fewer scored in 3 of their last 5 games. So you're at the 135. Going to be taking a look at the under. And with Holy Cross, made them the 2-point favorites. So taking Holy Cross on the under. 306.561, 306.562, NJIT. It's going to be playing against Maine. Maine hopes to not get Maine. They are 5 to 4.5 point favorites. So between 133.5 and 134. Maine has the leader in steals from a season ago in Kellen Tynes, and even though he hasn't been able to quite duplicate the 3 steals per contest they had a season ago, he's been a stat sheet sufferer for the team. Being able to chip in there right around 13.5 points, 2 steals, 3.5 assists, shooting about 26% from 3. That's been an issue for Maine. They're only shooting about 29.5% from the outside, but they go up against an NJIT team well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and 338th with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. This is the Maine team doing a significantly better job on defense. As for Maine, they're about 146th with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. You've got Elijah Buchanan. He followed his coach over at Manhattan and Stores, who became an assistant after he was the interim coach a season ago over there, and he's been able to give the team right around 12 points per contest, along with Adam Hess. And you've got Buchanan being able to give the team 6 rebounds per contest, but he's leading the way with that regard, even though Maine is outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. Peter Filpovsky, who's been able to give you about 6 boards per contest, should be able to lead the way there. It's an NJIT team only shooting about 40% from the floor, 31.5% from 3. They're outside the top 275 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, Jaden Clayton has been able to chip in there for Maine right around about 4.5 assists per game. It's a Maine team that has failed to get past the 65-point plateau in 3 of their last 4 games, but they've been able to do a pretty solid job on defense when it comes to AEC play. Meanwhile, you've got an NJIT team that they have scored 62 points or fewer in each of their last 3 games, and it's a NJIT team that, if you take a look at them for the entirety of the season against Division I competition, they've been able to get past the 72-point plateau just 3 times. So this is a spot where I do think you get a little bit of lower scoring game. I did set my total 136. I think this is close enough for late game falling to be able to push it over. I mean, I do think that they turn those steals into offense and buckets, so I'm going to be willing to lay up to 6 with Maine, willing to lay the number, and looking at this total over 306.563, 306.564. Colgate plays us Boston U. Boston U is an underdog of 10.5 points. Draw this game is anywhere between 132.5 and 133, and with Boston U, I did set them as an underdog of 12 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay with Colgate. Colgate not quite the same team that they were a season ago when they were in the top 5 in terms of three-point shooting percentage, and as a matter of fact, they haven't really each out of the last 3 seasons, but that said, they go up against the Boston U team that, while they've been a top 125 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they've only got one player down low that gives you north of 4.7 rebounds per game. Otto Landrum, who stands right around 6'9". It's a Boston U team that's only shooting about 32.5% from three-point range, and for Colgate, while they do lack a little bit with regards to the interior, they should be able to win the battle down low. Braden Smith has been a do-it-all player, 5.3 assists, 5.5 boards, 14 points per contest, and with this Colgate team, they're back up to shooting about 35.5% from three-point range. You've been able to Keegan records, be able to supply the team with about 7 rebounds per game, and this is a Colgate team that they're just a vastly different team at home versus in a road/neutral court environment. For Colgate, they're 131st in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and for Boston U, they're more around 153rd. I do think that Colgate going to be playing some lower scoring games moving forward, and this is going to be a low possession game, but that said, just with this Colgate offense, they typically find their form when it comes to Patriot Lake. Does feel like they're rounding into form once again. This has been a squad that has been able to get to at least 78 points in 3 of their last 5 games, and it's a Boston U team that they themselves, now they've been a little bit hit or miss with regards to their offense. Getting Miles Brewster as the main facilitator should be able to help them out moving forward with their offense. So I did set my total 134, looking at the over end with Colgate, set them as a 12-point favorite, so going to be one to lay the number to go along with that over. 306.565, 306.566. It is UMass Lowell, and they hit the road. They're facing off against Binghamton. Binghamton does find themselves as a 5-point underdog. Total on this game, it is 151, and with Binghamton, I set them as a 3-point dog. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Binghamton. UMass Lowell, a top 30 team in the country with regards to rebound rate, and they're getting back Abdul Kareem Koulibaly, but he's been very limited with regards to his minutes, so Max Brooks continues to be the main man down low, giving you a block and a half, 6.5 rebounds per game, but the versatility of Samir Torrance, I think, gives Binghamton, a team that's in the top 125 themselves with regards to rebound rate, lively. 9.5 points, 7 assists, 6.3 rebounds per game. His assists per game is actually in the top 5 nationally, and this is a Binghamton team that they leave something to be desired with their outside shooting about 31% from three-point range. Was certainly expecting a little bit more moving forward out of some of the transfers, but Timo Chenery, he's been able to come through in droves, only shooting about 30% from 3, but is able to give you about 14.5 points per contest. Armand Harid has been able to give you about 9 points per game. Doesn't shoot it well from three-point range, but 8+ rebounds each out of the last 3 games, going up against a UMass Lowell team that they do turn the ball over 14.5 times per contest. That's why they're well outside the top 100 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Ayinde Hakeem, very versatile, 5.5 assists, 4 boards, 1.7 steals per game for a team that they're only shooting about 32% from three-point range. Yuri Covington does give you 9.5 points, 5 boards per contest, but this team has been having quite a few guys that have been in and out of the fold. It is a UMass Lowell team that's starting to give up a little bit more as well. They've now given up at least 75 points in 3 out of their last 4 games, and this is a Binghamton team that they've been able to get to at least 69 points in 3 out of their last 4 games since that game against Vermont. I do think that for UMass Lowell, them going up against another good rebounding team, that'll be a little bit of a kryptonite. I did set my total 149. I do think that you get a little bit of an up and down game, but I think that we went too far. Not a lot of second chances we have for both teams, so we're going to have the under, and we'll take the 5 here with Binghamton. 306.567, 306.568. Radford plays us the USC Upstate. Upstate does find themselves as an underdog of 9 points. Totals between 136.5 and 137.5. Set USC Upstate as a underdog of 10 points. I'm going to be one to lay with Radford. Radford able to get a nice win about a week or so ago against Longwood, as it's been a team that's been a little bit all over the place. You've got a nice trio of guards in Keenan Giles along with Brian Antoine. You're able to throw in there Daquan Smith as well. All these guys have been able to combine for about 40 or so points per contest, with Giles and Smith both give you about 14.5 points apiece. And then you've got Antoine, who's your main 3-point shooter at 41.9% from the outside. And even though this team not necessarily supreme with the rebounding, you've got Justin Archer, 7.5 boards per contest. Chandler Turner down for what? He's shooting north of 50% from 3-point range for a Radford team that they do shoot about 37% from 3-point range. They go up against a USC Upstate team that has been well outside the top 250 in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage. It is an Upstate team that has Amir Langlis down low, who's been able to give you about 7 rebounds per game, but when it comes to this Upstate team, even though their forte is supposed to be on the offensive side of things, they're just 358th, by the way, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, to illustrate how bad this defense has been. It's a team that has been just very random with regards to their offense, as they've been able to actually score right around about 6.3 points more per 100 possessions when they're in a road/neutral environment rather than when they are at home. But this is a Radford team that I do think is going to be able to hold up with regards to just cutting off the three-point arc. This is a USC upstate team that has been able to get Trey Borneau to be able to give you about 14 points per contest. He's a relatively good three-point shooter, but the guys around him are a little bit of an issue. You've got Floyd Redu, who's been able to shoot north of 35% from three-point range, comes in from South Carolina State as this team as a whole about 145th in the country with regards to three-point shooting percentage, but Radford 80th in the country in terms of being able to cut off the three-point arc, with Upstate just struggling as much defensively as they are, and this Radford team being a little bit slow and controlled. I do think that Radford going to be able to take hold in this game, and because there's going to be so many open looks for Radford, they're going to be able to help you at the over. I did set my total at 138 looking at the over, and with Radford, set that as a 10-point favorite, so want to lay the number. 306, 569, 306, 570. It is Lafayette. They're going to be playing us a Bucknell. Bucknell finds themselves as 2.5-point underdogs. Your total on this game, it is between 130 and 132, and with Lafayette, I did set them as a 1.5-point favorite. Going to be willing to take the 2.5 with Bucknell. This Bucknell team well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but this Lafayette team, they're not scoring on offense. They're not giving you a lot on defense. They're just a slow team that really doesn't do anything well. And for Bucknell, they allow opponents to shoot just 33.3% from three-point range in a road/neutral court environment. They're also going to have the best player out there on the floor going up against the Lafayette team that's about 240th in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And that top player, that'd be Jack Forrest, who's been able to give you 15 points, 5 boards, shoots it well at north of 35% from three-point range. Noah Williamson is a true 7-footer that's able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. Going up against the Lafayette team that does have Justin Vanderbond, began his career over at Boston College with about 9.5 points, 5 rebounds per game. He's really been the best player for the Lafayette team that, as a whole, they're shooting about 28% from 3, 66% at the free throw line, while ranking outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Somehow, someway, Lafayette is currently on a 5-game winning streak. They have gone past the 69-point plateau in just 2 of these games. They've been able to do a relatively okay job defensively, but you've now got a Bucknell team that has scored at least 70 points in 4 out of their last 5 games. John Griffin, first-year coach, has been able to do some wonders with a Bucknell offense that was really struggling out of conference, but they pull off that win against Penn State. They've now been able to get 37.5% three-point shooting against Josh Basco, and I do think that with this Bucknell team shooting the way that they are from three-point range, they're going to get just enough offense to get it done. I do think that Lafayette going to see some regression, and both of these teams playing some relatively solid defense as well. This is a Bucknell team still outside the top 225 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but given up 71 points or fewer 3 of their last 5 games. So going to be looking at the under semi-total 127.5. Both of these teams outside the top 250 with regards to possessions per game, and Lafayette I could only make a 1.5-point favorite, so taking the points with Bucknell and the under 306.571, 306.572. Presbyterian hits road face-off against Longwood. Longwood finds themselves as 11.5-point favorites. Total on this game between 137.5 and 138. Longwood is a top 50 team nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against the Presbyterian team then hasn't been bad with regards to their defense, but aside from Samaje Deal, was able to give you about 11 points, shoots north of 40% from three-point range. I just don't think it has the firepower to be able to hold in this game. I did set my total at 135 as a result, so going to be taking a look at the under end. I did set my line at 11. I do think that we've run a little bit too far with the Longwood team, that they do turn the ball over 13 times per contest. Wayland Napper has been able to give you 13 points, 4 assists per contest, but I mean, it's a team that, as a collective, they only shoot about 32% from three-point range. Now, where Longwood is going to be able to completely dominate this game is down low. They're a top 75 team with regards to rebound rate. You've got Simon Zapala along with Michael Christmas combining for about 13.5 rebounds per game, and you've also got Jonathan Massey chipping in there 6 boards, 11.5 points per game. Problem is that three-point shooting is just very hit or miss with this team. D.A. Houston has been able to shoot about 36% from the outside, giving you 7 points per contest, but I do think the Presbyterian, with the way that they've been able to do a solid job taking care of the ball, less than 12 turnovers per game while shooting 35% from three-point range. Marquise Bennett doesn't necessarily give you a lot of three-point shooting, but is able to chip in there 14.5 points per game. They're going to be able to remain lively, no doubt about it. It's a Presbyterian team that is going to lose the battle on the glass, but I don't think that they could get completely destroyed on the glass. Presbyterian, about 206th in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate, and in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this has been a Presbyterian team that has been able to do an okay job on defense, actually giving up about 6 points fewer per 100 possessions in a road/neutral court environment rather than at home. So I do think that you get a little bit of a lower scoring slog. Set by total 135, diving in on the under, and at 11.5, going to be able to take the points with Presbyterian. Set my line at at 11, 306-573, 306-574. Jacksonville plays us to Kennesaw State. We give our road to Lane Kiffin. Go Owls as Kennesaw State a 4.5 point favorite. And your total is 157.5 to 158. Did set my total 157.5 here at the 158. Going to be diving in on the under. Kennesaw State, a top 10 team nationally in terms of total possessions per game, but it feels like their defense has been able to tighten up the screws just a little bit. Not saying that's amazing by any stretch of the imagination, but they have given up 75 points or fewer in 2 of their last 3 games, which that's a standard right now for the Atlantic Sun. It's just been absolutely ridiculous, and they go up against a Jacksonville team that I just don't know if they're going to be able to do their part with this total as well. It's a Jacksonville team that they have been held to 75 points or fewer against Division I opponents in regulation, because the game against South Carolina State that went to overtime in 3 of their last 5 games. This is a Jacksonville team that shoot about 30.5% from 3-point range, 15 turnovers per game. You've got Robert McCray, who's been able to give you 16 points per contest, and ever since Bryce Workman has been hurt, the team just hasn't been able to be the same defensively. They don't have a single guy that really gives you north of 6 rebounds per game, as they've been able to get right around about 5.5 rebounds per game, a little bit over 6 points per contest out of Stephon Payne, a 6'9", do-it-all sort of player. But for Kennesaw State, they should be able to have Desmond Robinson, who's back from last season, being able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game to dominate down low. Kennesaw State has been able to up their 3-point shooting percentage right around 33%, but somewhere near what it was a season ago. Tyrell Burden, along with Simeon Kodal, though, they've been able to combine for about 32 points per game. You've got Burden, who's been able to give you north of 5 assists per contest as well. And it's a Kennesaw State team that they've been able to do a better job of being able to guard the arc recently. They're about 221st in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but they go up against a Jacksonville team that they themselves allow opponents to shoot just 26% from 3-point range when they are at home. So I do think that this total just falls short, but with Kennesaw State, I think they get the job done. I just don't think that they hit their free throws late to be able to get the cover in this one. So I did set my line at a 3.5. I'm going to be willing to take 4+ here with the Jacksonville team that has turned over a new leaf with regards to way that they operate in. For Kennesaw State, by the way, shooting 67.5% at the free throw line. So we'll take 4+ here with Jacksonville, and going to be taking a look at a 158+ under. 306-575, 306-576. Grambling is going to be playing us to Southern. Southern does find themselves as 2-point road favorites. Your total is 134. I said Southern as a 4-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Southern has already won games on the road against Mississippi State along with UNLV. So this team is already battle tested. They've been able to get the job done on the road. And for Grambling, after they were a top 20 team nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis last season, they're now outside the top 275 this season. They've been much better in SWAC play. No shock there. The SWAC, not quite the same as their non-conference schedule, but team is only shooting about 29.5% from 3-point range. You do have a 42% 3-point shooter in Antoine Burnett, who has been able to supply for the team about 11 points, 6.3 rebounds per game. But with the team turning the ball over north of 12 times per contest, that has kept Grambling outside the top 325 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and certainly not a Southern team that's doing anything magical on offense themselves, but they do have Tayron Joseph, who's been able to give you 18+ points per contest. It's a Southern team that they do a nice job being able to turn defense into offense, as they've been able to generate north of 9 steals per contest. On top of that, they go up against a Grambling team that only has one guy that's able to give you north of 5.5 rebounds per game, and Jonathan Aku. Southern is one of the worst rebound rate teams in all of college basketball, so that Achilles heel not going to be unearthed for them. Now, trepidation with Southern laying the summer is that they only shoot about 66% at the free throw line, but been able to get a lot more recently out of Tijandi Diomasi. He comes over from France, and he's logged for the team 2.2 steals, about 5 assists, 8.5 points per game, has really kicked it into overdrive mode. 6+ assists in 4 of the team's last 5 games. He has been very tremendous, and there's just not much of a way that Grambling, in my opinion, is going to be able to keep up too much with them. It's a Southern team that has been able to crank up their offense as well. 74+ points in 4 of their last 5 games, going up against a Grambling team that's really been struggling on defense. So I do think that this total is set too low. I set my total more around at 144. So looking at the over, and with Southern, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 3.5 with them. 386-577, 386-578. Elkhorn State plays us to Texas Southern. Texas Southern is a 1.5 point underdog with your total 140.5, and I did set Texas Southern as an underdog of 2.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay with Elkhorn State. Elkhorn State outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but that said, you've got an Elkhorn State team that does have Jeremiah Kendall, who's going to be able to own things down low. He's been able to give the team 16.5 points, 7 boards per contest, going up against the Texas Southern team that doesn't have a single player that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. Typically, Texas Southern, a very good rebound rate team. They're outside the top 275 with that regard. They did bring in Kenny Hunter from Louisiana Tech, but he's been a flopperoonie. 5.5 points, 4 boards per contest. He's got worse averages this year than at Louisiana Tech last season. And it's the Texas Southern team that's in the bottom 5 nationally in terms of points scored on a per per possession basis. They shoot as a collective 29% from 3, 38.5% overall from the floor. PJ Henry, Jonathan Cisse have been able to combine for about 23.5 points per game, and it's getting a little bit better for Texas Southern on offense, but still, this team has scored 67 points or fewer in 3 out of their 4 SWAC games. Meanwhile, for Alcorn State, after they were ghastly with their defense to begin the season, they've now held each of their last 2 opponents to fewer than 72 points. So they've been able to turn a little bit of a corner there. It's an Alcorn State team that has Byron Joshua, who's been able to give you about 11.5 points per contest. All in all, it's a team that shoots about 31.5% from 3, but having Jeremiah Gambrell be able to give you about 39.5% 3-point shooting, 11 points per contest, and also having Jalen Hawkins, who I think is a sleeping giant for this team. When he was over at Norfolk State a few seasons ago, was a double-figure scorer, and this season he's been all over the place. He has scored a combined 30 points in his last 4 games, and 24 of them came in 1 game, so that's been a little bit of a roll of the dice. But that said, I do think that Alcorn State going to be able to get it done in this spot, and I did set my total at a 140.5. I'm seeing a straight 140 out there. I'm seeing a 141 as well. Personally, I would rather have the 141 under with the way that Texas Southern has just not been able to execute on offense, so looking at that under, and with Alcorn State, 1 to lay up to a deuce. With them, 306, 579, 306, 580. Coppin State plays us at Morgan State. Morgan State is a road favorite of 2 points. Totals between 134 and 134.5. Also set Morgan State as a 2-point favorite. So it's straight 2.5 to open up. And at the 2.5, I would be willing to take the points with Coppin State. Now, this Coppin State team, second worst in all of college basketball to just Mississippi Valley State in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. But we've got a Morgan State team that has been all sorts of banged up recently. Now, they are getting back in the fold. Winston Tabbs began his career at Boston College, was a double-figure scorer while he was at Boston College a few years ago. He's been able to shoot at about 35% from 3-point range, 15.5 points per contest. And then you do have a pair of guys in Cameron Hobbs along with Will Thomas for this Morgan State team. They're combining for about 21.5 points per contest, but Morgan State, they're outside the top 300 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. But for Coppin State, they've only got one player giving you north of 4.3 rebounds per game. That would be Justin Winston. He's having to do it all. 14 points, 5 boards, steal and half per contest. It's 28.5% 3-point shooting is actually considered good on this team, as they turn the ball over 16 times per contest. In terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, they're a bottom 20 team in all of college basketball with that regard. It's a Morgan State team that they're just 344th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, but they're right there with Coppin State, as Coppin State, they're 356th with regards to rebound rate. I do think that Coppin State being at home, that's a little bit of significance, and especially with this Morgan State team dealing with an injury to the St. Francis of Pennsylvania transfer in Miles Thompson, that is of a little bit more significance. So anything north of 2, I'm going to be willing to take the points, but we're seeing a 1.5 pop up as I do this right now at the 1.5. Would be much more willing to lay that than take the 2.5 with Coppin State, even though Morgan State has been able to do 66 points for fewer in 3 of the last 4 games, and I do think that this is going to be a struggle for both teams to score, but with Coppin State, this is about the worst defense that they've faced all season long, and they themselves have given up 70 plus points in 3 of their last 5 games. So did set my total 136, looking over, and with Morgan State willing to lay the 1.5 with them, 306, 581, 306, 582. You've got Delaware State playing us Maryland Eastern Shore. Maryland Eastern Shore is an underdog of 7 points with your total at 135, and I did set Delaware State as a 9-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Maryland Eastern Shore, bottom 5 team in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. You do have down low Troy Hupsey, who's been able to give you 9 boards, 12 points per contest. He is the lone guy on the roster that gives you north of 4.2 rebounds per game. In terms of rebound rate, Maryland Eastern Shore just going to get blown away by Delaware State. Delaware State has actually been 87th in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate. Meanwhile, Maryland Eastern Shore, 322nd. It's a Maryland Eastern Shore team that last year was very good at being able to generate turnovers. That's down to about 6.9 steals per contest. Chase Davis is able to give you 9 points per contest, and it's a Maryland Eastern Shore team that they do shoot about 32% from 3-point range, but Delaware State, an average team with regards to opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, and then you've got Martez Robinson along Jevin Munoz, who be able to combine for about 32 points per contest. They combine to shoot about 36.5% from 3. That is a Delaware State team that they do turn the ball over about 13.5 times per contest, but between Robinson and Munoz, you get 4 steals per contest. You've also been able to get 2 steals, 9.5 points out of Daywilk Tavares. This is a big 3 of Delaware State that I think is going to be hard to guard in this conference. Throw in there the fact that you're able to get about 6 boards per contest out of Wesley Oba, and I do think that Delaware State is able to win this game by margin. I'm going to be setting them as a 9-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Maryland Eastern Shore, bit of an up-tempo team, but a rather inefficient team, and this is a Delaware State team that's also in the top 100 in terms of total possessions per game, so made my total 137, looking at the over, and going to be willing to lay it with Delaware State. 306, 583, 306, 584. Howard is going to be playing us in Norfolk State. Norfolk State just find themselves as a 2.5-point underdog. Total on this game between 1.5 144.5 and 145. I'm going to be taking a look at Howard in this spot. I did set them as a 2.5 point favorite. We saw a few twos pop up, and if we can get back to a 2, I'm going to be willing to lay it with Howard. Howard has, in my opinion, the best player out there in the MEAC, as he is a very well-traveled gentleman, but Seth Towns, who was the Ivy League Player of the Year like 57 years ago, has been able to give you about 16 points, 6.5 boards, shooting 39% from three-point range, going up against a Norfolk State team that when they were able to make the NCAA tournament a few seasons ago, was an absolutely dominant defense, and they themselves have Jamari Thomas, who comes in from UNC Wilmington, 17.5 points, 3.8 assists, shooting about 38.5% from three-point range. But for Norfolk State, they're playing at one of the slowest paces in all of college basketball, yet they're 334th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're giving up more than 25 points more per 100 possessions in a road/shoot-court environment rather than at home. Howard, a top 75 team with regards to possessions per game as well, and they're about a 301st in the country with regards to their points allowed on a per possession basis, but Howard about 170th with regards to rebound rate. Meanwhile, for Norfolk State, you just don't have a lot down low. You've got one guy that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game, Jelani Darden, who's been able to give you about 5.3 rebounds per game. For Howard, you've also got someone like Ashai Odom, who's been able to give you about 8 points, 4 boards. It's out with a little bit of injury, but you should have out there in the floor Bryce Harris along with Marcus Dockery. These two guys combined for about 28.5 points on 38% three-point shooting. And when it comes to this Norfolk State team, they have been getting carved up from three-point range going up against a Howard bunch that they themselves are about 270th with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but allowing opponents to shoot just 29.5% from three-point range. With Norfolk State, their opponents' three-point shooting percentage in a road/shoot-court environment right around about 34%. So did set my line at 2.5 at a 2. I'm going to be one to lay it, and did set my total at a 146.5. I do think that you get plenty of scoring despite the fact that possessions are going to be low. So going to be one to lay it with Howard up to 2, and going to be looking at the over. 306.585, 306.586. South Carolina State is going to be playing against NC Central. NC Central, a 2.5 point road favorite. Your total on this game between 146.5 and 147. Set NC Central as a favorite of 6.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. It's an NC Central team that has been hit or miss with regards to their offense as far as this season, but with this NC Central team, the one thing that they have been able to do is be able to lock teams down from three-point range. 15th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, going up against a South Carolina State team that they are outside the top 300 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis in terms of three-point shooting percentage offense, and then they are one of the worst teams at being able to guard the arc in all of college basketball. Really, the one thing that South Carolina State has going for them is Savion Everett down low, 9.5 points, 6.8 rebounds per game. NC Central does not have a single guy that gives you north of 5 boards per contest, one of the worst rebound rate teams in all of college basketball, but you've got a nice trio in the backcourt as Fred Cleveland, Paul Boy King, along Jadarius Harris. These three guys, they've been able to combine for about 44.5 points per contest. With Harris and Cleveland, they combine to shoot about 37.5% for the outside, and NC Central only turned the ball over about 11.5 times per contest. South Carolina State, they turned the ball over 15 times per game out there in the backcourt. You've had to rely upon Mitchell Taylor to be able to give you 9 points per contest, but you've got a team that they only shoot about 30.5% from three-point range, while you do get the 35% three-point shooting of Wilson Dubinsky. Past that, you really don't have anyone else that's able to bomb it from three-point range, and NC Central should be able to go on the road, completely lock this team down from the arc, and I think that that'll cause for a little bit of lower scoring slog, despite the fact that South Carolina State is in the top 50 with regards to total possessions per game. One to lay up to 6 with NC Central, so laying the number and looking at the under. 306.587, 306.588. Lamar is going to be hitting the road to face off against Houston Christian. Houston Christian does find themselves as a 6.5 point underdog. Total on this game is 155.5 with Houston Christian. They're a top 20 team with regards to possessions per game. They're a bottom 10 team in terms of both points allowed and points scored on a per possession basis. So South Lamar is an 8-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It is a Lamar team that they shoot it quite well from three-point range. Now, they do commit right around about 13.5 to 14 turnovers per contest, but they go up against a Houston Christian team that really, outside of what you're able to get out of Marcus Green, 13.5 points. He's been able to supply the team with, in that neighborhood, about 4 or 5 rebounds per game. You just don't have a lot. You do have a pair of guys in Bonke Mareng, along with Michael Emarajabai, who have been able to combine for about 16.5 rebounds per game, but this team shoots 25.5% from 3, 61.7% at the free throw line. It's just been all sorts of sadness for them. That said, this is also a Houston Christian team that they have now given up at least 79 points in 3 of their last 5 games, and this is a Lamar team that's cooking with some gas with their offense. They've been able to get to at least 75 points in 4 of their 5 games ever since Christmas. You've been able to get Mr. Scary Terry Anderson going for about 11.8 points per contest, 5.5 boards, and for that matter, for Lamar, each of your top 4 scores average between 11.1 and 11.8 points per contest. You've got 7 different guys to give you north of 8 points per contest. Very much an in-tandem sort of team. They shoot as collective about 37% from 3-point range going up against the Houston Christian team that's in a very interesting spot where they actually don't do the world's worst job of being able to guard the three-point arc, but they get absolutely killed inside despite the fact that they've got quite a few solid rebounders. And I do think that this game is going to be cranked up tempo. I did set my total at 158, so I'm going to be taking a look at this total over, despite the fact that Houston Christian is a top 150 team with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. I think we're going to see a lot of regression there, and a Lamar team that's willing to make the extra pass to get those shots, they're going to be able to do so. So Lamar is an 8-point favorite, willing to lay the number, and going to be taking a look at this total over. 306-589, 306-590. Nichols is going to be on the road facing up against Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi does find themselves as a 4.5 to a 5-point favorite, and your total on this game are between 143 to 145.5. It's at Corpus Christi. That's a 4.5-point favorite, so going to be 1-5 with Nichols. This is a Corpus Christi team that's been one of your best under teams in all of college basketball. They only shoot about 30% from three-point range, but they're a top 50 team. In terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, they've been able to get a little bit more offensively out of Deion Wright-Ford, who's been able to give you 11 points, a steal, only shoots about 29% from three for a team that they shoot as collective about 29% from the outside. And Nichols, I think, holds in this game because you've got all sorts of versatility with Jamal West, Deontay Smith. Both of these guys stand right around 6'6", supplying for you about 30.5 points per contest. Smith shoots 37% from distance, and with Smith, he also gives you about 3.5 assists, 2.4 steals per game. You don't necessarily have those true guards like you typically find for a normal Southland team, but that said, you've got a lot of versatility on this team. They shoot about 35% from three-point range. Nichols certainly going to give it up a little bit with regards to the interior, but when it comes to them guarding the three-point arc, they're a top 70 team as well. So it does cause for a little bit of an interesting circumstance because both of these teams are a little bit more of up-tempo teams, and both of these teams, they do a nice job of guarding the three. Both of these teams are very vulnerable inside with the Texas A&M Corpus Christi team. You just don't have a lot of rebounding in general. I do think that allows Nichols, with their versatile players in Smith and West, to be able to hold in this game, and it is a Nichols team that they themselves do turn the ball over about 13 times per contest. It's a Texas A&M Corpus Christi team generating about 10 steals per contest. They do a better job of taking care of the ball, but Corpus Christi, the far worse three-point shooting team. So I did set my total 146.5. I think that this is close enough for late game filling. Looking at the over, and we'll take 5+ here with Nichols. 306-591, 306-592. Southeast Louisiana plays us to Texas A&M Commerce. Commerce does find themselves as an underdog of anywhere between 6 to 6.5 points. Draw this game is airing between 130 and 131. Set Southeast Louisiana as an 8-point favorite. Could it be one to lay it? It's a Southeast Louisiana team that is in the bottom 50 of all of college basketball with regards to total possessions per game, but I think that they own things down low. Bowden Woodbury is a true 6'10" gentleman, 8.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, playing for a Southeast Louisiana team that does get some good facilitation out of Rocco Eastmont, 5.5 assists, 7.5 points per contest, shooting 37% from three, and every single one of these players for Southeast Louisiana stands one that averages north of 4 points per contest, and it's hit at least 1 3. Is shooting at least 34.5% from the outside. They face off against a bunch of Texas A&M Commerce that already has a nice win against St. Joe's, but really past that, this has been a team that has been rudderless all season long. You've got a pair of guys in Jerome Brewer Jr. along with Caitlin Williams that will be able to combine for about 28 points per contest. It's a team that they do shoot about 32% from three-point range, but they really don't have any rebounders. They're outside the top 225 with regards to rebound rate, and when they're at home, this Texas A&M Commerce team, lots of opponents to shoot 38.2% from three compared to 32% in a road/shooter court environment, so very strange split there, as this is a Southeast Louisiana team that is outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but going up against a Commerce team that just has not been able to find their offense all season long. I do think that Southeast Louisiana probably going to look to try to crank it up tempo just a little bit more. I think that you get some late game fouling. I do think that in the end, Southeast Louisiana going to be able to win this game from within. I do think that they bury a few shots to be able to get this total over, so did set my total 132, looking at the over, and one to lay up to 7.5 with Southeast Louisiana. 306-593, 306-594. Last game before I hit up my final break, North Alabama hits the road. They're facing off against Lipscomb. Lipscomb does find themselves as a favorite of 8.5 points, and total on this game going to be getting in anywhere between 155.5 and 156. And when it comes to Lipscomb, I did set them as a favorite of just 7 points. I'm going to be willing to take the points with a North Alabama team that is in the top 130 nationally in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. With North Alabama, you've been able to get quite a bit out of Ricari Lane along with KJ Johnson in the backcourt. These two guys combined for about 28 points per contest. It's a North Alabama team that they only shoot about 34% from three-point range, but they drain 74% of their free throws. And for Lipscomb, this team is outside the top 150 50 with regards to rebound rate, as you've got Jacob Onyesovic still out of the fold for the team. He's been missing all season long after being their top scorer a season ago. Will Pruitt has had to be Mr. Versatile for the team as a result. 13 points, 6 boards, shoots 35% from three-point range. Outside North Alabama team that they themselves are well outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate, but you do have Damani Forrest, who's been able to give you right around about 8 rebounds per game with North Alabama in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 233rd in all of college basketball. And for Lipscomb, they honestly haven't been terrible with regards to their defense, 232nd with this regard, but they give up 2 more full points per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment. And this is a Lipscomb team that has each of their top 6 scorers shooting at least 34.8% from three-point range, so they do a relatively rock-solid job there. They're going up against a North Alabama team that certainly is going to give it up from 3. They're in 4th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but Lipscomb allows opponents to shoot 37% from 3 when they're at home as well. So interesting spot here. It's a North Alabama team that's playing quite a bit up-tempo. I did set my total out of 153. I think that we've gone a little bit too far just because this is a Lipscomb team that I don't think that they're going to be able to do a good job of being able to generate second chances against a North Alabama team that typically gives those up. So going to be taking a look at the under. And with regards to this North Alabama team, going to be taking the points, set them as a 7-point underdog. And we're going to wrap up the show next right here on Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peters, and now a part of the Decent Family Podcast. We're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peters, and now a part of the Decent Family Podcast. We're getting down to the end, just a few games remaining, and let's polish up these last few games as we continue on in the bonus.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-595, 306-596 American. It's a road face-off against Lehigh. Lehigh finds themselves as 1.5-point favorites. Total on this game is 144. It's an American team that's outside the top 310 with regards to total possessions per game, but a team that has really been able to do a nice job with regards to taking better care of the ball. Last season, for American, about 14.5 turnovers per game. They've been able to reduce that now to about 11 per contest. They still shoot about 36% from three-point range, and a big reason why has been Elijah Stevens, which is why I'm going to be taking a look at American on the money line. Did set them as a 2-point favorite with Stevens, 5.3 assists, 12 points per contest. So have Mark Rogers, who's saying 6'9", 14.5 points, 6 boards, shoots 35% from three-point range. Now, problem that you do have with American, they're well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they get to go up against a Lehigh team that certainly has been getting smoked from three-point range. 346th in all of college basketball. This is an American team that they themselves, they do allow quite a few open threes. As for American, 324th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. But for this Lehigh team, it's been all about Tyler Whitney-Sidney. He's been able to give the team 13 points. He's able to log about 4 rebounds per game. But Dominic Parolin, who's been their top rebounder throughout much of the season, he's been dealing with some injuries. You've got Keith Higgins, who has been in and out of the fold as well. He's been missing since January 6th. He's been able to log about 15 points per contest. So as a result, you've got a lot of understudies that are having to try to step up for this Lehigh team. You've got someone like Jalen Sinclair who's able to give you about 9.5 points per contest, but as a whole, Lehigh shoots 31% from 3, 13 turnovers per game. It is a Lehigh team, though, that they play super duper up tempo. They're in the top 50 with regards to total possessions per game. Certainly have been getting crushed on defense, giving up 71 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games. And the last time they played American, they lost 75-66. That was with their main scorer and Higgins in the fold, being able to supply 14 points. Now without him, I just can't see this being a different result. Set American as a 2-point favorite. We'll take them on the money line. Think that this is close enough for Lake King Felling. Set my total 146. So also looking at the over 306-597, 306-598. New Orleans is going to be playing against Northwestern State. Northwestern State a 7 to a 6.5 point underdog. Total this game is 156. Northwestern State a bottom 30 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. A team that's just given you absolutely nothing whatsoever in terms of their defense as well. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, Northwestern currently clocking in right around 350th, and they're giving up about 17 points more per 100 possessions when they're away from home. Fully recognize that this is a New Orleans team that is going to get smoked on the glass in most circumstances, but against Northwestern State, not going to be the case. Northwestern State 334th in the country with regards to rebound rate. New Orleans is 332nd, so I set my line at 12. I'm going to be one to lay it. New Orleans has one of the best scorers in all of college basketball, and Jordan Johnson, who's been able to give you north of 20 points per contest. Last year shot 48% from three-point range. Not quite duplicating that, but to shoot 39% from three with 22.5 points per contest is rather impressive. And then Caleb Wilson-Rouse, who's been a little bit around the block. He was over at Pacific before coming to New Orleans. He's been able to give the team 1.7 CLs. He's been able to chip in there double figures as well. You really don't have anyone other than Javon Vincent, who's just 6'4", give you a double figure amount of boards, but Northwestern State does not have ideal size. They had a lot of guys that they were supposed to bring in via the transfer portal just not come. They've been dealing with an injury as well to Jamison Epps, who's been their top rebounder. He's been out since the middle of December, and this is a team that has a collective. They turn the ball over 14 times per contest. They're a mid-tempo team shooting about 31% from three-point range. For Northwestern State, credit where credit is due. They've won each of their last 2 games, but they've given up north of 90 points in 2 out of their last 5 games, and it's a New Orleans team that's been a constant with their offense. In all but one of their games in Southland play, they've gotten to at least 75 points. Lone outlier was against Southeast Louisiana, who's by far the slowest team in the conference, so I do think the New Orleans going to do their part with regards to this total. I did set mine at a 152, but I don't think that Northwestern State does theirs, and for New Orleans, I think that they take it to a Northwestern State team that's legitimately not really doing anything right. So I'm going to be one to lay the number with New Orleans and going to be taking a look at this total under 306, 599, 306, 600. You've got North Florida playing us the Queens. Queens finds themselves as 4.5 to 5 point underdogs with your total 158.5. Set Queens NC as a 4.5 point underdog. Willing to take the 5 with them. It's a North Florida team that ranks well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And legitimately, both of these teams do. Set by total at 162.5. This is a Queens team that we've talked to Nick Lawrenson, who is a part of that coaching staff. They're just looking to just get as many possessions as humanly possible. Queens, not a team that's necessarily great down low outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate, but each of their top 3 scorers, and BJ McLaurin, AJ McKee, along with Denton Aubrey, they'll give you at least 4 rebounds per game. Aubrey and McKee have been able to combine for about 6 assists per contest, and McLaurin shoots 38.5% from 3-point range. They go up against a North Florida team that is very vulnerable from the outside. They actually don't do the world's worst job, which has Lanier being able to give you 15 points block per contest down low, but North Florida, they allow opponents to shoot 35.3% from 3. That is 269th in all of college basketball. Queens certainly has been allowing a lot of open looks all season long, but both of those come in the interior. Queens, 122nd in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Jake Vanderheijden, 6'9", little bit of a combo player for North Florida, gives you about 8 points. He's able to bury a few threes for you, but this is a North Florida team that is going to need to take advantage of those second opportunities that they're probably going to get. Nate Lateris has been able to give you about 5 boards per contest, and it's a North Florida team that overall, they shoot about 36% from 3-point range, and for Queens, certainly it's been a defense that has been getting smoked all season long. This team has given up at least 75 points in every one of their games against a Division I foe since the beginning of the month of December, but they're getting to 75 on the regular. It's a North Florida team that they themselves have given up 74 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games, and against Division I competition, they've given up 74 plus in all but 2 of their games, really since Thanksgiving. So I do think that you get points of plenty. Set my total 162.5. Going to be looking at the over, and at 5 plus, taking the points with Queens. 306-601, 306-602. Central Arkansas, it's the road to face off against Austin Peay. Austin Peay does find themselves as 9.5 to 10 point favorites. 142 to 143 is your total. And with Austin Peay, I did set them as a 10 point favorite and a 9.5. I'm going to be one to lay the number. This is a Central Arkansas team still dealing with a whole bunch of injuries. They've gotten back Elias Cato, but he's been really regressing with regards to his scoring. 10.5 points, 5.5 boards, shooting about 36% from 3-point range, but Cameron Hunter has been out of the fold all season long. Their top scorer from a season ago. As a result, 6'9", little bit of a combo player, Tucker Anderson, has had supplied the team with 15 points, shoots 40% from 3-point range, but Central Arkansas, once again outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against an Austin Peay team that they've really sold things out. They are outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions per game, but Central Arkansas, 349th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, going up against an Austin Peay team that has a leader in 3-point shooting percentage from a season ago and is the team's top scorer, as you've been able to have DeMarcus Sharp give you about 18 points per contest, logging about 7.5 boards, 4.7 assists. He has not made a 3 all season long. It's been Isaac Haney along Javonte Black, giving you 11 points apiece, shooting a combined about 40% from 3-point range. That has been able to supply that. Austin Peay, just 9.2 turnovers per game, while they generate about 7.5 steals per contest. A lot of that via Sharp. This is a Central Arkansas team that they get a little bit out of sorts with regards to protecting the ball, and they've just been rough with their defense in A-Sun play. They've given up 80 plus points in 3 of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, it's an Austin Peay team that all of a sudden, they have gotten to at least 77 plus points in 3 of their last 4 games and 70 plus in 4 of their last 5. So, interesting spot here. I did set my total at 144. Central Arkansas just gives up so many points, even though they've slowed down their tempo. Just such an inefficient defense, and I do think that Ossipee going to be able to get to a win of double figures. I set my line at 10, so want to lay 9.5 with Ossipee. I'm looking at the over 306.603, 306.604. Incarnate Word is playing host to McNeese. McNeese is a 13.5 point favorite. Total on this game is 145.5. McNeese is a top 40 team with regards to fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Very efficient team, and I think that they take down an Incarnate Word team that's anything but. I set my line at 14. Not willing to go anything further than the 13.5, but I'm going to be willing to lay it with McNeese. They've got one of the best mid-major scorers in all of college basketball, and Shahada Wells, who's been able to give 19.5 points, 4.4 assists, so 1.9 turnovers a game. McNeese is actually a bottom 50 team with regards to total possessions per game, but they shoot 40% from three-point range. You put a Christian Shumay, give you about 9.8 rebounds per game, and they go up against an Incarnate Word team that they just haven't been great down low. Sky Wicks has been able to give you 14.5 points, 6.5 boards, began his career at Missouri State, went down to the non-D1 level, and has been able to do a solid job of resurfacing. But for Incarnate Word, they turned the ball over darn near 15 times per contest. Now, they have been able to get some reinforcements back on the way, as Sean Robinson, who comes in from Ossipee, he's been able to do a solid job with about 11.5 points, 6 boards per contest, and they were able to get Avery Anderson back in the fold as he was coming over after he was over in the SWAC last season. Check that, Alex Anderson, who's been able to give you about 10.5 points per contest. But for this Incarnate Word team, the 16 turnovers per game going up against McNeese, that's just not going to fly. They're ranking 312th in the country with regards to overall rebound rate. It's a McNeese team that has held each of their last 4 opponents to fewer than 70 points. Meanwhile, they themselves have been able to get past 73 points in 4 of their last 5 games. And for this Incarnate Word team, last time they gave up fewer than 74 points in a game, you have to go all the way back to prior to Christmas, as they have now given up 74 plus points in all but one of their games since the beginning of the month of December. So I do think that this McNeese team, even though they're slow, they carve them up. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 13.5 with McNeese. Did sell my total at 146 here at the 145.5. Also looking at the over 306.605, 306.606. Jackson State plays us a Prairie View. Prairie View is an underdog of 7.5 points. Draw this game is anywhere between 146.5 and 147.5 with Prairie View. I did set them as a underdog of 10 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Jackson State so already went on the road. They've knocked off likes of Missouri and SMU over the last 2 seasons. I really like what Mo Williams has been able to do with this program, and they're going to have the best player out there on the floor, as you've been able to have Ken Evans be able to supply the team with about 18 to 19 points per contest. He chips in there a few assists, with Chase Adams being your main facilitator with 4.3 assists per contest. And per Prairie View, you don't have a single guy that's been able to stay healthy, that's been able to give you multiple assists per game. I mean, it's just absolutely awful what you're getting there, as right now their leader in assists is Kevin McGusty. He's been able to be in the fold for about 9 games for this team, but I mean, they just don't know who their point guard is. They are able to generate steals. They're a top 75 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and this is a Jackson State team that they do turn the ball over about 14.5 times per contest, but with Evans along with also Johnny O'Neal, these 2 guys have been able to shoot north of 40% from 3-point range. Jordan O'Neal has been able to give you about 12 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. You've been able to get a lot out of Zeke Cook down low as well. He's able to give you about 7.3 rebounds per game, and they get to go up against a Prairie View team that you've got one guy down low that's been able to give you north of 5 rebounds per game, and Brian Miles. But for this Prairie View team, in terms of rebound rate, once again, one of the worst in all of college basketball, 358th. Should be domination by Jackson State. Set them as a 10-point favorite. Going to be willing to lay the number, and with this Prairie View team, they gamble for turnovers. When they get a turnover, they're able to get a fast break layup. When they don't, they allow an easy bucket. Set by a total 152. So looking at the over and willing to lay it with Jackson State. 306.607, 306.608. Arkansas Pine Bluff plays us to Florida A&M. A&M does find themselves as an underdog of 5.5 points. 155.5 is your total. Arkansas Pine Bluff has played all but 2 of their games thus far this season to the over. I don't think that stops here. Set my total 158, so I'm going to be looking at the over, but going to set Pine Bluff as a 4-point favorite. This team is dead last in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You've got Kyron Milton along with Rashad Williams, who've been able to combine for about 36 points per contest. They combine to shoot 38.5% from 3, and Pine Bluff, they do shoot 38% from 3. They actually shoot worse from 3-point range at home rather than in a roadside shoot corner environment, but they also give up the arc. Arkansas Pine Bluff is allowing opponents to shoot right around about 36% from 3-point range, 317th in all of college basketball, and for Florida A&M, they themselves 354th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. The injury to Love Bettis has been hurting this Florida A&M team, but that said, this is still a team that they should be able to do a relatively solid job down low. Ismail Platt for Arkansas Pine Bluff has been able to give you right in the neighborhood about 7 or so rebounds per game, but for this Florida A&M team, you've been able to get 13.5 points, 6 boards out of Keith Lamar. He's a combo player that's been able to shoot about 39% from 3-point range, and it's an A&M A&M team that they're shooting about 35.5% from three-point range. When Bettis is actually out there, he's been able to shoot 46.5% from three. Probably going to be out the fold once again in this game, but been able to get about 8 points per contest out of Hans Luis Junwane, who's been able to shoot about 43.5% from three-point range. It's an A&M team looking for a little bit more of a facilitator, and they have found a little bit of a stretchability guy in Roderick Coffey III, who's been able to give you only about 4 points, but chips in there 3 assists per contest, has been able to give the team double figures, and now 2 out of the team's last 5 games as well. I do think the Florida A&M, with how bad Arkansas Pine Bluff is on defense, is going to be able to hold in there in a nice high-scoring expose. I did set my total at 158, looking at the over, and anything north of 4.5, taking the points with A&M. 306, 609, 306, 610. Albany is playing us Bryant. Bryant finds themselves as a 1.5 point road favorite. Totals between 161.5 and 162. Made my total 164, looking at the over. Got a pair of teams that are in the top 50 with regards to total possessions per game, and it's an Albany team that has been giving it up from three-point range. It's a Bryant team that at times hasn't been horrible on defense. We saw them be able to take down Florida Atlantic a little bit earlier in the season, but I think that they just caught them on the right day. This is a Bryant team that, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they are 77th in all of college basketball. That compares to Albany, who's right now clocking in 171st, and for Albany, they actually only give up about 2.2 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral environment, and for this Bryant team, they're outside the top 300 with regards to rebound rate, so Jonathan Beagle being able to give you about 9.5 rebounds per game for Albany should be able to win that battle, but Earl Timberlake, he is bringing sexy back for Bryant. He's able to chip in there 13.5 points, right around 9 boards, 4.5 assists. It's a Bryant team that they do generate quite a few turnovers. They're in the top half of all of college basketball in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and Sharif Gross-Bullock shoots 40% from 3, 19.5 points per game. They should be able to tear apart an Albany team of which their main kryptonite is down low, giving up second and third chances, as this is an Albany team that's actually 13th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Bryant is 41st, though this is a Bryant team that at home they're allowing opponents to shoot just 22% from three-point range, closer to 33% in a roadside-neutral court environment, so I do think that you're still going to have both of these teams be able to bury quite a few buckets, and for Bryant, they're getting more rebounding with Colin Weathers being able to give you about 5 boards, 8 points per contest. They've been featuring him a little bit more. And Doug Edert, yes, that Doug Edert from St. Peter's has been seeing a few more minutes as well. It's Bryant team has been able to get to at least 77 points in each of their last 5 games. Albany, they've been able to score at least 76 points in 4 of their last 5 games. The lone exception is when they scored 71, and they have given up. Albany has at least 73 points in each of their last 4 games, and Bryant has given up at least 69 points in 4 of their last 5. So I think you get a nice high-scoring expose and a lot of possessions. Semi-total 164. Looking at the over, Bryant, I think, is just a little bit of a better defensive team in the interior, so I like Bryant to be able to get the job done. Willing to lay up to 1.5 with them, so my line at 2, and looking at the over 306, 611, 306, 612. Eastern Kentucky is going to be playing us Bellarmine. Bellarmine does find themselves as an underdog of 11 points. Total on this game is 142.5, semi-total 145.5. Even though Bellarmine is a bottom 50 team with regards to total possessions per game, they're outside the top 275 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. In Eastern Kentucky, they're a bottom 5 team in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And this is a Bellarmine team that they rely upon threes for their offense. They shoot about 34% from the outside. Ben Johnson is able to give you 12.5 points per contest, and it's a Bellarmine team that does a nice job taking care of the ball. 10.5 turnovers per game out of them. Eastern Kentucky typically does a good job of generating steals. This year, only about 7.5 steals per contest, but they do a nice job on the interior with Isaiah Cozart leading all of college basketball in blocks. 4.1 blocks, 10 boards, 15.5 points per game. I think that he's had a triple-double of blocks already this season. And then from the outside for Eastern Kentucky, Turner Buttery has been able to give you about 7 points per contest. Buttery smooth, shooting 42.5% from three-point range. And then you've been able to get a pair of guys in Leland Walker along with Devontae Blanton to be able to combine for about 28 points per contest. Meanwhile, it's a Bellarmine team that they're just always one of your worst teams in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Langston Henton has been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, but that's how you really don't get a lot out of a Bellarmine team that is 349th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. They should be able to bury quite a few threes, but with Eastern Kentucky having much more down low, I do think that Eastern Kentucky going to be able to take some nice hold of this game. I did set my line at a 7.5, though. I think that we went too far with an Eastern Kentucky team getting cooked from three-point range and a Bellarmine team that they do rely upon those three-point shots to generate their offense. Bellarmine held to 70 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. I think that they erupt here against an Eastern Kentucky team that they themselves have been playing a little bit better defensively. They've gotten to at least 80 points in now 3 of their last last 4 games, but it's an Eastern Kentucky team outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Set by total 145.5. Looking over and looking at the points with Bellarmine. 306-613, 306-614. High Point hopes to not be a low point. They play us to Charleston Southern. Charleston Southern, an underdog of 17.5 to 18 points. Total game is 150, set by line at 18. I'm going to be willing to lay the 17.5 with High Point. High Point, a top 25 team in all of college basketball with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. And for High Point, they should be able to completely dominate on the glass as Jocelyn Bodu along with Kamani Lawrence. These two guys have been able to combine for about 15.5 rebounds per game. Now for Charleston Southern, you do have Tajay Kelly, who's been able to give you about 8.5 rebounds per game, and it's a team that overall has been able to shoot it quite well from 3-point range. They shoot 36.8% from 3-point range. High Point outside the top 200 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but High Point should be able to do a nice job down low. This is a Charleston Southern team that, in regards to their rebound rate, they're clocking in right around about 347th with regards to their points allowed on a per possession basis, and then more in terms of the rebound rate, 321st. So got a lot of issues there. You do have, though, have a 46% 3-point shooter for Charleston Southern in RJ Johnson, who's been able to give you about 16.5 points per contest, but just too many weapons for a High Point team that they do a relatively solid job of being able to turn their defense into offense as well. You've been able to have Hamilton along with Duke Miles be able to combine for about 33.5 points per contest. They combine for about 2.7 steals, and Duke Miles shoots about 37.5% from 3-point range. It's a High Point team as a whole. They shoot 36% from 3. They play up tempo with only about 11 turnovers per game, and they go up against a Charleston Southern team that they only generate 3.8 steals per game. Lots of nice clean possessions for High Point, a team that has been able to get to at least 84 points in each of their last 5 games. I do think that High Point could be able to roll up the points once again. Semi-total 156, looking at the over, and 1 to lay up to 17.5 with High Point 306-615, 306-616 for the Gulf Coast. Plays us to Seton. Seton is an underdog of 1.5 totals between 140 and 140.5 with Seton. Set them as a 2.5 point favorite. I'm going to be looking at them outright on the money line. Florida Gulf Coast, one of the most mind-numbingly strange teams in all of college basketball. They knock off Florida Atlantic. They then look completely sorry to start out Atlantic Sun play, losing to Queens, Kennesaw State, and North Florida. So, man, oh man, if you can figure out the team, let me know, because they have given up approximately 78 points each of their last 3 games, going up against a Seton team that their whole offense is based around 3-point shooting. Jalen Blackman, 21.5 points per contest, shooting 40.5% from 3-point range. Seton outside the top 275 with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They themselves, though, shoot about 37.5% from 3-point range. Seton outside the top 275 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but good news for them, they get to go up against the Florida Gulf Coast team that is 339th with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. It's a Florida Gulf Coast team that has been dealing with some injuries, so Zach Anderson is able to give you 12 points, about 6 boards per contest down low, but Stefan Swenson, flip side for Seton, most efficient ball handler in this game, 6 assists per contest for a team that only turns ball over about 11 times per contest, and then Oben Gesirse has been able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game. It's a Seton team outside the top 275 with regards to rebound rate, but Florida Gulf Coast, they themselves have been pretty poor with regards to their rebound rate, especially with Andre Weir missing so much time. It's not been seen since early December / late November. And when it comes to this Florida Gulf Coast team, shooting just 67.5% at the free throw line, missing all the guys that they've been missing, and Isaiah Thompson being in and out of the fold. I do think that this is a Florida Gulf Coast team that's going to lose at home once again. I did set Seton as a 2.5 point favorite, looking at them on the money line. It's up by total 144.5 with the way that Seton bombs it from 3-point range. So looking at the over, we wrap things up with 306-617, 306-618. Mississippi Valley State plays us with Bethune-Cookman. Cookman does find themselves as a favorite of between 8 and 8.5 points. Total on this game is between 137.5 and 138.5. And when it comes to Cookman, I did set them as an 8.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 8 with them. This is a Cookman team that does an absolutely incredible job of being able to generate turnovers. Jamani McIntyre, as a matter of fact, averages about 3 points and nearly 3 steals per contest, going up against a Mississippi Valley State team averaging 3 points fewer per 100 possessions than any other team in all of college basketball. Raekwon Brown has been solid, giving you 15 points, 5 rebounds per game, but you've only got 3 players on this Mississippi Valley State team averaging north of 3.5 points per contest, going up against a Cookman team that you've got a trio in the backcourt that has been pretty darn solid, as you've been able to have Deshaun Dyson, coupled with the former top 200 recruit in Zion Harmon and Jacoby Heedy, be able to combine for about 44 points per contest. They don't shoot it well from 3. Bethune-Cookman only shooting about 29.5% from the outside. Good news is, go up against a Mississippi Valley State team that's in the bottom 10 actually with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. One of the worst teams at being able to guard the arc in all of college basketball as well. Bethune-Cookman, they themselves, with regards to their 3-point shooting defense, is going to go up after this one. They are 350th in all of college basketball in that regard, but going up against a Mississippi Valley State team that they they cannot shoot to save their lives, so that's going to be very helpful for them. And with this Mississippi Valley State team, 342nd with regards to being able to guard the arc, I do think that Bethune-Cookman gets the job done, but I flat out don't think that Mississippi Valley State does their part with this total. They have scored 65 points or less in regulation in all but 2 of their games thus far this season, so by total 135.5, diving in on the under of the Cookman. Want to lay up to 8 with them, and that'll wrap things up for the Saturday edition of Coast to Coast Hoops, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. If you do like hearing from this fine podcast, Coast to Coast Hoops, you're able to subscribe wherever your podcast, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, and TuneIn. If you have a question, comment, statement, idea, whatever you for this podcast, do have one of 2 ways we offer those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at Jaden_41. Keep in mind, letters EM, they mean does not matter. As per usual, please send these into the timeline. Other ways, find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review, coming at you guys every single day throughout the college basketball season. I'll be coming at you once again tomorrow as well. Thank you so much for tuning in.